For July 27th, 2026. I will call the meeting to order. I would need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. And we do have a recommendation to go into close to address 3 items, which are noted on the agenda, but they're all in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act, both for an OLT appeal update, which is client solicitor privileged, as well as a staffing update and a CAO performance appraisal. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? That carries unanimously, and we will reconvene at approximately 6 p.m. Good evening and welcome to everyone who's now joined us since our earlier convening at 4:30. I'd be looking for a motion for council to move and second reconvening and open at 6:04 p.m. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. And I will turn to Councillor Cressman for our land acknowledgement.
We have gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should only take what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We are looking to adopt the agenda as amended with item 13 in the consent agenda being dealt with following items 14 in the report. That is because we have a very lengthy meeting tonight with lots of people here to delegate on multiple items. So I felt that putting consent after the reports, because presumably, well, actually we have nobody from the public registered on consent items, so council can address those and hopefully get people's ability to speak sooner. So that's going to be changed, as well as there was the amendment of item 14.7 added to the addendum agenda, which is the replacement utilities of the medium duty stake truck with dump body, which was also added to reports for this evening. So with that, I'd be looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none. We do have, actually, before I jump into our minutes of our previous meeting, I wanted to note, if you are online, you probably noticed we have a different virtual setup. We have had staff working in the background to get a whole new setup designed. So there are different angles if you are watching us on YouTube. There are now, and for everybody's note of staff and council, that camera and that camera are now the only two cameras being used. So there's the view of from Jeff to council, and then there's the view from Amelia to staff are the two options. So just for people, if you're watching and wondering why it looks different, this is a new update. We've had an upgrade to our technology, hopefully an improvement. And thank you to staff and everyone who has been involved in all of that work. With that, we do have our minutes from the previous meeting to be approved, and that is June 18th special council meeting and the minutes of the June 22nd regular council meeting to be adopted as presented. May I have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. We do have 3 public meetings this evening as under the Planning Act. Our first one is the Community Improvement Plan Background Report. So this is a public meeting under the provisions of the Planning Act. The purpose of this meeting is to consider the Community Improvement Plan Background Report. And I will now invite Rachel Green, our Senior Policy Planner, to provide an overview of this application.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council, and the public joining us tonight. My name is Rachel Green, and I am Senior Policy Planner at the Township. And tonight I'll provide a brief overview of the proposed Brownfield Remediation Community Improvement Plan and the Draft Tax Increment Equivalent Grant Program. Next slide. A community improvement plan, or CIP, which I'll be referring to through most of the presentation, is a planning tool that helps municipalities achieve community development goals. It allows municipalities to provide incentives that encourage private sector investment. And this CIP specifically focuses on supporting the remediation and redevelopment of contaminated and underutilized brownfield properties throughout the township. So a brownfield property are properties that are contaminated due to previous industrial or commercial activities. Redeveloping these sites often requires environmental investigation and cleanup. And remediation helps ensure that the properties are safe for future development. Community improvement plans are enabled through the Planning Act and are supported by provincial, regional, and township policies. Brownfield revitalization advances key planning objectives, including intensification, efficient use of land and infrastructure, housing opportunities, economic development, heritage conservation, and adaptive reuse, and contributing to the creation of complete communities. So what is a tax increment equivalent grant, otherwise known as a TEG? A TEG is a financial incentive based on the increase in municipal property taxes generated after redevelopment. So rather than providing funding upfront, a portion of the new tax revenue is returned to the property owner over a set period of time. What we're proposing is up to 10 years, but is not greater than the eligible remediation costs. And so this approach allows the township to encourage redevelopment while leveraging future tax growth that would not be realized without the absence of the project. And so what is the purpose of the program? Environmental remediation can add significant costs to redevelopment projects, and the proposed grant helps offset those costs and improve project viability. The goal is to encourage investment in underutilized properties and help level the playing field compared to greenfield or non-contaminated sites. So staff have been working with the region of Waterloo to explore a joint program. This increases incentives since regional taxes represent approximately 60% of the property taxes. And it also provides a consistent regional framework as they have existing joint programs with Waterloo, Kitchener, and Cambridge. And so Wilmot can benefit from established procedures and technical staff expertise that the region can bring to the table. So following this public meeting, staff will consider any comments received from the public and agencies, and we intend to bring a final CIP forward to council for a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Green. Councilors, are there questions on this? Councilor Cressman.
Yes, I think it's a great program. The question I have relates, it's a question to you, Mayor, so getting into the rhythm of things. Is the question I have is at what stage, if a brownfield site has already gone through remediation but has not been redeveloped, and we have one of those sites in New Dundee where the former creamery was located, does this program still apply?
Through the mayor, we have not put a timeline on our program. The region has some language in their program that the RSC had to be filed after, I believe it's 2006. So that's quite a long period of time. So I know there are some opportunities that sites may have been remediated already, and those potentially would be eligible to apply for this program if they haven't been redeveloped yet.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I think it's a great program. It helps support investment. My question to you is that this would probably be mainly infill.
Through the mayor, it generally will be through infill. We have proposed for the program to cover the entire township, so that would provide some opportunities if there were sites that are in the rural settlement areas that had contamination and needed cleanup, that they could be eligible to apply. But for the most part, these are sites that were previously developed and are generally in an urban or settlement area.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I like the program and reading through it a couple times. I mean, I had some questions from folks and was just trying to think of a way that would best explain it. Essentially, it's not that we're giving up funds. We're not writing a check today, but we're promising to share some of the future increase in property taxes from a cleaned up contaminated site, so that it will essentially encourage or incentivize owners or developers to redevelop brownfield properties. Is that really the best way to maybe describe this?
Through the mayor, yes, that's a good way to say that if the property weren't redeveloped, the township wouldn't be seeing those increase in taxes anyways. So this is a way, it's time limited to help level the playing field for those sites that require more financial support to redevelop their site. And again, it's time limited. So once that time period is over, township will begin collecting at the new assessment rate.
Any other questions, council? Councillor Cressman.
Yes, through you, Mayor. What if this is determined, the contamination is determined after the fact, in the process of excavation, that the site is contaminated? Could it be applied in retrospect during construction of a facility?
Through the mayor, that question I'd probably have to confirm with, because our program doesn't have any, I wouldn't say restrictions to that, but the regions program may have criteria for eligibility that could be impacted if construction has already started. They do have some wording in their program that once a building permit has been issued, that retroactively applying, I think, might be an issue, but that's something I can follow up with in the final report.
Thank you. And I think Director Martin has some.
Thank you, dear Mayor. And I agree, we can certainly follow up on it. The key piece, though, would also be that this program would only apply to a redevelopment project. So in order to go from industrial to residential, you would have had to have already undertaken a record of site condition to determine the contaminants. So it's not anticipated where a program like this were to apply that it would be a surprise, because you'll have done the work upfront to get the approval. So it's we can certainly look into it, but in that way, it's highly unlikely it would be a surprise.
Any other questions or comments from council? Okay, seeing none. Again, as this is a public meeting under the provisions of the Planning Act, are there any persons who are present today who would like to speak on this report? Not seeing any in the public. Are there any online, clerk? Okay. I'm hearing that there are none online. I don't see any other comments from council. So with that, this public meeting is now closed. And council does have the recommendation to receive this report for information. So I'd look for a mover for that. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor, that carries unanimously. On to our second official public meeting for tonight. This is item 9.2, and this is a zone change application for Neville Street in New Hamburg, which is owned by Tri-County Mennonite Homes. We do have one registered delegate as well as somebody speaking on behalf of the agent. So this is a public meeting under the Provision Planning Act. The purpose of this meeting is to consider the zone change application 06-26. And I will now invite Cameron Miller, our Senior Development Planner, to present this report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Salonen. This application is proposing to rezone the property from Zone 4, which is a residential zone, to our institutional zone, Z12. Essentially to permit a long-term care facility. The property was recently rezoned in 2020 based on a concept that proposed 97 residential apartment units with a building up to 5 stories in height. The owner, Tri-County Mennonite Homes, is proposing a 224-bed long-term care facility, and again is therefore proposing to rezone the property to allow for this project to proceed, replacing the previously approved apartment proposal. Through the previous zone change application, there were several technical reports which were submitted in support and ultimately assisted in its approval. There have been some revisions to reflect the new concept that have been provided as part of this application. A long-term care facility is not permitted within Zone 4. And again, so this application is simply placing it within Z12, and there's no other amendments that are proposed at this time to the institutional zone. Should this application be approved by council at a later date, the applicant would then engage in a site plan approval process. There'd be a more detailed review of site aspects, including site servicing and grading matters. Grand River Conservation Authority have been engaged to date, as well as a previous concept And again, in circulating the application, we did not receive any comments from the public. At such time as there are any comments raised through the public meeting and any outstanding agency comments, staff would return to council with a more detailed report and a recommendation at a later council date. I'll leave my comments brief as the applicant is also planning on speaking, so I don't want to duplicate much of what will be said.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. Are there any questions from council at this point in time before we hear from the applicant? Okay, Councillor Cressman?
Will through you, Mayor, will the site plan, I was unsure with the site plan, there seemed to be either a roadway or a walkway or something at the rear elevation, and I'm just trying to determine adjacent to the municipal lands. Is that just a walkway or?
Through Mayor Solomon to Councillor Cressman, the lands shown on there are part of a future trail corridor. There is a potential connection to Albert Street to the north, but those lands were taken as per the previous development.
Okay, I don't see any other questions at the moment for Mr. Miller. So I will invite up Brian Schatz, who's here to speak on behalf of the applicant.
I'm understanding this is on when I read the note. Good evening, I'm Brian Schatz. I'm here with Facet Design Studio in Waterloo. We are the authorized agents for this application for Tri-County Mennonite Homes, who are the owners of the property that's located at Neville and Victoria Street in New Hamburg. I'm here to speak on the zone change application 0626. Tri-County Mennonite Homes is a non-profit organization that's been providing needed services to seniors in Wilmot Township since 1968. They're currently constructing a long-term care facility at the south end of their overall property on Boulay Street to replace the existing non-current facility. The application brought forward this evening is to construct a new 224-bed long-term care facility on their currently residential zone property at Neville Street. 2020, according to Mr. Miller, they had received zoning approval to construct a 97-unit seniors apartment facility on this site. However, then the direction of the board at Tri-County has taken is to be more exclusively on senior care facilities. It should be noted that the current site zoning permits residential uses, and the proposed zoning is also for residential use as permitted under the institutional zoning that allows for the long-term care among other uses. There's a great need for more of these facilities as a significant percentage of the population continues to move into the latter stage of life. Tri-County recognized that their current facilities will not meet the demand, and as such, this is a wonderful opportunity for Wilmot to add to the facilities that will allow more senior residents to stay within the community. Tri-County Mennonite and Wilmot Township are fortunate to have been awarded the bed allotment from the ministry for this use. It doesn't happen everywhere. Please note that a neighborhood meeting has been held with the adjacent residents prior to submission of this application to better explain the concept to them. In addition to the many construction jobs that will be created by this project over a 4-year period, Tri-County Mennonite will be creating somewhere between 500 and 600 new full-time permanent jobs in your community, which is considerable in a community of this size, along with other economic benefits. Discussions have been had with township staff along with other commenting agencies related to the specific project, with many of the usual questions having been considered or addressed by the quite similar earlier apartment submission, making this a more straightforward process with the forthcoming conceptual design development stage and planning submissions. In cooperation with township staff, there are exciting mutually beneficial improvements that will better utilize the Tri-County owned River Valley through enhancement of the township owned stormwater management facilities, a multi-use trail with seating areas which will ultimately run through the entire River Valley, along with planting of hundreds of trees that will create a community use area that will benefit all New Hamburg residents and beyond. This will allow the long-term care residents, as they are able to get outside and enjoy nature too. Thank you for your attention to this, and I'm here to answer questions that your council may have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cressman, was that a hand that, no? Okay. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair. I wanted to ask you mentioned that there was a neighborhood meeting that took place. I haven't really seen much feedback or documented feedback in terms of what was said there. Can you summarize? I mean, what were their thoughts potentially on the fact that it's being proposed at 8 stories?
There really wasn't too much reaction at the meeting. We circulated to, I believe it was 52 households of adjacent residences to this property. I believe there was 10 people that came to that. And out of that, it was more people listening to what was being presented and explaining somewhat of the site plan and the concept of what's being done. One of the elements that's an improvement in this scenario is the building itself is further away from the adjacent residences to the east.
Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. 500 to 600 jobs, that's great. Having a higher provincial and national average of 55 plus, certainly Wilmot would welcome this. My question is, why 8 to 9 stories? We already have an issue with 6 stories. And my understanding is that the piece of land that you have could actually go out a little bit more so that we could reduce the 8 to 9 stories. Would that be something that you would be willing to consider?
It was considered before putting this application forward. A little bit of background, through the ministry, they have RHAs, residential housing areas, which are ultimately a maximum of 32 beds per RHA. And in order to try to put a footprint with 32 beds in an RHA on the site, that's what we're proposing now, and we're stacked above that. If they were to go side by side, it wouldn't be able to be developed on this site. It's either one footprint and go up, or it's 2 footprints and go up, but the 2 don't fit on the site. It doesn't show particularly on the site plan, but there's restrictions relative to GRCA and flood lines on the southerly part of this property.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time, Council? Councillor Cressman?
Yeah, yes, through you, Mayor. I believe there's a time limit on the money that's available from the province to build this, as I read the proposal, and is there a timeline that, is it critical that things be moved forward in a timely fashion to take advantage of that?
Yes, I don't have specific date on that, but it is an important element to move forward. I'm not involved with any of the, let's call it arm wrestling, or negotiations might be a better word, with the ministry as far as how long they'll commit to this and how long they go forward. I have been given instructions from our client that this is very urgent to get this taken care of.
Councillor Sadhu.
Thank you for your presentation. Forgive me for my ignorance. HA, what does that stand for? You're saying 32 beds?
RHA?
RHA, sorry.
Residential housing area.
Okay.
So it's a community within the main building.
Right.
It's staffed for a maximum of 32 beds to create efficiencies for staffing and to provide a balanced amount of service.
Okay. And you're saying that in order to get for this project to make sense, you need to go to obtain this 32 beds of RHA, you need to go 8 stories high.
Yes.
Now, it was approved in 2020 for 5 stories. I'm just trying to understand what's changed between then to now. What is the need for the extra 3 to 4 stories?
The concept is different in 2020 on that approval. That was going to be for seniors apartments / condominium units. This is a long-term care facility. They're both residential uses, but they're different.
Any other questions at this time? One that I did hear from residents, and I know that you guys have done extensive deliberations looking into and doing reports on, so I'd just like to hear from you, is that the jobs are great, but they're concerned about traffic coming down that street. So just curious if you could speak to how the traffic will work between the 2 sites, perhaps.
It's a fair question. Through this process, we were advised by the township of what applications or what reports we need to make. We did have a transportation study done prior to the current one being built, and it included the 97 units. So I have taken it on myself to speak to the author of that, an engineer, traffic engineer, and at a high level, the capacity of the roads is ample, was the opinion of the transportation engineer at this point. We haven't submitted or done a formal report on it, but that was the comment I got back, just to ensure that that's being addressed before it becomes an issue.
Thank you. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I just want to make sure I understand. If we approve this, it's to approve the zoning change, not necessarily the 8 to 9 store. Thank you very much.
Yes, and also to be clear, tonight, this is just for information to collect comments and feedback from the public as well as a public meeting. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I actually have a technical question, maybe going back to staff on this one, but if I recall correctly, we had a rather robust debate regarding development charges and exemptions that were requested by this organization previously. And it's my understanding that since the province has changed the rules, so I just want to be very clear, in terms of the development charges and the servicing required for this type of facility, it will fall to the general taxpayer. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Mayor Sallin and Councillor Wilkinson, to answer your question, provincial changes to Development Charges Act exempt, so the regional and the township development charges will not be collected on this development. Having said that, there'd be building permit revenue and other revenues generated, and indirect, of course.
Yep. Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, more context building, if anything, when I kind of summarize my thoughts.
Okay. And Councillor Cressman?
Maybe, through you, Mayor, maybe I'm a little closer to the need for this type of facility than some, but I think it's great news. One of the advantages of when I going to conferences is realizing some municipalities don't have anybody who is willing to build long-term care facilities in their municipality, and they're forced to build it themselves. And I was astounded when I heard that, but it's a fact. And I think if we have somebody willing to come forward and fundraise, and there's provincial funds, this is a point of celebration. And anyhow, that's certainly my opinion. And
Thank you. Any other comments or questions at this point? I did have one more. It's also kind of traffic/parking related. I noticed on the site plan, you're looking at opening up the dead end of Albert Street. Is that just as an emergency route it's to the parking lot on the site plan? Right now it goes to, I believe, 2 houses.
Yes, there are 2 existing non-conforming residences. Are we looking at opening that up? It needs more discussion with staff. Okay. That is a thought at this point. Okay. We would like to have more discussion with planning to determine what's going to be best for everybody.
Very good. Thank you very much, Brian. I think that's all of the questions. Thank you again very much for coming today. We do have one registered delegate, which is Lisa Hagan, to speak on this item. Oh, okay. Okay, she'll send it along to staff. Thank you very much for that update. For those that didn't hear, Lisa Hagan had to unfortunately leave the meeting, so she will send her information to staff and to council. With that, are there any... Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilkinson.
So through the chair, on that note, just following along to, was this a delegation in support or opposition?
I do not have that information, but again, that will be provided to staff and to council, and it will be a part of the official record. So, with that, are there any people present who would like to speak in support of the application? I'm not seeing any in person. Are there any online? None online. Are there any persons present who would like to speak in opposition of the application? Yes, please come forward. If you can just state your name when you come to the podium.
I'm Elizabeth Benson. So I live across the river, and that whole area there is like, it's all open fields, and it's like birds and animals and all of that. So we've just been listening to a lot of construction, that whole block in downtown for the past couple of years with the upgrade for Northview. I do agree. If I didn't know it was already zoned, that was changed for the apartments, which is the difference is the cost, and long-term care is government funded, which is an excellent thing, and there's like a lot more support for that. And the apartments, it costs way more for older people to take care of themselves when they do get older. I guess my opposition would be, I guess, the height at this point, since it's already been approved for 5 stories. So that would be it.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for joining us this evening and for sharing that. Those will be added to the official record. Are there any other individuals who would like to speak on this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any in person, any online. No. That's okay. I'm not seeing any online either. So this public meeting is now, Councillor Wilkinson, sorry.
Thank you. Through the chair, I apologize. I thought we would have opportunity to make comment.
Well, we can before we vote for information on it, but you can make a comment now if you'd.
Roger that. I think ultimately I just want to say, like, I am supportive of the proposed long-term care facility, and I do recognize the significant need in additional long-term care beds for our community. I want to see the project move forward. However, as I sort of looked at things, and I know the conversations that are happening around town, I am strongly opposed to the height of 8 stories, or effectively 9 stories when it's viewed from the south, looking towards the river. So in my view, it's simply too tall for the location, and in my opinion, out of character and scale with the surrounding community. So I prefer to see the building limited to a maximum of 6 stories, and I would ask the applicant to examine if this could potentially be accomplished through different designs. I think that could potentially be achieved through reducing the amount of parking there. I know that this certainly exceeds the prescribed requirements, so there's certainly room there. And I also recognize that the proximity to the NITH and the slope and the other environmental constraints and servicing may limit how the property can be developed. But nevertheless, I believe further design work could achieve maybe a more happy design for the community, not having us accept an 8 or 9 story building. So I would be supportive of the use and support of the project, but I cannot support the height as currently proposed. And the reason I asked about the development charges is that I think it's, from my perspective, this town is going to pay for the servicing to get to this building, and we're going to have to take a hit on that. So I think we have a vested interest from a variety of different standpoints, but I would ask, at least from my end, take into account what the neighborhood's looking for and what this community as a whole is looking for. And it's really to try and lower that height. And hitting 8 certainly would not be something I'm comfortable with at this point. So hopefully staff and the applicant can return with a revised concept.
Are there any other comments from council? Councillor Martin?
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I realize that some people are concerned or opposed to the 8 or 9 stories. I see the long-term waiting list for long-term care, and I think that anything that we can do to help improve the situation is good. I know there are people who have to leave our community for long-term care, and I think that's sad. My own parents were on a waiting list for 2 years to get into long-term care. My father subsequently died. My mother is in long-term care. So I would be in favor of it because I think they've studied it, see the footprint with regards to what they can get approval on with regards to the GRCA. And I think I'm glad to see Tri-County Homes proposing such a project here in our area.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Councillor Cressman.
Through you, Mayor. I guess I would concur that I think we need as many beds as we can. And I understand the pod design. I believe that's the way Winston Park, it's a community, different names as you go up. It creates the idea of a self-sustaining community, works with the staffing that they have. I had an aunt in Northview who was deaf from birth and legally blind, and she could not, at 93, she could not access the long-term care bed. She waited, she would have liked to have a serious fall, would likely have been better to go to hospital and found a long-term care bed from hospital rather than toughing it out, and subsequently passed away without ever seeing a long-term care bed. So that's the reality of the situation that we're facing. Granted, it's anecdotal as one individual, but I think it is the reality of the fact that we are an aging population. I once mentioned to one of my 4 sons that I wish I could figure out how to stop birthdays. He said, "Dad, I don't think you'd like the results." So I think the reality is that we're all aging, and we're gonna see that runway continually shorten in front of us.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments from council. The public meeting is now closed. We do have a recommendation, of which I will remind council, this is a zone change application, not a site design plan. So what I would say is that we have a really great community partner who has gone above and beyond in terms of actually sharing why they wanted the zone change and what potential sites could look like. But that is not actually what council is currently dealing with in the public meeting that just happened. And I would also say that, again, this is for information. I think that the information from tonight will be taken back and discussed certainly with Tri-County Mennonite and with staff. But just a reminder that this is on a zone change, not on the actual site design, as that is not what is before council. With that, the recommendation is that we receive this report for information. May I have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And sorry, that's in favor? Okay, then that carries unanimously. On to 9.3, which is the zone change application for 148 through to 166 Peel Street in New Hamburg. This is also a public meeting under the provisions of the Planning Act. The purpose of this meeting is to consider zone change application 07-26, and I will re-invite Mr. Miller to present this report.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Salonen. The application is proposing a 6-story mixed-use development. The ground floor would contain commercial uses. Currently proposed as an extension of puttycomb houses, spa and amenity services, and there would be 49 apartment units above. The application is proposing some reductions to the rear yard setbacks, some reductions to parking, and increasing the maximum allowable height, which is currently permitted from 4 stories to up to 6 stories. Roughly a third of the building's footprint is proposed at 6 stories. The remaining would be split between 3 and 4 story sections and a single story entrance facing to the parking area. There is a small section of the plaza which is proposed to be demolished to accommodate some additional parking on site, and the applicants provided some conceptual renderings as well as a parking justification which further outlines how they anticipate parking demands to occur on this site and other of their holdings within downtown New Hamburg. Again, staff will return to council with a more detailed report after all the comments received from the public have all been addressed, as well as the township's Heritage Committee has provided an opportunity, to provide comment, which would be at their August meeting on the 11th. The applicant is also providing a presentation tonight, so again, I'll leave my comments rather brief and allow them to take over.
Thank you. Were there any questions for Mr. Miller before I invite up the applicant's representative? Okay, seeing none. So we do have Mark Villemarie, who is speaking on behalf of the agent. Thank you very much, Mark, for joining us, and you're welcome to present.
Thank you very much, Mayor Solomon. So through you, Mayor Solomon. Good evening. My name is Mark Villemaire. I'm a partner at SRM Architects and Urban Designers. I'm representing a team of architects and designers who have worked on the redevelopment of the Hamburg Felt Boot building. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the zone amendment request for 166 Peel Street, the subject property, focusing on the overall intent of the proposal, how the building fits into downtown New Hamburg, and the key items being requested through zoning amendment. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the site is at 166 Peel Street in downtown New Hamburg within the Heritage Conservation District area, near the Nith River, parks, Puttycombe House, private and municipal parking lots, and biking trails. Next slide, please. This is an existing former felt boot factory site, so it's not a vacant greenfield site. The proposal is really about reusing and adapting the existing downtown property while keeping the important street-facing heritage building along Peel Street. The existing building has a 3-story frontage along Peel Street and a 1-story frontage along Wilmot Street. The lot is roughly 2,350 square meters with frontage both on Peel and Wilmot. Next slide, please. Property is within the urban core area that permits a wide range of commercial uses as well as dwelling units. So this is the kind of development where we're looking to add residential density, but it can also be considered because it's a downtown core, close to services and connected to existing streets, private and private and public parking, walking routes, and transit options. Slide, please. The intent is mixed-use building, so commercial space at grade, residential units above, and amenity terraces overlooking the Nith River. So the proposal keeps the existing 3-story heritage building along Peel Street, adds a 6-story mid-range mid-components as well towards the rear along Wilmot Street. There's also a step down at 4 stories. The ground floor commercial space, which is essentially the entire floor plates, roughly 1,173 square meters, that would be the spa and pool areas and cafe. And then levels 2 and above, that's where the 49 residential units ranging from studios to 2-bedroom units and corresponding 49 parking spaces. This is not a single purpose apartment block. It is a mixed-use downtown project that keeps the activity level and adds residential use in the location intended for support of a walkable core. Next slide, please. The zoning amendment has really 3 key areas that we're looking to do. There's a reduction to the rear yard setback. This is facing Wilmot. An increase in the maximum building height from 4 stories up to 6 stories, and a reduction of the required parking. Next slide, please. To support the expanded ground floor spa and to provide barrier-free access to the rear, the whole back end of the building will be demolished. Its footprint will form the foundation for the new 6-story and 4-story components facing Wilmot Street. Previously, you may have noticed that there was a shed addition that had been demolished. Please. Okay, so this is the site plan. So it's the site plan also shows you the modified adjacent parking lot at 144 Peel Street. That's Strip Mall Plaza. So that's including a partial demolition of the building to increase surface area for parking. And so the question about is we're looking to increase the number of available parking spaces by borrowing space on that adjacent site. Primary vehicle access for the subject property will be from Peel Street with rear side access from Wilmot. Also important to note, garbage, move-in, loading activities would all be handled off of Wilmot Street as opposed to off the principal Peel Street. As it relates to parking, the proposal does include 49 residential units and 49 corresponding parking spaces. The zone amendment asks to reduce the required parking standard, but the project still provides parking on site and uses adjacent parking, not only on the adjacent site, but the Putty Home House, who is behind a lot of the whole commercial activities on the ground floor of the spa, also control their own private parking for their commercial activities. In addition, as from the current site, so this is actually other sites across Peel Street. Our proposal is trying to balance on-site parking, which is a challenge just in any municipality, with the downtown intensification, which oftentimes can be a bit of a competing interest. But for us, we're prioritizing the heritage conservation and the walkability of the property. Slide, please. So briefly, this is the level 1 floor plan. Simply put, the front portion facing Peel Street is just being adaptive reuse. So the entire ground floor is being reused now to be hair salons, reception areas, a cafe, and then as you progress towards Wilmot, you have massage rooms, sauna rooms, steam rooms, and a pool circuit, and that would be facing the Wilmot Street. There's also an addition that bisects a development, and this is actually where we have essentially a joint commercial and residential lobbies where you can control access so that the ground floor activities from people walking up to the building and using those services are separated from the residents, which would be left to levels 2 through 6. Slide, please. Thank you. The massing transitions, this is what you're seeing on the diagram is the side elevation of the development. So Peel Street is on your left, Wilmot Street's on the right. The massing transitions from the existing 3-story heritage building along Peel Street up to 6 stories and then back down to 4 towards Wilmot. So we're doing this gradient transition. The intent is to allow some additional height, but do in a way that protects the pedestrian experience along Peel Street. From the main heritage street frontage, the taller portion is set back so that the downtown scale and the village character are still led by the existing 3-story building. This is not a 6-story wall placed directly along Peel Street, as demonstrated by the visual angular planes. The 3-story heritage building remains the primary face to Peel Street, and the taller portion is set back so that the height is less dominant and is eliminated from the downtown core along Peel Street. Next slide, please. Thank you. The new addition, so not the heritage portion, because that front portion is remaining as is. It would just be restored. The new addition also references the existing heritage building through the podium heights with window rhythm, as well as vertical portions and material choices. Slide, please. Thank you. So present materials from the local context including yellow brick, red brick with black details and glass connection details, tetra finishes. They've all been essentially incorporated into this proposed building. Next slide, please. So in terms of our project, the proposed design keeps the existing masonry on the existing heritage building, the brick and stone, but then we introduce new red brick veneers as well as a glass connection, similar to actually the building we're in today, between the new and existing massing. And so the whole intent here is not to copy the existing building exactly, but to respect it. So we're keeping the building, the heritage building legible using compatible materials and making the new addition read as a new building, but related, but a contemporary piece. Please, thank you. So this is the actual principal view from Peel Street. This would be across the street, probably a little bit off to the side from the Putty Home House. And so we're just trying to demonstrate what the existing building is with our additions. And so to summarize, our proposal brings new residential units to the downtown core, retains the important 3-story heritage building along Peel Street, and provides ground floor commercial spaces, specifically purpose-built spas and cafe amenities. Adds an amenity terrace overlooking Nith River for the residents and places a taller portion towards the rear rather than directly on Peel Street. The zoning amendment is really about allowing the project to make better use of existing downtown property while managing planning sensitivities in terms of height and parking. Our goal is designed to support the downtown revitalization while keeping the heritage building and Peel Street pedestrian scale as a primary public face to the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vilmer. We'll go to Councillor Dunstall for questions.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Actually, I have a question for you. Thank you for the presentation, and then I'd like to ask Director Martin a question. That little piece there at the top, I see the extra 3 stories, but the little piece there at the top that has the name, what is that?
Through you, Chair. Great question. So that is actually the elevator overrun. So as part of this being an accessible building, we have elevators. And so while the elevator's last stop is technically the 6th floor, you always have to have a space over it from a TSSA perspective.
Perfect, thank you. And Director Martin, this is not the only application we have where they're asking for more than one variance. And so when were our bylaws made? Because there seems to me to be a lot of opportunity for people who want to develop, which is great, but there seems to be a lot of requests to make amendments. So I'd like to know from you, is that going to be updated? Have we grown to, have we moved to a position where we need to change those, or if you can answer that?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Salonen, certainly that's a good point. We do see a number of applications, and largely the core of our zoning bylaw is based on a 1964 and 1973 bylaws of the town of New Hamburg and Township of Wilmot before their amalgamation. The 83 bylaw pulled information from that. So it's, 60s, 70s, 80s is the core of our zoning bylaw. So most infilling developments, certainly we're seeing different forms of development that were contemplated at that time. The zoning bylaw is also largely written for vacant lots. It's not really reflective of redevelopment projects. That's where the zoning process or minor variances allow opportunity to give consideration to that. So the plan, though, as far as updating the zoning bylaw, would follow our new official plan. Once that's completed, we would start the process of updating and creating a new zoning bylaw that would, reflect changes that have occurred since the origin of our current bylaw.
Any other questions for Mr. Vilmer? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I just want to make a comment about keeping the existing felt boot factory, that one structure. I like the look of that, and I like to see when we can hold on to our heritage buildings. So I appreciate that.
All right. I'm not seeing any other questions from council. Thank you very much, Mr. Vilmer, for coming.
Thank you.
We do currently have a few registered delegates to speak on this item. The first we have in support are Greg and Marie Voisin. Thank you very much for coming.
Your Worship, and esteemed council, and everyone in the audience. My husband Greg and I are in support of the redevelopment of the Felt Boot Company. New Hamburg populations boomed starting in 1880 with the creation of factories, and that's what brought all the people to New Hamburg because there were jobs. So the factories were in the middle of town, and then they built their houses around that. But times have changed, and the factories do not belong in the middle of town anymore. The Felt Boot was the largest employer in New Hamburg at the time, and they used to have a whistle that would blow when the shift started and at dinner time. So everybody in the town knew when it was time to go home for dinner. It was central to the downtown, and redevelopment seems to be the necessary thing at this point. There are long-term financial benefits to the township. It will increase property assessments and the tax revenue. More people will strengthen the community, and that's what we want, are more people in New Hamburg and the downtown. And people can walk to the amenities that are downtown. It's been raised that parking will be an issue, and I wanted to mention that when we built the Imperial, we put in one parking spot for every apartment, so that was 12 apartments, 12 parking spaces. Since then, 6 of the people that live there have given up their cars, and they do not need those parking spots anymore. So as the population ages, they tend not to drive. So maybe there won't be such a need for parking. We need to rejuvenate the downtown, and that will only happen with more people and living downtown and supporting all our businesses. Therefore, it's important to breathe new life into this building. It will preserve a very important part of New Hamburg and addresses a need to solve a housing shortage, which we hear about all the time. And it will add amenities to New Hamburg and draw more people in. And it invests in the future of our community for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. Are there any questions? Okay, Councillor Stu.
Thank you, Marie, for your presentation. One quick question. I know parking has been a bit of a issue that people are bringing up, and being someone, you and your husband owned two properties, larger properties with large parking lots in the downtown area. It has been suggested that people will be parking there for overflow parking. Do you guys currently have an issue with parking now at your two buildings of being at capacity? Or do you guys still have room there? So if there is large events going on and people are parking there, it's not really hindering your operations?
Through you, Mayor. It is not a problem for us for people to park in our parking lots, especially at Sobeys. We have more than ample space there, so we encourage overflow to go there.
Good. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. Thank you very much, Marie, for coming.
Thank you.
We do also have one registered delegate in opposition, so I'm going to go to them first, and then I will open it if there are other people who haven't registered. The person speaking in opposition is Amy Alabaster. Thank you for joining us, Amy, and you'll be able to begin once you're at the podium.
Hi there, my name is Amy Alabaster, and I am from Baden, over on Schneller, and I'm fairly new to the area, so I've got some concerns about this. So first of all, I want to just say that I love old buildings and the revitalization of them, and I'm all in support for that in general. Let me start by saying that. But I do see all kinds of problems with this plan, so I wanted to voice my concerns. So as it is, parking downtown is difficult to find, and any events that happen make it that much worse. The old parking study that a lot of this new plan is being referenced on is 10 years old now, so that is out of date. So I'm not sure how reliable that is going to be. There's been a lot of new businesses come to town in that time. There's a lot of change and growth and all that kind of stuff. So I think that needs to be mentioned as well. And if we are relying on a parking study, that study should be up to date, especially because this is such a complicated parking issue with these parcels. My biggest concern about this is that the plan for this building will make severability of the properties involved much greater, like much more difficult in the future. So we can only make the best plans to our ability based on today's economics and today's financial situation of the current owners. But if they ever did want to sell those adjacent properties, what happens to this? What happens to the residents in that building? I know that they don't want to sever anything based on what I had read in the plans, but unless something can be like accounted for in the future, that can be undone. And those parcels, if they want to sell that plaza, then what happens to the residents, I guess is my point there. I don't believe that the existing parking calculations are quite right in that I think the 1.5 is probably accurate, that is in the plans as of right now, and trying to reduce that to 49. Even though they say that the property will be geared toward downsizers and seniors and things like that, realistically, chances are pretty good that people coming into this development are going to be younger, and they are probably going to be, especially because of the nature of the build. It's an attractive build. It's going to draw young people. It's going to have a spa downstairs. It's going to have all the things that are going to draw that crowd that are likely going to be more vehicle reliant. So I think the 50% car ownership is unlikely or unrealistic personally. Plus there's only, as far as I can see, again, I'm new, I could be wrong, but there is only one bus route in this town. So I don't think anybody is reliably, using that transportation to get to or from work or anywhere really. Like that is a very limited, specialized usage of that transit system. So it sounds nice on paper, but I don't think it's realistic. And also, I don't understand how there are spaces in the diagram on the final part of the parking adjustment planning document there that are using spaces from the Puttycombe, because as far as I can tell, they can have events up to 225 people, and there's only like 52 parking spots in there as it is. So already when they have events, it already makes the downtown core chaotic at best anyway. So trying to rely on their spots, I think, is crazy. I don't know how better to describe that. I also think there's problems with relying on the Peel Plaza at 148 Peel, because if you're using those for visitor parking or anything else, people, again, on paper, it makes sense that the overnight guests are going to vacate before the business people start to conduct business the next day. But realistically, your visitors aren't going to do that. If you owned one of those units or you were in one of those units, you're not going to be barking at your guests to make sure that they're out by 8 a.m. So it's going to cause snarl ups for that. And I feel bad for the business tenants in that building that are going to have to deal with a whole level of chaos that they're not currently prepared for. Also, with so many different businesses being proposed, well, I don't know if it's one business or all the business activities, we'll say, on the ground floor of the development, the salon, the pool, the spa, the cafe. How are those numbers of commercial parking spots being calculated? Because it sounds like they're going to need a whole lot more than is written in that plan. So I don't know, but again, it concerns me. So my thoughts overall, I know I'm a little all over the map here and I apologize for that. But my thoughts overall is that, I love the idea of the project, but I think it's bigger than the land or the parcel can support. And I don't think that developing a for-profit business that is going to affect so many other local businesses is fair to those other local businesses. Because even if they think that only 49 spots are going to be used by residents, as we all know, that if those are the only ones there, those are the only spots that the owners can lease out or can allocate to their tenants. But it doesn't mean that those tenants aren't going to have more cars, and those cars are going to overflow into all kinds of other spots downtown. And that municipal lot, I don't know that it's necessarily fair for any business in town to be given special permission to be able to use a municipal lot, because it's setting a precedent. Because if you do it for them, then you could do it for anybody who's going to apply in the future. And then how do you regulate that? That lot is already servicing everybody that wants to go to the park. They want to go visit any of the other existing businesses downtown. And already it's tight, but I think by giving special access to a private company is going to cause all kinds of problems down the road, basically. And I think that is about all the points that I had to raise. Just double checking myself here. Yes. So sorry about the chaotic delivery, but those are all the points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy, and no need to apologize. We appreciate you coming and sharing your thoughts. And I think they were pretty easy to follow. Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Director Martin, I have heard some chatter about municipal parking. I just want to make sure that I understand all of the parking that is being proposed for this building is already owned by the people who are building. So the lot, the KLT lot, I call it the KLT lot, I don't know what to refer to, that's already owned by the people who are going to be building the felt boot. And all of the parking spots that I see in the diagram, those already are owned by the applicant. And they're not any municipal parking that they're particularly using. Is that correct?
Through Mayor Sullivan. So for the purposes of the spots that are identified for the business, the required parking is provided on lands owned by the Puttycombe House, and they're shown on there. There was a plan that identified other available parking in the core that could subsidize that. That's like any other business in New Hamburg would share those municipal facilities. So there's two components shown there, but for the purpose of what's being considered in this application, the site itself is providing sufficient parking to meet the needs as we've identified and in our review of it and through their parking analysis.
Councillor Cressman?
Yes, it's been pointed out, I live in a rural area and I don't have to face parking issues in downtown New Hamburg, but I think it should be applauded for private investors who put money on the line, who build facilities, who rejuvenate existing buildings and create a walk opportunity for a walkable downtown for many features. And I think anyone who does that and risks their own money should be applauded. I didn't see anything in this proposal that required or that the owner had special privileges in municipal lots. Municipal lots, as I understand it, are available to everyone. And regarding other businesses, this business or this proposal is providing parking, and in a lot of other cases of the businesses downtown, they are relying on street parking. So I think we have to keep in sight what is being proposed here, and eventually, and the owners are charging a fee for parking spaces, and only people who have one vehicle will be rented apartments. So I think there's adequate controls in that, as I understand. The one question I had, it'd be maybe a historical question, is when the felt boot, if that's the proper, I'm getting my tongue tied here, but when it was in business, how many employees did they have and how much parking was required for them? And so, was it 49 employees, management plus 16? I don't know. I don't have the history of what would happen at the felt boot. Do you have any idea, Director Mark?
Through Mayor Solomon, I can't say I know the number of employees. I can say that the parking, there wasn't equivalent parking provided on site to meet the needs of all of its employees. So there was reliance on municipal parking in the core for that business. I don't know the specific numbers.
Mr. Miller?
Just to add to that, thank you through you, Mayor. Keeping in mind up till 2024, this was a fully functional industrial facility totaling around 36,000 square feet. So to answer your question, the parking would have been about 34 spaces, and give or take, they provided about 10. So there was, as Mr. Martin indicated, there was an existing deficiency, so.
Okay. Councillor Wilkinson?
Thank you. Through the chair, just sort of a general comment. I mean, I certainly drove past the site a ton of times. I've looked at the site from some different angles. And I mean, after reviewing the proposal and reading the reasons for the zoning change, I mean, I'm generally supportive. I believe the 6-story design has been thoughtfully planned. It's visually appealing. It represents a pretty good compromise, in my opinion. A number of benefits, right? It ultimately brings people to the downtown core, helps preserve and repurpose an important building, provides additional housing, including some affordable units. We can take advantage of nearby transit, encourage further business and service growth, and ultimately expand the township's tax base. So the proposal aligns with what I sort of have always envisioned as the long-term strengthening of our downtown as a place to live and visit. Now that said, I mean, I also understand the concerns that have been raised, knowing that the additional height will change some of the character downtown, and parking certainly will, no matter how many spots we add, I think it'll always be a challenge. And I think those concerns are valid. However, thinking about this, I believe the parking is a challenge that we can manage. And I know the applicant has proposed one spot per residential unit. And they're utilizing additional parking on their adjacent land. So I think that makes sense. And I think that some of that overflow in terms of business and visitors using the municipal overflow lot, I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you the amount of times I drive downtown and see that lot empty, it would be nice to see it being used. And I think it would be potentially incumbent on the township at some point as the downtown grows, do we look at acquiring additional areas for parking? And I know that there's a few properties that may be coming up or may be dismantled. So there's opportunities for us to potentially help further enrich our downtown. And there's a ton of other different ideas too, right? You could put angled parking on Peel Street if you reconfigure. But anyway, I don't think the parking concerns alone should prevent a project that offers such significant long-term benefits. So I generally sympathize with the residents who oppose it. Change is never easy, in particular in a historic downtown, but I think that we have to recognize our community will continue to grow, and that the growth like this in the downtown should occur. It will allow people to walk to shops, restaurants, services, and use transit. So it represents a reasonable compromise and preserves a heritage building and will ultimately just add to the vibrance of our downtown. So not perfect, but I think a great benefit in addition. So hopefully we can see this come to fruition.
I'm going to ask, are there any other questions of council? The only reason we have an extensively long agenda still to get through, as great as comments have been, this is still a for information zoning application change. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Director Martin, does anyone know the count of parking spots downtown? Municipal lot, street parking, is there a ballpark number?
Through Mayor Salmon, if you give me about 30 seconds, we did document that in a previous report. I just need to pull that up.
How about while you're pulling that up, I will ask, because this is still a public meeting under the Planning Act, are there any other people present who would like to speak in support of the application? Mr. Wolf?
Thank you, Mayor. My wife and I saw this, and I showed it to her, and I said, God, that's pretty tall. And I said, you know, the downtown scape, 3 stories, that's 6 and a bit. And she says, I love it. So being a husband with a happy wife, I love it. You normally hear me asking or making observations on 2 things, how you make decisions and how you spend your money. I see this as a good money thing. I'll just tie on Councillor Wilkinson. I've been delegating here many times about the need to transfer our tax base from residential agricultural, which it mostly is, to transition to a greater dependency, and I see Councillor Lillian nodding her head, to commercial industrial. There's 2 things here. One, there's DCs. There's going to be development charges through here, which we're not going to get from the long-term care home, which is greater than the reach of a 100-foot aerial ladder truck that we still have to buy for $2.6 million and build a fire hall at about 12 to 14 to put it in. You've heard this before, I repeat myself. So there's no DCs coming from Nithview for that major need. I just mentioned to the guy, maybe when he builds his Nithview, that he'd put a parking lot underneath for our fire truck. He didn't even smile. Oh, well, I tried. But the development charges coming from here will contribute to the purchase of a 100-foot aerial ladder truck eventually, and the building at 6 plus an elevator, 7 stories times 12. What's that, 84? That's less than 100 feet in the old measurements. Less than 100 feet. So an aerial ladder truck would do this easily, and it would be partially financed by the development charges that Lyle and his company will be contributing to our well-being, and they'll be paying commercial taxes. DC's commercial taxes. Plus my wife loves it. What can you do? Thanks.
Guess your wife has just made the decision for us there. Thank you very much, Barry. Is there anybody else who would like to speak in support or opposition who's present today? Yes, if you would please come up and state your name when you come to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sam Lucibello. I am a lifetime resident of New Hamburg and have worked downtown New Hamburg for the past 40 years. I'm a very blunt and upfront person, just so you're aware. Parking has been an issue for the last 40 years that I've worked downtown. It is never an issue that will go away. It started out with the retail committee, where owners and patrons are parking on the streets. Well, how can you have a business owner park on the street and then complain that you're using up a parking spot for a customer? Move your cars. So they're moving their cars so we can have businesses come to town. For the last 30 years, I faced the municipal lot down behind the former water lot. It does not get used to a quarter of its capacity. You want to know why? No one wants to park there. In the wintertime, you've got slopes that no one wants to drive up or down. And let me tell you, they don't get salted. I've seen cars. In the spring, it floods. No one wants to park there. Where else is there parking? Well, behind the drugstore. That's all customers, or that's all business owners back there with the odd customer. There's nowhere for them as owners to park. So we rely on the streets. And to be quite honest, parking downtown is like the wild, wild west. You're going to park, regardless of a sign that says for this business only, you're going to park where you're going to park. And if you can't park close to where you want to be, guess what? You're not parking down the lot. You're not going behind the Guardian drugstore. You're going home, or you're going to Kitchener, or you're going to Stratford, where businesses actually provide parking for their customers. People are going to do that. They don't care what signs say, despite a ticket getting put on their car saying reserved for these people only. We're asking the elderly, if they can't find a spot close to where they are going, they're not going to park in somewhere where a sign says, oh, I can't park here, because they are traditional. They are old school, and they are very proud that if a rule is a rule, they're going to follow that rule. The rest of the world doesn't matter. Like I said before, it's the wild, wild west. I can't see. Plus, and it wasn't all that long ago, we've lost parking downtown. We've lost parking spots downtown. They're not coming back, as far as I'm aware. And during busy functions, we have retailers that are open on a Friday night, Thursday night. Where are they supposed to go during a big function? So I love the idea. I think it's great to revitalize the downtown. I love what I just saw, though, for the concept of the building rendering. I am not a fan. I think we are all being just a tad naive that this parking is not an issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucibello. Are there any other people present? Yes, Kristen, if you'd like to, or sorry, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Benson again. I know we're doing a lot of development and stuff, and especially downtown. My concern would just be for like safety and stuff, since the last 2 winters have been bad and we have a lot of flooding that's happening. And it's kind of catastrophe thinking too, but flooding would be good to take care of if we're going to develop.
Thank you very much. That has been noted. Mr. Lucibello, did you forget something? Okay.
My apologies. This will be quick. Thank you for the extra time. One thing, and it just popped into my head. Snow removal. Pretty sure that once snow comes, it's going to have to get moved somewhere. Where is it going to get moved in that lot or on that premises of 49 spots? Where are they going to take it? They're going to decrease some spots. I worked at Jocelyn Insurance for 30 years. We had to keep it on our own property, and we lost 4 spots a year just due to snow. And if it's a long winter, oh well, it's a long winter, and it's going to eat up those parking spots. So what? It's only 4 or 5, right? Well, it's a 49-unit residence, and it's a retail environment downstairs. Where are these people going to go? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else who would like to speak on this application? Yes, please come up and state your name.
Hi, my name is Shaw Forgeron. I am making a spur of the moment comment, so bear with me. I want to speak to the 1.5 parking space requirement, and I would like to urge council to really consider what the flip side of this conversation would be if we were having a conversation about reducing, like permanently reducing those guidelines. I think they're in place for a good reason. I think that philosophically speaking, density and the utility and redevelopment of downtown properties is obviously very valuable. I'm generally in support of this concept, but does our decision-making really need to revolve around how can we squeeze the most possible into a space? What about 1.2 parking spaces per unit? And anecdotally, I happen to live next to a property. This is a residential apples and oranges comparison, I'm aware, where parking setback requirements were granted to the developer. And on paper, it makes sense. We've got 4 units, we've got 6 parking spaces. But when those parking spaces are all stacked up, 1, 2, 3 behind each other, and there's no space for snow removal, something that looks on paper like we can hand wave and say, well, we can allow this. If there's an overly cavalier philosophy to disregard the utility for residents and hopefulness that people just won't need their cars, I would caution against that mode of thinking. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you very much, Shaw. Any other people who would like to speak on this, either in favor or opposed? I'm not seeing any in person. Are there any online? Okay. I'm now calling this public meeting closed. Council does have a recommendation to receive this for information, so I'd be looking for a mover. Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Sadoo, and all those in favor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Martin, did you have a comment?
Yes, through you, Mayor Sallin, I would like to make a comment, but also I think we had asked Director Martin to...
We did, thank you. We can go to Director Martin and then we'll go back to you for a comment.
So thank you, Mayor Sallin. In 2016, we identified that there was 258 municipally owned parking spaces on the road and parking lots. We did speak to the private parking spaces as well, which I'm not speaking to at this point. We have since added spaces on Wilmot Street, perpendicular parking spaces. There are a couple that have been removed on Huron Street, I think Peel Street as well. Then there's still a net increase in the number. What that number is, we can include in our final report because I'm just guessing and I don't want to give you the exact number, but we added at least 17 spaces on Wilmot Street plus additional spaces in the Wilmot Street parking lot. I just don't have the ability in front of me right now to do that comparison, but we can certainly bring that back as part of the a subsequent report just to highlight the changes where we've compensated for loss elsewhere. But we'll also get into comments about snow storage and all those components in a subsequent report.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Martin, did you have an additional comment?
Thank you through Mayor Sallin. And I listened to the points about parking. I want to agree with Councillor Cressman's point about applauding business people who are willing to invest in our downtown. I also have a business and I'm pretty much in the downtown core. So parking is something I think about. I do want to continue to work on that issue. If I make it through the next election, I'm happy to keep working on the parking issue. At the same time, some businesses are providing parking for their customers, some businesses are not. And so I think we have to look at that and look at how we want to work at it. So I guess I would say I'm in favor of this application, and I'm also committed to keep working on the parking issue.
Okay. Not seeing any other comments from council. It's been moved and seconded, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor to receive for information, that's carried unanimously. We do not have any presentations this evening. We do have delegations, and I will invite up our first general interest, and that is Tova Davidson, coming to speak to us about Sustainable Waterloo Region. Thank you for joining us, Tova, and you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Marcel, and it's so nice to be here. My name is Tova, and I am here every year to talk to you about some of the work that SWR and the community has done in the past year. This is meant to be a happy, feel-good, look at all the great stuff that's happening and fill some hope into all of our hearts. Next slide, please. This year, when we did our year-end report, and I brought copies for everybody, which I'll leave here, we actually realized that SWR, after the pandemic, went through a process of understanding that we needed to scale, but not just scaling one way, as many organizations do, but we knew we had to scale up, we had to scale out, and we had to scale deep, because there is critical time to do some of the work that we're doing and so many social issues that are relevant and can be impacted positively through the work of sustainability and climate change. Next slide, please. There is one slide we do every year, and it's one of the first pages in the report, and it is the impact of the organization cumulatively over the past year. And I'm going to talk about a few of these as we go through. But this is the one place where you look at a team of 12 and the work that we have done with support of our community partners like the Township, as well as all the volunteers that we work with. And so we're really proud of this page and hope you take a moment to take a look at it. So let me feature some of the key things that we've done in the year. Next slide. So you'll see that our logo looks different because SWR has been asked by our neighboring communities to please help them. And so we are now SWR. We do not use the name Sustainable Waterloo Region, though deep in our hearts we still are. But because Guelph, Wellington, Perth, Dufferin, Oxford, and Grey County don't have an organization like ours, we've actually started bringing some of the supports that we offer to them, knowing that the needs don't stop at county and regional lines. And so we are proud to be able to scale out into these communities. Next slide, please. We have an organics program which became fully independent last year. This program helps to divert food to people who need it first, so rescuing food, and then taking organics from those that are not served by regional programs nor are large enough to have big contracts for their hauling. And we actually help more than 30 organizations by collecting organics on site. The thing they love the most, I have to say, is that we take the whole green bin away and leave them a clean green bin every time. Businesses love that. And the waste that we divert gets filtered out, so all of it goes into the system, and we create clean energy from it. In 1 year, we've collected more than 300 bins, and we are working to expand that on and on throughout this year and in the years to come. Next slide. Our Impact Network program, of which the Township is a member, and we are so pleased to work with you, is the thing that most people know us for. So if someone says, oh, I'm part of SWR, they probably mean this program. And the thing we innovated in the past year was we created Engage, which is a platform where every single employee of the Township and of every member organization can actually get online, learn more about climate, engage in some challenges, talk to some experts, and actually make it a more integrated part of the work that your whole organization does. Next slide, please. We also have an incredible partnership. You can't see the logo for the timer here, but a partnership with Explore Waterloo Region. For those who didn't hear about this, oh, thank you. For those who didn't hear about this, that partnership actually is where we work with them to attract sport events, travel tourism, trade, and conferences to the region by offering the ability to track and offset the footprint of those events. And last year, we actually hosted we believe, one of Canada's very first net zero conferences. 3 days, completely calculated through our partnership with them in all of the locations. And then offsets were purchased through a Canadian Indigenous organization. We also, the picture on the right is an esport event, Call of Duty. Who knew you could do the carbon footprint of an esport event? That was quite a learning curve. And this weekend coming, I will be up early in the morning and late in the evening because we are doing the Ontario Summer Games carbon footprint through this partnership. Next slide, please. The Evolve One building, which you've all heard about, and if you haven't seen, I encourage you to see, continues to be a net positive energy building, generates between 106 and 120% or so of the energy needed on site, done entirely within the developer's approved budget. This is a project that SWR is so proud to be the ideation partner for and then a driving force behind in partnership with the Cora Group and a number of other partners. As we were working on the Evolve One building, we realized that in the building and development sector, there are big changes coming, new technologies. In fact, National Harmonized Code is projected to be net zero by 2030. And the local industry is busy and doesn't necessarily have the time to do all of the learning and the capacity independently one-on-one to be able to meet those needs of what the industry is going to need. And so we launched, next slide please, the Frameworks program. This is Ontario's only building innovation exchange. There are 4 in Canada, British Columbia, there's one in Alberta, there's one in Halifax, and we are Ontario's only building innovation exchange, where we are being led by building innovation sector members. And they are telling us what is needed, where the barriers are. How do we help this sector be more competitive, build better buildings, more energy efficient buildings to actually meet the needs of the whole region? So in less than a year, we've posted 35 resources, hosted many, many people from that sector, and we continue to do that this year as well. Next slide, please. You'll see that the partners in this are not the environmental group saying this is what you need to do. Our partners are people from the building sector saying, these are the things that we need. Can you help us get these resources in the hands of our sector? So we're so proud of this partnership with Grand Valley Construction Association and the funding from the Government of Canada. Next slide. While we were working on frameworks, we figured out that retrofits of buildings is a major barrier. And we know that new buildings are easier than retrofits. So we began the development of Scout. Scout is an AI tool that will launch the end of this year, early next year, which will allow you, your team, to put an address in, your building renewal plan, your energy data, and it will go through and it will ask you a few questions and then tell you, here are the things you should consider retrofitting. Here are your funding opportunities. This is the payback. These are the technologies you should consider. Here's the footprint or the basis for an RFP to put forward so that we can support that quicker implementation of high energy efficiency buildings. Next slide, please. Scout is being done in partnership with a lot of partners, as SWR does with everything we do. And again, we are grateful to the Government of Canada for the funding to be able to do this. Our vision for this one in scaling is to scale it nationally with those other building innovation exchanges and other partners across Canada. Another example of Waterloo Region leading innovation. Love that. Next slide, please. Our microforest program is one that you've heard of before. We launched the program in 2021. By the end of last year, we'd planted 55 tiny forests of about 100 trees each. By the end of this year, we will have planted more than 75 forests. And each of these is helping to not only sequester carbon and emissions from the air, but actually provide things like cooling, fresh air, slowing down the wind, slowing down the rain. Many of them are in schoolyards, giving shade and places to learn to all of the students in those schools. Next slide. And of course, climate action is the community-wide carbon footprint and project to be able to reduce that through the Transform WR strategy. We're so proud to lead that in partnership with Reap Green Solutions. Last year, our innovation was that we launched our very first Climate Fest. We're doing it again this year, September 13th. If you'd like to come, it's a Sunday. We'd love to see you. It's an opportunity for everyone to come together. There was actually a live concert, lots of buskers, that kind of thing, to get engaged and to see what is possible and to be inspired. Next slide. So I'll end with this, the idea that the work of sustainability, people often think we are here for the trees and the bugs and the bunnies, but the work of sustainability is for the love of humanity, for a better future for all people, for a stronger community for the township, and that we're so grateful for the partnership that we have with you and the work that we get to do together. It's increasing this year as well, so happy for that. So thank you for the partnership and thank you for all that you do.
Well, thank you very much, Tova, for coming today and for the work that you and your organization do. Councillors, were there any questions for Tova? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you for your presentation. I know there are people in the audience who this is a very a big topic for, and I just want your energy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I want to express appreciation for you coming, and I've been at a number of events that you've planned or supported, and so thank you for your work.
Thank you.
All right. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, so thank you again for joining us, Tova, for the update. Yes, if you actually, would you mind just giving them, Erin can take them right beside and she'll pass them over.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much. All right. We do have multiple specific interest delegations on a number of items through our reports through to bylaws. I will call you up if you've registered at the appropriate time. There is no correspondence. The consent agenda, as discussed at the start of the meeting, we're going to do after we get through the reports in the attempt to hopefully get some of these folks' items addressed while they are here. So jumping into reports, so if you're following along on the agenda, we're going to 14.1. The first one is the Municipal Service Corporation, and this is report CAO-2026-2024, and -24, and I will invite CAO Wilmer to present this report.
Thank you very much, Mayor Salonen. I will be brief. There's an opportunity here by the province to express interest in potentially participating in a municipal service corporation for water and sewer. Our recommendation is that Wilmot does express that interest. We would rather be at the table than not. Expressing interest is not the same as committing to, but this is an area of interest that the province is pushing or exploring. Peel Region is amongst the first municipal service corporations with a water and sewer utility jointly owned by Mississauga, Brampton, and Peel. And it's a model that seems to be something that we should pay attention to and potentially be interested in.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. It took me a bit to find this on the internet, but could you explain this to me a little bit more? The way I understood the wording was that the province will be taking over the water, or that most of the decisions will be made within, not necessarily province, but that they're going to create some kind of body. Am I correct in that assumption?
Through the mayor, that's not the way I would describe it. It's the comparison that I think we could draw that helps people locally is Innova, the locally owned electrical utility, which used to be Kitchener-Wilmot Hydro or Waterloo North Hydro, so 100% municipally owned. It's a public utility providing a public service, in that case electricity, in this case the water and sewer. Right now, the sewer and water systems are jointly owned and managed by the region and the 7 area municipalities. So this would be creating a corporation separate from the municipalities, but owned by the municipalities.
Councillor Cressman.
I realize, through you, Mayor, I realize this is an expression of interest, but I hope we're not contemplating, if we move forward, of building a Taj Mahal as our headquarters, and maybe Innova. It shows my opinion of Innova's headquarters, so we'll leave it at that.
We will take that comment, but no, I do not believe expressing interest to the province in a conversation about municipal service corps means that a extravagant headquarters would be built. Or again, to the CAO's point that we would even go forward with a service corp. Are there any other questions for CAO Wilmer? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, no questions, just more comment, I guess. I like the recommendation. I mean, I'm not necessarily suggesting, and what I'm taking is that we're not committing one way or another on this, but rather just being a voice at the table and there to listen. So I think there's a lot of benefit to that. And ultimately, if there's something worth exploring, then we'll find out about it.
All right. Not seeing any other questions right now. We do have 2 registered delegates on this topic. I will call up Kevin Thomason first. Thank you for joining us, Kevin, and you'll have 7 minutes.
Excellent, thank you. Honorable Mayor, councillors, and guests, my name is Kevin Thomason, and I am presenting in my capacity as Vice Chair of the Grand River Environmental Network, a community organization that has spent decades speaking up for water across the Grand River watershed. I'm here tonight to ask you not to endorse a motion supporting municipal service corporations. Doing so would be a mistake because citizens, community groups, environmental organizations, and municipalities across Ontario are speaking up with serious concerns about Bill 60 and the threat to privatizing our water and wastewater services. Water and wastewater privatization has been a total disaster in the few countries short-sighted enough to implement it, such as Margaret Thatcher's Britain in the 1980s. Today, British citizens face bankrupt service corporations with crumbling infrastructure from a lack of proper investment and taxpayer bills into the billions of dollars to try to correct things. The Ontario proposal for water and wastewater public corporation model is part of a broader provincial pattern of stripping local decision-making away from municipalities and concentrating power at Queen's Park. At the center of concern is the structure of the proposed water and wastewater corporation model. Ontario says these are public corporations, but experts point out that the legislation does not clearly guarantee they will stay publicly held or publicly controlled in any meaningful way. The law does not limit who can own these corporations. In practice, that means the province could create a structure that looks public in name, but operates with far less local accountability than residents expect. That should trouble every council member here because water is not an abstract policy issue. It is a core public service, and something that Wilmot has already faced enough issues with this year. Once you move water and wastewater into a corporate model, you risk creating distance between residents and the people making decisions about rates, debts, contracts, and service delivery. The result could be less transparency, less democratic oversight, and less ability for councils to protect the public interest. Bill 60 opens the door to a structure that critics say could make privatization easier later, even if that is not what is being sold today. The concern is not just theoretical. Ontario has a long history of restructuring public utilities in ways that start with promises of efficiency and end with diminished public control. For a municipality like Wilmot, endorsing public service corporations would also send the wrong signal politically. It would suggest that council is comfortable supporting a provincial approach that weakens municipalities and our regional government and centralizes authority even when long-term consequences are uncertain. Wilmot should be defending local governments, not endorsing a framework that chips away at it. There is also a practical concern. This model may not be suitable for all municipalities. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, has expressed concerns about how water and wastewater corporations would work in larger, more complex regions. And we have just learned firsthand with the regional Waterloo water crisis just how complex our local water systems are. It appears that in Peel Region, where this concept is being forced by the province on local municipalities as part of the provincial destruction of their region, where local taxpayers have funded billions of dollars of water and wastewater infrastructure, that all their water and wastewater assets are being moved to a new municipal service corporation, while all of the debt incurred for this infrastructure is going to remain for the municipalities to pay off. Why should taxpayers be left on the hook paying for something they no longer own or control? We understand indicating interest in a municipal service corporation model does not commit Wilmot. However, when so many others are expressing concerns, the most recent political government initiatives have been so troubling, be it healthcare, education, environment, Ontario Place, airport runways, convention centers in a Great Lake, and a tunnel under the 401, why would Wilmot willingly step forward to get involved? The 2-page staff report on this request isn't telling you that the ERO posting is also asking for answers to many other questions in your response and application, such as how this model will improve your water and wastewater services, how independent governance would benefit your systems, how Wilmot proposes to generate economies of scale. if Wilmot is willing to merge our services with surrounding public utility services, as well as other questions that I don't think Wilmot Council is prepared enough to answer at this point. And that's just the application. So I urge Council to join with so many other communities, groups, and municipalities across Ontario and reject any motion or activities that could be viewed as supportive of Bill 60 and these municipal service corporations that have been the source of so much concern. Instead, Wilmot should stand for public accountability, local and regional control, and transparent governance of essential services. Water should remain a publicly governed resource and service, not something pushed into a corporate structure that residents and our municipality may have little ability to influence, in particular with a higher risk of privatization, unclear ownership protections, and weaker local accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Are there questions of clarification? Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Kevin, I'm just at a loss to figure out why we wouldn't want to be at that table just to hear, to know what's going on, rather than not know what's going on and not have a voice to be able to voice our concerns. I'm not quite sure why we would lose that opportunity. It's going to go forward whether we're sitting at that table or not. So why would we walk away not knowing what's going on, not having a voice, not being able to advocate? Why would we give up that right?
Yeah.
I will just quickly note, I don't want to debate but you can answer the
I just say, in a township with scarce resources, limited financial assets or time or budgets, I think we need to focus on those things that are most important and those things we see in the future of our township. I don't think a service corporation model is in the best interest of our township, and certainly others elsewhere have had trouble finding it as well. I think that we're best to focus on what we know is our future. You're right. Maybe we should be there. The challenge is if we're there, I don't think it can look in any way that we're endorsing or supporting or anything like that. And it would be like, if there's some sort of rally or something you don't believe in, but you show up, it's hard not to think that you're not there to support it if you've shown up.
Any other questions of clarification? Okay, seeing none, thank you again for joining us, Kevin.
Yep, thank you. These are tough things. There are no easy answers.
Absolutely. And I think we'll see you again later tonight. Our next registered delegate is Krista Strauss. Thank you, Krista, for joining, and you will also have 7 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Krista Strauss. I grew up in New Hamburg. I'm a longtime resident in New Hamburg. And I know that tonight you're just voting on getting information. However, the council in Collingwood had said no to even that. They said flat out, no, we don't want any information. I'm just afraid that it's going to give the province a little bit of an idea that we're into this, that this is something we want to go forward. And I don't want them to get that idea. So I don't even think we should entertain this idea. A corporation will act more like a for-profit organization than a municipal department. And we know there's municipal departments do act differently than a business. And there will be little oversight and transparency from the public. Council will have less input into how we want our water and wastewater infrastructure to go. I would imagine right now in the township, there's an overlap between departments. We're probably using the same equipment. We're probably using the same employees and resources, probably even engineers. A corporation's just going to add duplication. I think that in the long run, it's just going to add more costs. And it will have its own priorities, which I don't think council will have the same ability to, there'll be separate priorities. How do you merge those together? Right now, we have the township, we have the region, we have different utilities, we have Inova, we have Enbridge, all these different layers. And now we're going to add another layer to already complex systems. And sometimes it's easier to do things like at a local level in-house, as opposed to having this separate entity. I get that it could add new funding mechanisms. As municipalities have a limit to debt, a corporation could take on more debt, and I see this as the appeal. I think that's what's happening with Peel Region. However, I don't think we should do that for our future generations. And the government says that the corporation will stay public and shareholders will be government or public entities. However, some legal professors have questioned about the strength of the language in this bill. And a corporation, although they say it's going to stay public, is just one more step towards privatization. It's just that one more steering in that type of direction. And we should not be, I just don't want us to be a guinea pig for this idea. I know I'm trying to learn more about Peel with the development charges. I think this is one way for them to pass some of the savings on to new infrastructure. But I'm looking at Petersburg. We're asking those people to, with their own money, to invest in infrastructure for water and wastewater. And I'm not sure how a corporation, how this would work with new housing, if that, because you still have to pay the infrastructure, and the corporation, will that go back onto the users? So will the already existing residents have to pay into this corporation for new infrastructure going to new housing? Meanwhile, here in Petersburg, and even in St. Agatha years ago, residents had to pay with their own money for infrastructure. So I'm not sure, it just gets very complicated, and I'm not sure the fairness on that. So I just don't think we should entertain the idea of a water and wastewater corporation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krista. Were there questions of clarification? Okay, seeing none, thank you again, and I think we will see you up here again soon. On that, so we do have the recommendation to receive this report for information and that the CAO be authorized to register Wilmot's potential interest in possibly implementing a water and wastewater public corporation model. Could I get a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Any other questions or comments from council on this item? I do myself just want to chime in. And I'm not saying that service corporations are better by any stretch, but I do think we as a township ourselves and even within the region don't necessarily have the resources to parse out what is actually a better cost-benefit analysis. But going through this exploratory exercise with the province, I think that will become apparent. And I mean, with the fact that we're being offered to come to the table, have input, I think a few councillors had raised that point. I don't see harm in exploring that idea. I certainly appreciate the comments of that might look like support, but also I would really hate to take away our voice at the opportunity to maybe tell the province, you know, after looking at it, this doesn't work or something, not assuming the outcome, but I think having a voice at the table is more important, as well as there are certainly benefits on the tax base with some of the service corps in terms of they do have access to like the Infrastructure Bank of Canada, which we as a municipality do not have access to. There are other possible funding avenues as well as private sector funding that they could potentially access. There are a lot of regulations that I think would need to be sorted out, but I'd really prefer that we have a voice at the table to hear and understand where they're thinking. So I'll be supporting it for that reason, but not explicitly saying that's where we should go. Also with the region and the water issue, not that I can say a service board this wouldn't have happened, but I think that there is certainly an interesting look to explore as to where things should be managed, and perhaps a service corp may be a better opportunity for some of these services. Anyways, just wanted to express why I will be supporting this to go forward. But with that, Councillor Stu.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment before we vote. I do sympathize with the delegates who are essentially raising alarm bells. I can understand why they would do so with this current provincial government, but Councillor Dunstall's point, having a seat at the table is never a bad thing. Information is power, and I believe having the ability to make comments and be involved is better than being on the outside looking in. I know this is exploratory at this moment, so by no means is it us signing up for long term, but I think this is a worthwhile exercise to kind of see what come out of it.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any other comments or questions, so all those in favor, and that carries unanimously. On to 14.2, and this is a request for a permanent noise bylaw exemption for Baden Auto Spa and its report COR-2026-18. And I will call on Aaron Merritt, our Supervisor of Municipal Law Enforcement, to present this report.
Thank you, and through the mayor, before you, council tonight is a request for a permanent noise bylaw exemption for Baden Auto Spa. The request would allow the owner to continue operating under the same hours the car wash has been operating at for numerous years. This request is a result of changes to the noise bylaw that were made in 2023, which restrict commercial car wash hours. Bylaw staff received a complaint. When we went out to investigate, we realized that Baden Auto Spa was currently in violation of our current noise bylaw. When we contacted the owner stated that these were the hours that have been like this for quite some time. He would like to keep those hours the same. And at that time, I let him know the only way kind of around this would be to ask for an exemption to the bylaw. At the time of writing the report before you, I had only received one complaint about the car wash's hours. Upon publication of council agenda for tonight's meeting, I've received 2 other emails requesting that this exemption be denied due to the noise. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cressman.
Through you, Mayor, to Aaron, our bylaw supervisor, or might not have your job title proper, I apologize, but enforcement. I was wondering, in reading the written complaint, it talked about an air blower or at 6 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. So I'm trying to understand, was the car wash, which usually has the blowers, was it operating outside the 7 o'clock start that is proposed? I'm just trying to get a handle on that.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Cressman. At the time this complaint came in, there was a malfunction with the doors that usually shut for the automatic car wash. So at the Baden Auto Spa, there's 2 types of car washes. There's the bay that I go in and do my self-serve car wash, and then there's the kind I pull in and the machine does it all for me and I can just sit there. And that's where the blower is located. So at one time there was kind of a malfunction and it was open for like 24 hours at the time, where usually at night when it closes, there's big, I'm going to call them like garage doors that come down to limit access to that part of the car wash.
Councillor Dunstall and then Councillor Stu.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Supervisor Merritt, when we came up with this bylaw, the noise bylaw, which was, I think was 2023, were businesses consulted or was it simply residences? Do you know?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dunstall. At the time, I thought we did an extensive public engagement campaign. However, I did not go out to individual businesses at the time. Definitely an oversight on my part that this owner wasn't contacted, even though his business may be affected by it. And in speaking to him, he did not know of the changes.
Councillor Stu.
Thank you. Aaron, because the business is currently not in compliance with the bylaw, and I just have a timeline question. So if this request is denied tonight, when will the business be required to come into compliance? I know there'll be a short window. You can't just say, okay, as of tomorrow, you got to cut it down. But what would that timeline kind of look like?
Through the mayor to Councillor Sadhu, what I would do, whether this exemption gets approved or denied, tomorrow morning I will be in contact with the owner letting him know the results from tonight. If the request is denied, I would work with the owner to try to get the car wash in compliance as soon as possible, especially the automatic part of the car wash. I believe that's the part of the car wash that emits more noise than the self bays. My hope would be we could have this in compliance in under 2 weeks, but I don't know. I don't have an exact answer for you at this time.
Councillor Cressman.
Just through you, Mayor, as I read this, the proposal is that noise bylaw for businesses would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Is this correct? What is being proposed?
Through the mayor to Councillor Cressman, this exemption came to council because it's specific to this business. Most noise exemptions I deal with, they're like a one-off matter, whether it's a wedding celebration, things like that. Because this is a business that would be like a permanent 365-day, 7 days a week type exemption. Our current noise bylaw doesn't speak to exemptions like that, so the default was to come before council regarding it.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I'm wondering, Supervisor Merritt, if you have any knowledge of this. The 3 people who have complained, have they lived there since 2002? Are they more recent? If the business has existed since 2002 and has not changed its operation, and the one issue of the noise had to do with a malfunction, could we say that for 24 years it's been mostly operating without problem? I mean, is that a fair question?
Thanks. Through the mayor to Councillor Martin, I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't have an answer, I'm sorry.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair. So question regarding, I guess, a couple of things is, one, I'm curious what our peers typically do. Specifically looking at this, I mean, I can understand where there might be differences between, say, an industrial or commercial area versus a residential area. And I would argue this is very much a residential area. So I'm curious how our peers in the region tackle this issue. But I'm also curious if you took any sound measurements and if there was any sort of I guess, comparator you could provide that would sort of indicate, I guess, how loud of a noise we're dealing with and what would sort of be the comparator.
Thanks. Through the mayor to Councillor Wilkinson. When we came up with the bylaw in 2023, the schedule that is attached that has the hours of operation for the car wash and other items is pretty standard around the region and in other areas. I'll be honest, I cut and pasted from somewhere. It's not something I came up with originally. In other areas, like I said, that's just what their bylaw is. Car washes kind of, sprout up in different areas. I don't know what they do. We don't have equipment to, check decibel levels or anything like that. I didn't go out to see what it was. I've been by the car wash numerous times doing overnight parking. It's usually pretty quiet at 3 a.m. I can tell you that. But how it is at, 10 o'clock at night or something like that, I don't have that information.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I guess this is following up from Councillor Sadhu's question, because I'm also thinking about the business and wondering if, depending on how we decided tonight, it does affect their business operation. And if they've been running for 24 years, I hate to seriously affect somebody else's business. So I'm just wondering, is there any way we could work at it? Could we push this off to another meeting to get more information? Or I don't know what the rest of you around the table think about, but I'm just thinking about how this business is running and what our decision might do in terms of their revenue.
So I guess I would just ask Councillor Martin, what explicit additional information would you want brought to council?
Well, I guess the one thing, the three people who have complained, do they live right there? How does it affect them? I guess just to gather a bit more information about it. And I'm not saying, Supervisor Merritt, that you haven't gathered adequate information. Sounds like you've done a great job. You're doing what you need to do, and you're trying to support the business by bringing it here to council. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm just aware. I don't want to oppose these three people who may be seriously affected. Do they have a baby that can't go to sleep? Do they have, I don't know.
Okay, Councillor Sadhu.
Thank you. Just so to add some clarification, I know the bylaw office has received 2 complaints. I've had about 6 emails from residents who do live on that street. I live close by, and truthfully, after 9 o'clock, there's really not a lot of action at the car wash. I would be curious to see essentially how much business they even get after 10 p.m. I don't know if denying this this exemption is really going to hurt the bottom line per se. Not to say that people don't wash their cars at midnight, 1 a.m. I'm definitely asleep by then, but I have received more than 2 complaints, and there are residents on Schneider's Road and in and around there. So this blower is significantly loud. You can hear from the lights. I would say a good 500 feet to 1,000 feet either way, radius around there, you can hear the blower. It is a tough one, but I have heard enough complaints, and I do understand that, yes, the homes were there before the car wash, and knowing that the business was not in compliance for the last 3 years, I don't know. I'm like Councillor Martin, I don't want the business to lose money. But I think if we look at it from a high level, I don't know how much business they were really getting after 10 p.m. anyway. So is it worth annoying and agitating the neighbors around you to have a little bit of business after hours?
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, sort of listening to the debate here. I mean, I thought about this a little bit last night and then again today, and I just did some quick Google searches. I mean, just to give you an example, like the blow dryer itself could be between 95 to 105 decibels. This is according to the quick web search, right? So don't quote it, but that would be the equivalent of like a gas leaf blower. And a lawnmower is 90 decibels. So I can understand in a residential, again, I just look at the immediate surrounding area. It's fairly residential. And I think that we did a proper consultation, we did research, and we came up with a bylaw that was, I think, pretty reasonable. It's, again, what you can't operate between 9 and 7 through the week, and you can open at 8 a.m. on a Saturday and 9 a.m. on a Sunday. I mean, I think those are reasonable, and I think, again, knowing how much traffic actually flows through there in the evening, I think this is probably fine from my perspective. I don't think it will have a massive impact on the business itself. So I would be in favor of not granting this and effectively upholding the spirit of the bylaw. That's at least where I'm coming from. So that's where my head's at right now, because I don't think those hours of operation are unreasonable in a residential area, given, again, taking into account where some of these decibels can go. It certainly can be loud. There's no doubt about that.
Any other questions or comments at this time, council? I did have a question before we changed the noise bylaw, and I couldn't find this very easily yesterday when I was diving into this one. What were the restrictions prior to our adoption in 2023? Do we have that information easily accessible?
Thank you. I guess I should have looked up the old bylaw.
Sorry.
The old bylaw, though, didn't have specific times mentioned in it. That was one of what I thought the benefit to the new bylaw was, that there was specific times. It definitely is easier to enforce that.
Okay. So you didn't need to look it up because you did have the answer. I guess I'm in council's hands as to how we want to proceed. There are some who are looking at potentially deferring a decision to get more information. There's another who seems to be prepared to move not to give the exemption. And I mean, there is still technically the proposed one from the report that council could also look at. So I'm kind of in the hands of council as to where you guys want to go. If you're curious on my personal leanings, I'm kind of leaning towards, I've also gotten more complaints than the 3 that Ms. Merritt got. I think when we made the noise bylaw, I mean, it was the largest engagement, at least in recent years, from the community. I remember there were over 700 points of engagement, unique points of engagement with the public. It seemed to be a pretty well received and understood for, yep, this is the kind of community that we want that has these kinds of hours. I can appreciate this is frustrating for an existing business. But I also, I mean, on a good, clear, cold night, I can hear it at my house too, the blower. I don't really hear it very often. So I'm kind of inclined to think that it's not unreasonable to stick with the hours that we had come up with in 2023. But that's my inkling. But again, I'm in the hands of council as to who would like to do something. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I don't live in Baden. I live in a neighborhood beside a cemetery, so it's pretty quiet. So I would defer to those who actually live in Baden, and I would be prepared to deny the application. So.
All right, so somebody willing to move a motion, Councillor Sadhu?
Yeah, I would move the motion that we stick with the current bylaws that we have and deny this exemption.
Okay, so for wording, I would say that we received this report for information and that council does not grant the requested exemption. Does that work? That's moved by Councillor Sadhu. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any? Oh, yes. CAO Wilmer has a suggestion.
Through the mayor, I would suggest that council may want to deal with the second paragraph in 2 separate bits. Do you want to consider the operation of the self-serve wash bays as one application and the automatic bays as a different application? You may be more inclined to support one than the other.
Thank you for that suggestion. Councillor Stu.
I had a feeling you would ask that, and I also did in my communications ask this with the residents who had the complaints. There is quite a bit of noise that does come from the self-wash bays. The timer, when you have about a minute left and you're scrambling, it's pretty loud and it's a noticeable sound. So they were equally concerned with the self-washing and the automated washing bay.
So I'm hearing that the mover does not want to change the motion as it stands, correct? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, would it just make sense to just simply call a vote and then oppose if we just want to defeat it?
You can. I was working on just seeing if anyone had interest.
Fair.
In the amendment to try and not have multiple votes. But yes, that is certainly a way to address it as well. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Right now it's to receive for information and not to permit the exemption. Okay, seeing none, all those in favor and all those opposed? Just want to confirm, Councillor Wilkinson, were you in favor there? You were just
Through the
delayed.
chair, I just want to be very clear that we were voting on the amended motion, not what I had just recently suggested. Yes, so I am in favor of not granting the exemption. That's correct.
Yes. Okay, so then that carries unanimously. On to 14.3, and this is the official plan amendment application 02-26 and zone change application 03-26 for 67 Beck Street in Baden. Before I do actually start this, did council want to take a quick break before this or after? After? Okay. Very well. I'm going with the first stated comment. So with that, I will invite Director Martin to present this report.
Thank you, Mayor Solomon. So the application was previously considered at a public meeting in June. The application still proposes 66 units on the property in the form of 2- and 3-story stacked townhomes. The concerns we had heard at the public meeting were with respect to parking primarily on the site. So the applicants did revisit the proposal and were able to modify the design slightly without impacting the unit configuration, slightly reducing one setback to a building and pushing parking and access closer to a property line than what was shown on the original concept. At the end of the day, they were able to come up with a parking ratio of just over 1.5 spaces per unit, 1.51. Essentially, 99 spaces would be required at a 1.5 per unit parking space ratio, and they are able to provide 100 based on the concept that's proposed. Ultimately, the reduction speaks to a reduction from 2.5 spaces per unit. That's typical for a cluster townhome development. In a stacked townhome configuration, they essentially function as an apartment building, the difference being they have exterior doors as opposed to a common entryway. However, the unit configuration divided horizontally and vertically is the definition of an apartment building. So for that reason, it essentially functions as an apartment. 1.5 spaces per unit from a township perspective, staff perspective rather, we feel is appropriate, is in line with other similar type developments that have apartments or stacked towns. And that really addresses the shortfall of parking that was presented in the original proposal. Outside of that, the concept has not changed. Staff continue to recommend approval, and certainly are here to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you. Are there questions for Director Martin? Okay. Seeing none, we do have one specific interest delegation for this report that's registered, and that's Rachel Wolf. Rachel, thank you very much for joining us today, and you will have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Solomon and all members of council. My name is Rachel Wolf, and I'm an associate with MHPC Planning, here representing Schnur Home Builders, and they're the owners of 67 Beck Street. As Mr. Martin noted, since the June 22nd meeting, we've added additional parking spaces to the site plan, and we did see some comments relating to implementation of noise study recommendations, different things like landscaping, and all of those would be dealt with through the detailed site plan design stage. So at this point, we've read the staff report and are in full support of the recommended approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wolf. Are there questions, council? Okay, I am not seeing any at this point in time, so thank you again for joining us this evening. So we do have a recommended motion in front of us, and that is that this be received for information and that council approve the official plan amendment application as set out in official plan amendment 15 included in attachment B to the report, and that council approve the zone change application as set out in the draft bylaw included as attachment C to this report. To get this on the floor for discussion, may I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Stu, seconded by Councillor Cressman. And are there any questions or comments at this time, council? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I recall commenting extensively about the parking and the original design of this. So I think what's been brought forward, I mean, I recognize it's a significant improvement over the original proposal, and I appreciate that the applicant has come back and listened to the concerns raised by the council. It certainly could have been more, but I mean, ultimately, I think they've done well to accommodate our request and put some additional parking on the site. One thing that I've contemplated is I wonder if what needs to happen potentially is that once the project is completed and a significant level of occupancy is reached, I'm wondering if we should potentially move that the township should take a look at the parking in the surrounding streets, knowing that Mill, Charles, and Beck may potentially be impacted more so after the fact. So not suggesting any remedies or prescriptions now, but perhaps something that we should look at once we've reached a certain level of occupancy. So I'm curious if there'd be anybody that would be potentially willing to support that, or what the comments are on that.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. How would that work? So we go there and we say it's too much parking, get rid of your car.
Through the chair, no. What I'm suggesting is that, they've obviously increased the parking allotment for this development. But again, knowing that site, being around that site, what I'm suggesting is that perhaps there are additional remedies to any potential issues that could be looked at on Beck Street, Mill Street, or Charles Street, but it'd be impossible to predict what that could look like now because we can't measure anything. We don't know what it'll look like. So what I'm suggesting is that it could be in some of our hands, it could be out of our hands, but 2, 3, 4 years down the road, when it's completed and occupied, the township should take it upon themselves to go in and review the area to see if there's any potential issues and what potential remedies could be brought forward. Or they could look at it and say, you know what, it's fine, right? We received no complaints. I don't know. I just want to put a marker out there that at some point in the future, we can at least revisit this idea. I have a proposed amendment if it interests you.
Are we going to do that with all of the properties? Is that what we're going to do?
Through the chair, not necessarily. I'm looking at just this property in particular. So I propose an amendment so that staff be directed to undertake. So in addition to what's being proposed, but staff be directed to undertake a parking review of Beck Street, Mill Street, and Charles Street within 3 months of the development reaching substantial occupancy or completion, and report back to council at the time with any recommendations to address parking impacts on the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Wilkinson. Is there a seconder for this amendment? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Sadhu?
Yeah, what I see is just an opportunity to, once the development is done and reached total occupancy, just to have a study essentially looking at, is there any negative impact for surrounding streets and homes? At that point, we could possibly tackle it. There's a very good chance that once this is all done and it's all occupied, that there will be no issues. So it's just more or less an exercise. It's putting a marker out there to say, let's have a look at it. If there is issues, then we know for the next developments that are these type of developments asking for 1.5, we might need to pivot and say, we've already seen this before. It didn't work here, so we need to up parking arrangements. So it just kind of keeps the doors open. I don't see any real downside to it.
Okay, Councillor Crest.
Yes, through you, Mayor, I think this could be something staff could take under advisement. I mean, we've heard about parking issues in New Hamburg. They could be doing informal parking studies in a variety of spaces. So I think getting a handle on what's happening on parking in a variety of locations, what makes this section of Baden so special? I have some questions to that.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I'd recommend everybody on their way out tonight go take a spin by. You'll see.
Any other comments or questions on the amendment from council? I do have a question from a resourcing / report. I mean, one, you kind of should have a baseline to do this. So what does that look like? Also, I would argue based off of residents who came to speak, you would probably have to go in off-hour times. Not to say that can't be done, but I guess I just want to understand how would staff undertake the scope of this. The reason I would say off-hour times would be cruising by the pond is when parking is particularly bad, and church is when parking is particularly bad. Not to say it's not worth looking at, but I kind of want to understand from, if this were to pass, how staff would see this as something that you could bring back and what exactly would be getting brought back.
Thank you, Mayor Simon. You raised some good questions about scope. We certainly have the opportunity. I was going to suggest as direction to staff, we do keep an eye on developments where we've had parking changes. We do anticipate coming forward with an update to our zoning bylaw in the coming years, following an adoption of a new official plan. Part of that will be evaluating parking standards. So looking at areas where we've provided amendments previously, looking at how they're working or not working, can be part of the background work to feed into future amendments to the site plan, to the zoning bylaw rather. With respect to that specific neighborhood, we can, if it's given as direction to staff, we're happy to have conversations with councillors about what they feel would be a scoping of that and evaluate how we could deliver that product. I don't really know the answer at this point without really knowing the scope. Like you said, there's a lot of variables there about special events that play into that. So time of day review is something we'd have to give consideration to. But regardless of where this motion were to go or not go, staff are certainly happy to have a discussion with council about parking as we look forward to amendments to our zoning bylaw and other projects of similar nature.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilkinson, did you have any other details on scope that you were expecting? I guess I'm just wondering, what is the outcome of?
No, through the chair. So the outcome is simple. It's a very small, old residential area with some industrial across the street. We're moving from 2.5 parking spots down to 1.5, which is a massive improvement from the original, or we were 2.5 required. They requested far below that. We've sort of met at a reasonable outcome of 1.5. What I'm suggesting is if you are familiar with Beck Street, Mill Street, and Charles Street in this area, after significant occupancy takes place, it could be a problem. So I'm suggesting at the time, basically staff or bylaw or someone takes it upon themselves to review what's happening in the surrounding area. The scope could simply be going out during the day and looking or reviewing complaints that have been received as related to the additional parking on street, because it's going to potentially be an issue. These are still not necessarily fully urbanized areas. So I think it warrants at least a discussion, and something should be earmarked down the road to make sure that we're at least taking that upon ourselves. What the scope looks like right now, it's not for me to define, but that's essentially the spirit of it.
Okay, I guess when I'm asking for the outcome, that is ongoing work as staff just described that they're doing, and they are going to be doing other work to bring forward updated bylaws. So I guess I'm just wondering, a future council, what is your hope that they're going to see from this council passing? I mean, they can say, yes, there's been a change to, or EJ's has more issues finding parking on karaoke night. Like, I guess I'm just trying to wonder, is it solutions you're looking for, or is it just observations to then say, don't let parking limit in new areas? That's what I'm trying to garner as well.
So through the chair, I think ultimately what I'm looking for as an outcome here is that if there's an issue that is identified or there is a negative effect on the area, that they can bring forward a solution. But I don't think it should be reliant on the surrounding neighborhood to have to make a number of complaints in order for something to be done. I'm trying to be proactive here to ensure that this is taken, or this action is taken by the township before we have to react to something.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that clarity. So we have a moved and seconded amendment. We'd be voting on the amendment right now. So I'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's defeated. So we have the motion as it stands. Any other questions or comments on that? I'm seeing none, so I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. We will take a 5-minute-ish break. 10, I'm hearing 10. Give people enough time to use the washrooms. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 8:41. If I can have a mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Carries unanimously. We'll be back at about 8:40. I'd be looking for a mover and a seconder to reconvene at 8:43 PM. Moved by Counselor Martin, seconded by Counselor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. So we are on report 14.4, and this is the new Township of Wilmot official plan adoption. Report DS/2026-14. I will now turn it over to Director Martin to introduce this report.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. So staff and our consulting team are happy to be here tonight to present a new official plan for the Township of Wilmot. Council will remember that in May of 2025, we retained Nethery Planning to lead the process and be our lead consultants. That work plan included the goal of adoption of the new official plan in June of 2026. So the timeframe and work program for that official plan was within that timeframe. We've been directed, municipalities in the province of Ontario have been directed to propose new official plans in cases where upper tier municipalities no longer have planning authority, to consolidate the local and regional official plans. And that's the project that we've been undertaking for the last 13 months. During that time, staff and our consulting team have engaged in a number of opportunities for public engagement, ranging from one-on-one conversations, open houses, attendance at community events, and formal public meetings. And we've had a number of inputs from both public and agencies that we feel we've incorporated to the best of our ability within the proposal that you have before you tonight. The Township is Engaged platform has been a key component of that opportunity for input. We've been communicating consistently on that platform with the different versions of the official plan, comments that have been received and how they've been addressed. And in response to Council's request, we've also included a track changes document to demonstrate where those changes occurred as in relation to the document that was previously being considered. Ultimately, staff and our consulting team, I think, would agree, and you'll hear more from them shortly, that this official plan continues to include strong policies related to the protection of the natural environment and agriculture. It largely mirrors the current policies of the regional official plan, the core policies that are there to protect farmland and environmental features. And ultimately, it's been supported through consultation with the region, the GRCA, and provincial ministries that are responsible for those areas. So at this point, the township is not proposing to expand any boundaries for residential development. The only proposed urban boundary expansion has been long considered by council for the last 25 years for an employment area in Baden, north of Highway 7 and 8 and south of the CN railway tracks. But no other proposed changes to settlement boundaries are proposed through this document. So ultimately, the OP before council tonight is the culmination of significant review and engagement with the public, commenting agencies, and ultimately the province as the approval authority. Given the significance of this review, should the document be adopted by council tonight, it's anticipated that the approval will not result in any substantial, if any, changes to the document through the provincial approval process. This increases the opportunity to ensure that what's approved by local council remains in the best interest of the township. I'll leave my comments briefly at that. I'm going to now turn it over to our consulting team to delve further into the document, and then certainly Development Services staff, our consulting team are here to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Director, and we will turn it over to both Joe and Michelle.
We'll just give the slide deck a moment to load. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. It is a pleasure to be back in front of you today, and it is good to see so many familiar and new faces tonight who have engaged with the project team throughout the project over the past year. Next slide. So the reason we are here before you today is to present how this final round of public feedback following the statutory public meeting on May 21st has been incorporated into the latest draft of Wilmot's new official plan. We want to highlight how and where changes were made to the draft official plan to provide transparency on the process. And the recommendation before council today is to adopt the new official plan and forward it to the province for approval. Next slide. So we are at the culmination of a long process and public engagement that you can see on the slide. As a reminder to council, we did bring forward a draft official plan on May 21st, and at that council meeting, council and delegates requested more time to review the draft official plan. This allowed residents and stakeholder groups to propose refined and strengthened official plan policies. Paired with this, we documented all of the public and agency feedback received on the official plan in the engagement compendium attached to your agendas to show exactly how and where public feedback was incorporated into the official plan for both council and the public. These documents were released alongside an updated official plan and the track changes version of the plan. We have been in extensive consultation with the region of Waterloo to clarify and strengthen Wilmot's source water protection policies, and those changes were updated in a new draft on July 17th and re-uploaded to the engagement page alongside a policy to enable staff to make minor technical revisions to the plan that do not change the intent of the policies themselves, but allow for renumbering and changing of cross-references without the need for a formal official plan amendment process before council. Furthermore, late on Thursday in the day, we did receive some additional follow-up technical comments from the region that will assist staff in the implementation and interpretation of the plan, and those changes have been incorporated into the document before you today. Those were largely just a mapping update and a small policy amendment to better point people in the correct direction when applying the policies. They're not substantive policy changes. So as Andrew mentioned, throughout the project, the Township of Wilmot Engage page has been open since July of 2025 and has enabled broad community feedback that has shaped the plan that is before council today. This Engage page has been a key resource and source of information sharing for the project. And we started out kind of launching the project with a concept and vision an overview of the vision and principles that really started the conversation for the document. So going through some of the early engagement. Oh, sorry, next slide. And then one more. Sorry about that. So these early phases of engagement did inform 7 technical background studies on housing, employment, commercial needs, stormwater, water, and wastewater, as well as urban design. Community engagement on each of these detailed studies helped us refine our work and finalize the draft background work, which then informed the first draft of the official plan. Recommendations for each of those studies informed the draft official plan alongside the questions on the slide deck, which inform the vision and principles of the document. Building on all that background work, further community engagement informed the draft official plan itself. And so I'm just going to walk us through a number of the different touch points with the community we had in the early phase of engagement from July to November of 2025. So you can see that last fall, our engagement schedule was quite heavy. We did start with a number of community conversations and one-on-ones. We had about 35 people participate in that initial launch of the project. We did have a booth at the Wilmot Fall Fair, and we had a public visioning workshop that informed the vision and principles for the official plan itself. Building out of that visioning workshop, we then had a background studies workshop, which brought the community together to go over the studies and kind of the data and analysis that informed the draft official plan. We then brought all of that information to the Section 26 meeting of council, which was on November 17th, 2025. And then following that Section 26 meeting, as we began to draft the first version of the official plan, we also met with the next generation of Wilmot residents on the official plan with a comprehensive school engagement program with the geography classes at New Dundee, Sir Adam Beck, and the high school, building their thoughts and feedback into the plan. And so how this information really shaped the plan is that we did embed into the overall document environmental protection and sustainability. It's been integrated throughout the plan, protecting water resources and preserving the tree canopy. Agriculture and rural identity has been a significant piece of information we've heard throughout the consultation. So we have, through the official plan, to the best of our abilities, aimed to protect farmland, maintain urban and rural boundaries, support farms and agritourism, which was a big thing we heard about in terms of being able to diversify farming operations, preserve our rural character, and strengthen heritage and cultural landscapes. A big piece in the purpose of an official plan, next slide, is that this is a growth management document. And so the urban design and growth management policies of the official plan are designed to support thoughtful growth and intensification based on available and planned servicing. So the economy and employment section is also looking at directing employment growth in alignment with nearby housing to support local jobs, small businesses, and agritourism. And in terms of governance, one of the key things that this official plan does is streamline the official plan into one growth management document for transparency and accessibility. So today in Wilmot, you have two official plans, both the township and the regions. The goal of this official plan has been to streamline this into one consolidated document, reflecting a modernized and easy to use and navigate policy document. So now I'm going to pass it over to Joe to talk about the draft official plan that we're presenting to you today.
Thank you, Michelle. Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. We have been out all spring, not just in front of you, but also with an official plan workshop itself, a statutory open house, the statutory public meeting itself, and continuing to receive written submissions through to and including today on this assignment. The specific additional council workshop that was done at the request of staff was to look at those growth and density targets. What does that mean? What does that represent from an urban development perspective, and the various downstream implications of that? Through that spring engagement, we have also received a variety of inputs, some themes that were new, some themes that we have heard consistently from day one on this assignment, of which a number of revisions were made in preparing an updated draft that, along with some final revisions over the past couple of weeks, is now before you for adoption tonight. I will remind Council of the direction at the statutory public meeting of your direction, not a request, to add an additional month to this work program to allow this additional public content to come through, which staff has also leveraged to ensure that our agency conversations are tight and complete as well. Next slide, please. From again on that council workshop, we heard you speak and have taken your feedback with respect to what those density increases might look like and where they would be in order to make some final adjustments to the schedules of the mapping itself and some corresponding in-text edit as well. A big part of growth management is where we recognize where growth would occur and is planned to occur and is encouraged to occur. There is an inverse to that as well, and that is where it should not be occurring and where it is discouraged and prohibited from occurring without an application coming forward, a principle that is embedded in this document. Consequently, and to ensure that that vision of protecting the countryside can be delivered, this includes policies around densities in urban areas, providing the locations as to where increased building form types would be encouraged. And you've obviously seen evidence tonight of what some of those pressures and market realities look like in that regard as well. We have also heard, and I think are absorbing the feedback from that meeting, about the importance of providing that certainty and direction in text, as CEO Wilmer's response resonating with me and continuing to resonate with me all these months on. This draft text ideally delivers on that vision for you. On the next slide, please. Those community conversations looked at the draft official plan content, how we had responded to initial content from our fall sessions into this present version as well. We continue to focus on, both in our content and our policies, around protecting agriculture, the natural environment, by providing for that locally driven economic development, by providing the appropriate policy supports for that employment area expansion that the corporation has been angling for a very long time. And we've also concluded in this work our required conversations with the province, and of course there's important conversations with other agencies as well. The province has provided their comments. That track record is in the engagement compendium and part of the overall staff report package as well. And the province has signaled intent and support to uphold a number of things that we necessarily were expecting a bit more pushback on. And this includes the concept of a countryside line. When it comes to our echoing on Michelle's points on agency review, there's been a lot of conversations around source water protection and ensuring that the appropriate hazard and conservation policies are provided to ensure that the Grand River Conservation Authority's issues are also addressed as well. Some technical refinements and otherwise in that regard, but I'll take this opportunity to remind council of the feedback that we've been hearing from day one, which was the importance of maintaining and recognizing the environmental policies of the region's official plan, which I think is very much reflected in this document. On the next slide, please. We were back with that draft official plan, a restructured document on May the 21st. We've heard from, again, hearing from those delegations, and those written submissions after the fact, amongst other items. A new policy has been included a new objective has been included up front in the official plan that does recognize the growth and protection of the agricultural sector as an important economic pillar of the township. A very comprehensive and well thought written submission was provided by a consortium of I'm going to loosely characterize it as of environmental issues, noting that a number of very great reasonable points, just as I said to you at the statutory public meeting, especially with respect to protection of water quality and quantity, with a number of revisions and additions made to the official plan in response to those feedback. We heard individual, I'm not going to say requests, individual feedback from individual landowners with respect to mapping decisions or recommendations at that time on the properties, and we have made a couple of adjustments to recognize those existing facts on the ground. And noting that this project, like most official plan reviews in Ontario, we did receive a number of requests to expand the settlement area boundaries beyond what is currently supported for permitted for residential uses. We continue to advise those submitters that our studies recognize that there was not a need for additional residential land to the planning horizon of 2051. Accordingly, as Director Martin has suggested, has indicated, we have not made any of those brought any of those residential recommendations forward. There is nothing that stops any of those landowners or anybody else we don't know about from filing the relevant planning applications to compel council to consider those requests. That is how provincial law and policy works post 2020, and they would be duty bound, and we are duty bound to have to reflect that in the recommendations that we bring forward to you. On the next slide, please. So all of this today, we have another updated, hopefully final draft that's in front of you at this point. Accompanying this, per council's direction last time around, is a document we've called the Engagement Compendium. It is a summary record of everything received and the comments that have gone out up until the time that staff obviously had to publish the agenda. We have continued to review some items that have come in today and have had final discussions with staff this afternoon as well. Long story short, if we've been receiving feedback or comments that don't conflict with provincial policy or previous directions, we have been doing a pretty good job, in my opinion, of making those updates into the text as well. That does not mean that every suggestion or comment that has come forward has found a way into this document. There are things we can't do. There are things where recommendations or action belong someplace else. What it boils down to is that we are duty bound as registered professional planners to put before you, or at least I am, I'm going to speak for myself, that we're putting a document in front of you that is consistent with the provincial policy statement, has adequate regard for matters of provincial interest, and I believe what was in front of you tonight for adoption reflects that. On the next slide, please. The good news, this is the last content slide. So I guess the recommendation in front of you is to adopt the draft Wilmot official plan. The specific language and resolution is obviously in your staff report. Our work isn't necessarily done after tonight. We're obviously in your hands if this project is to continue going forward past tonight from a content generation perspective, and I and staff will deal with that should that be where we go. But fundamentally speaking, if the plan is adopted, there's a little bit of back-end paperwork that we have to do as staff and consultants. Don't worry about that. What the content will take care of it for you. But the next stop for this document would be the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, London branch office, who will be reviewing the document for its ultimate approval. Understand that they will be reaching out to township staff for conversations about that content if there are any modifications that they are suggesting or proposing. But once echoing Director Martin's comments, we feel pretty good about what's in front of you and its ability to satisfy those provincial comments that have come forward. And with that, that's the last bit of public speaking I may be doing on this assignment. I want to use this opportunity to thank you again for your trust and the opportunity to get this across the finish line. Staff and Michelle and I are in your hands with respect to next steps or any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cressman, I believe, has a question.
Through you, Mayor. I guess I see this agro-tourism, and I've been farming for 46 years, and I see agritourism as very minor or very tertiary to paying the bills on the farm. So I'm trying to get a sense where this has risen up to the level it has, as we keep mentioning it repeatedly, or I maybe bristle at the fact that it's repeated significantly in the policy statement. I see it maybe way down the list, but I don't see it as primary to paying bills. Pumpkin patches just don't do it for me.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, there are many differing perspectives on the importance of agritourism as an overall economic or value-oriented generator. I know the province cares enough about it to specifically identify it in the provincial policy statement as something that's permitted. They have at least 2 guidance documents for planners like Michelle, like myself, like Mr. Martin, Ms. Green over here, for reviewing and assessing when these proposals come forward to have something delivered. There is certainly some economic value to it. I don't want us to necessarily debate that. There is certainly a significant cultural value and effectiveness to it. And generally speaking, it's one of those permitted uses that both the province allows and supports, but B, makes an awful lot of people generally happy to see it. And that's how it ends up consuming some oxygen.
I will just do one follow-up comment is in farming circles that sometimes our responsibility as keepers of the park.
Any other questions or comments for Joe or Michelle at this point? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I did note that there were 22 significant changes made to water resources and wastewater. Did that all come from constituents?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I would say the majority of it have come through public suggestions, yes. Doing our own step 2, doing our own technical reviews and considerations. Yeah, we could tweak this, we could tweak that. This is not the only particular official plan project that we're working on. We learn lessons from elsewhere and bring them forward. With step number 3 being from just by convenience and luck, we are the planning consultants for the Township of Wellesley on their recently adopted official plan. And we have a couple of nuggets that came through from that project that I think would be of benefit here, just like they're benefiting from you too.
Yeah, thank you. They did add some significant guardrails. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for our consultants? Councillor Cressman.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Just a point of clarity. You mentioned the countryside line, and I wasn't clear whether you indicated that provincial policy doesn't allow use of it, or what were your comments? Just my John Deere ears that went deaf, has gone deaf, maybe didn't catch everything.
Through you, Madam Mayor, one little quick caveat back is that my cash cropping grandfather never ran an agritourism business either in the former Pilkington Township, because my mom may be watching. So hi, Mom. She made it up. With respect to, I'm going to use the name Countryside Line. One thing I think and I'm going to invite Director Martin or Ms. Diplock to tee up behind me here. One item that's been pretty big from this provincial streamlining perspective and standardization perspective, and let's be clear for people outside of this room right now, all the official plans are going this way. You happen to be one of the, well, I was going to say you happen to be first. Wellesley is technically a week ahead of you, but the moral of the story is that we were expecting and received some initial feedback on calling it a countryside line. That is a jargon word in the Waterloo region context that matters, in my opinion. That is where urbanity is to stop and our countryside is to begin. We've made that clear to the province in our conversations with them. And I'm sitting here saying I think they get it. So the hope is that they don't take that and change the name to settlement area boundary, like I'd be doing on one of my projects in another geographic area. But we're optimistic and hoping that they're going to recognize that at least that particular element of history around here. Echoing back on Director Martin's comments where it's proposed to change, this is in the employment context is one of those issue areas that the corporation broadly has been working towards and asking for a very, very long time. And we think we have I'm going to sit here and tell you, I think we have a good planning opinion in this regard, supplemented by the right technical background work. I look to my colleagues if they want to jump in on this.
Through Mayor Solomon, I would kind of echo the comments there. Those conversations with the province, we certainly emphasize the importance of that terminology in a Waterloo region context and local municipal context on the countryside line. We have modified the language to a point that the province is comfortable supporting the continuation of that terminology. So the permanency language isn't the same as what it existed prior, but we've provided enough policies that speak to the focus of where growth should occur and discouragement in areas where we don't feel it's appropriate, that it still provides the same context. But we've basically looked at language that instead of having that terminology removed entirely from the official plan, we've come up with language and policy framework that that the province has identified that they could ultimately support. Through the final approval of the province will be the determining factor, but we feel comfortable that that policy could be retained as proposed in this document.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Director Martin, the reference that you just made, and I'm looking at my notes here, and I think I took a whole forest down. The Schedule A1, which is a map that has the urban centers and outside the urban centers and has a clear line around it. And the verbiage is that these agricultural policies are intended to permanently protect these valuable areas from urban development while provide blah, 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 blah. So that's my question to you. Is that what you're referring to?
Through Mayor Solomon, that in combination with other policies. So those agricultural policies are ones that we've consulted on with OMAF, ministry responsible for that area. So there's been, like we've discussed and it's been alluded to in conversation here, we've had discussions with all partner ministries that would ultimately be involved in reviewing this document. So those agricultural policies really supporting and emphasizing the importance of the continuation of prime agricultural lands within the context of the official plan. Those policies still exist, and that aligns with the provincial framework in the provincial planning statement. The countryside line isn't something that exists, so that's, yeah.
Any other questions or comments before we have delegations? Okay. Not seeing any. Thank you very much again, Joe and Michelle, for presenting today and for all of your continued work and effort on this, as well as to staff. Thank you. We do have multiple delegations tonight that are registered to speak on this item. You will have 7 minutes to speak. I will just remind you, noting that it's been a long meeting, I certainly want you to have your opportunity to speak, so don't feel rushed in that sense. But also, if somebody has already shared an idea that you agree with, if you could maybe just say, I agree with this for X, Y, Z, and just for sake of, we still have more on our agenda to get through tonight as well. But again, please don't feel that I'm pressuring you, but you will have your full 7 minutes still as you registered. We are going to start with Betsy Daub. Yes. So thank you very much, Betsy, for joining us this evening. And like I said, you'll have 7 minutes.
Sorry, I thought I was going to be last. So.
There was a request for you to come sooner, so I made the adjustment.
Good evening, Mayor Salonen, Councilors Cressman, Wilkinson, Sadoo, Dunhall, Martin, and members of the Wilmot community. I am Betsy Daub, and I have resided in St. Agatha since 1992. I am here tonight to speak about the current version of the Wilmot Township official plan, which is in front of council tonight. Years ago, when my mother was still alive, if I got anxious about something, which was often, she would always say, "Now take a deep breath, let it out slowly." It drove me completely nuts. But I have come to realize that it's very good advice in most every instance. This advice is the advice is to take time to evaluate a situation, think it over calmly before taking an action. It seems that Wilmot is at one of those instances. The council is gathered here tonight on July 27th, 2026, to pass or not the current version of the official plan, which will guide the township for decades to come, starting in 2028. So is there a rush to pass this document tonight? It's time to take that deep breath and think this over. You were all elected to represent your constituents, us, the people in this room, the community of Wilmot. Community groups together have come up with a document that reflects the issues that we would like to see addressed in this official plan, and it's all been sent to you. The community document discusses environmental issues, growth issues, 50 by 30, 80 by 50 commitments, actions on climate change, protection of farmland, and much more. This document is a great starting point to expand and enrich the official plan. The official plans of other communities in the Waterloo region are also worth looking at for comparison. The Wilmot plan could use more details and some more thought. I delegated here about water issues on May 21st, and I feel that the official plan does not adequately address this. In particular, the numbers of residents slated to be added, the water treatment capacity, plus the reported water shortages simply do not make sense. We need to know that the path going forward at least has a chance to create a community that is sustainable, resilient, in water resources. Speaking of sustainability, back on March 23rd of this year, several of us delegated in favor of hiring a shared sustainability officer with Wellesley, and that initiative was passed that evening. We now have, I understand, this person starting to actually work. This person who had your full support on March 23rd should be allowed to do their job and add to the depth and importance of this official plan. Consideration of the issues that will be presented here tonight by the many members of the community of Wilmot are worth your time to make sure that Wilmot gets the best chance at a sustainable future. So as my mom said, take a deep breath, let it out slowly, and continue to work on this official plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us this evening, Betsy. Were there any questions of clarification? Okay, seeing none, thank you again for joining us and for giving your mother's advice. It's never a bad thing to take a deep breath. Kevin Thomason is our next speaker this evening, and I believe you have a presentation that staff will be pulling up there.
Oh, okay, yes.
Thank you for joining us, and as you know, you have 7 minutes.
Excellent. Honorable Mayor, members of council, and guests. My name is Kevin Thomason, a longtime Wilmot resident and vice chair of the Grand River Environmental Network. On May 21st, Wilmot staff wanted you to approve this plan. We stood here and asked for more time and content. Look at how much has improved since then. 22 source water protections alone. But too many issues are still unaddressed, and we are still expressing concerns. Official plans are usually the most important documents that most citizens will never read. However, given the plethora of recent issues to fall upon Wilmot Township, be it the water crisis, absurd mega-industrial land assembly, or Wilmot tax increase crisis, we have an engaged community that has been hugely involved in this official plan and trying to ensure we get the official plan we need for the future. This Wilmot official plan is by far the most important decision you will make as councillors. You need to have had time to read every page and understand all of the information before you. Even the smallest difference between a shall and a must can have far-reaching consequences. We have to get this right, and we have only one choice. This is why so many citizens and community groups have been working so hard to review this plan and produced a 280-page community response document of questions and issues that need to be addressed given the minimalist nature of this proposed Wilmot official plan. And while it is fantastic to see the plan's focus on Wilmot remaining a small, rural, agriculturally focused community, it is still enabling significant growth beyond known constraints, and it is missing essential elements from the regional official plan, such as the protected countryside, as well as key parts of our environmentally sensitive landscape protections. It pales in comparison to other area of official plans, and may be insufficient to address considerable challenges of climate breakdown, increased resilience, and the overwhelming development pressures our communities will have to confront in the years ahead. Unfortunately, much of the feedback to staff and issues identified by our community groups in our response document has been labeled as noted, not addressed, and much of it seemingly ignored. Thus, at a loss of what else to do, we have taken the unprecedented effort to write a new, complete official plan for Wilmot in just 3 weeks since the last June 30th release. It is still half the size of Woolwich's official plan. It doesn't have the pretty pictures and engaging design of Kitchener's just approved new official plan. But it does have many new concepts, clauses, and important wording from them, and other official plans from leading municipalities across Ontario. This is the robust, fulsome official plan that addresses almost all of the community's questions, issues, and concerns. It is not a lean plan written to please the province, but the more detailed plan we feel our community needs to ensure we remain a small, rural, agriculturally focused community, despite the efforts and tens of millions of dollars of provincial funding to take away our farms, destroy our rural way of life, and force thousands of unwanted, unnecessary acres of urban sprawl. And to ensure that our water, as well as the Waterloo Moraine, that gets hardly any mention in the draft Wilmot official plan, despite our total dependence on it, is far better protected. All of the yellow highlighting in this document is additions from other communities, other official plans, citizens, and experts who feel that we should have this important content in our official plan. There is stronger wording, accessible introductions, context, rationale, and needed sections from the regional official plan. There is new content on connectivity, transportation choice, waste reduction, recycling, high performance development, cultural heritage, sustainability, renewable energy, vision, values, and principles, and many other things that are going to be essential to the future of Wilmot. But you may hear that the province doesn't want all these sort of things in their minimalist planning framework. If so, then why are so many other communities across Ontario including them in their plans? Why does the province want such minimal plans when so many developers and land speculators are eager to challenge anything? And why is the province in such a hurry to see this very lean draft of the Wilmot plan approved right now, 2 years early? How can we have an obligation to force this plan through tonight when there are still so many community concerns, upset citizens, mislabeled maps, typos, missing parts, and other issues with this rushed release that we've had only 3 weeks to review? Usually official plan approvals are community celebrations. We've never heard talk of having to use strong mayor powers to force an approval of what is usually an unanimous approval and community celebration. If there is anything in yellow in this new Community Solutions official plan that you think should be part of our future, any additions, concepts, solutions, we urge you to defer tonight's vote and take the time to get it right. There is no rush. We have until October 2028 to complete this official plan. Other communities are deciding that this close to the upcoming municipal elections, that incoming councils who will have to implement these plans are the ones who should be deciding them. Cambridge, North Dumfries, and many Ontario municipalities haven't even started their new plans yet. In conclusion, over the past 2 years, the province has made it clear they have a very different vision for the future of Wilmot than most residents. We need the strongest possible detailed Wilmot official plan that clearly states strong, detailed community goals, visions, and principles, setting a clear path for the future, regardless of who's in power at Queen's Park and their wishes for us to have a minimal, limited, and easier to override official plan. Please do not approve this official plan draft tonight. Please do everything you can to ensure the best, bold, visionary, complete Wilmot official plan possible. We aren't there yet, but we can be in the weeks ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Are there questions of clarification? Okay, seeing none, thank you again for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Kay Elgie. Sorry if I mispronounced that, Kay, but thank you very much for joining us tonight.
I do have some slides.
Yes, I believe those should be coming up in just a moment, and then you can get started.
Yeah, my name's Kay Elgie. I'm a resident of Waterloo, and I confess I'm here for purely selfish reasons. I took the bus, number 77 bus out from Waterloo for purely selfish reasons because I depend on Wilmot food. And once we get our slides up, I'll tell you a little bit more about that. Yes, thank you. Yes. Because, as I say, it's purely selfish reasons because my husband and I do depend on Wilmot for our food. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a selection of the food that we buy from Gamak Farms and so on. But next slide. And how it happened on this thing is 18 years ago, I read The 100-Mile Diet. And I decided to try it out. Now, I couldn't give up coffee, but next slide. My husband and I did decide we would eat locally. And so this is a picture of the kind of produce we get all throughout the year, every week at the Kitchener Market. And so we've done this for 18 years now. It's very healthy. We tried different cuisines and different recipes, and it saved us a lot of money. Our food bill is under $500 for the two of us for the month because all year round we eat local produce. Next slide, please. And so a lot of this comes from Gamak Family Farms. We see them every week at Kitchener Farmers Market. Next slide. Another Wilmot farm is Charles Quality Meat on Wilby Lines. They used to have a stand at Kitchener Market. They don't anymore, but that's how we got devoted to them. Now we seek them out at St. Jacob's or their store. Next slide. And here's another one on Carmel Cook Line off Fertile Ground Farm. A lot of my neighbors have had the good fortune to sign up for their community shared agriculture program. Never done that, but next slide. But we're happy to see that now they have a stand at the Kitchener Market. And that's a good slide that they put up there. I mean, stuff is cheaper and better quality. Next slide, please. But I'm worried. I'm worried about the official plan, and I hope you will take time to make it stronger. Please, next slide. I'm worried that it doesn't do enough to protect Wilmot Farms the way it's currently written. Next slide. So I don't see any guiding principles in here, and these are really important. This is what OLT cases are based on. So I'd like you to please add those in. Next slide. And chapter 3.8, that was in your current official plan, which does talk about the protected countryside. It has strong, important statements that make it clear agricultural land is protected. I don't see that in the current version, and that concerns me. Next slide, please. There's a section I'm really worried about, and that's the settlement area expansion policies. Because to me, if you're putting that in, you're kind of saying, this is an invitation to do this, to expand the essential areas. And I feel like it strongly weakens it. As we all know, people are constantly asking for bylaw and official plan amendments. So this is kind of like inviting them to do it before, and it really worries me. Please, next slide, please. And it does worry me for Gamax, because here they are. They're 3 kilometers from Kitchener. They're next door to a golf course. They're not a specialty crop area, which is something your settlement expansion area said would protect. So I kind of worry, am I going to have to be eating imported produce from Mexico because there's no more farms in Wilmot? Next slide, please. So I think there's some places you could strengthen the language as well as adding some sections and cutting one out, as I suggest. Like here's just one example. The countryside line represents the long-term boundary. Well, I think that's like a historical fact, but I think what you want to say is it's the permanent boundary. That's the boundary that we have, So I think you can be stronger. Next slide, please. And here's another one. Again, you're saying the township will seek to maintain and enhance. Well, I think you can be stronger. You can say we will maintain and enhance the geographic continuity of the agricultural land base. Next slide. And here's another one. They are intended to permanently protect these areas. Well, skip the intended. That's, these things are really important. These statements are really important because this is it's these guiding principles that affect the outcome of cases at the OLT, the Ontario Land Tribunal. So it's important to be strong about that. So I'm asking you to please don't approve the draft official plan, but take a bit more time to get the language that will protect the Wilmot farms that we all love. I don't think I'm alone in this. Okay, so thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kay. Were there any clarifying questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you again. I hope the bus is still running at this hour. If not, we can get you a number for a cab because I don't think the bus runs past 8. But thank you for making the way out and for delegating today. John Ahrens is our next delegate. Thank you very much, John, for joining us. And you will have 7 minutes. And I believe you also have a presentation.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to delegate. My wife and I have been residents of Stonecroft for almost 7 years now. And it's actually 7 months to this date that I did not renew my membership to the Canadian Institute of Planners. I moved into full retirement after 52 years in the planning profession. My practice was centered in the city of Hamilton, and I ran the Hamilton office of the IBI group. Your Mr. Wilmer at one time was a senior planner in our Kitchener office, and then talk about a small world. I look over here and I see my former councillor and chair of Hamilton's planning committee. Small world indeed. Congratulations to council on embarking on this official plan exercise. The official plan truly is the most important document that you will ever deal with because it addresses all municipal bylaws, all municipal actions. I'm here tonight to discuss only one issue, and that is how this official plan speaks to the 770-acre strategic investment site being proposed in this municipality. The issue to me is proper and orderly growth related to that 770 acre. In my opinion, the current plan does not provide any policy direction to deal with that. And after exchanging several emails with staff, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand their position is the lands are not designated. We don't need them today. We don't need those jobs today. We don't need the employment lands to meet our land area calculations. They are not designated for employment purposes, and the future amendment process or the future review process will deal with this matter. I think you're actually creating a policy vacuum, and I respectfully disagree with that approach. There are, however, 2 policies in the official plan that speak to the 770. Both of them deal with economic development only. The first policy is 4.2 F3, and it says the township shall promote economic development and competitiveness by collaborating with upper levels of government, the region, local partners to identify strategic sites. Now, as planners, we all know the word shall is mandatory. You don't have a choice but to collaborate. Whether you like the project or not, your official plan before you tonight requires you to collaborate. Now, collaborate is not a defined term by your official plan, so we have to look at the standard dictionary. And the dictionary definition of collaboration is to work together in the pursuit of a common activity, goal, or objective. So your official plan requires you to work with upper levels of government no matter what the project is. And I think that's inappropriate. The township has no choice but to work together with these upper levels of government, even if you don't support the project. While the policy does identify upper levels of government and local partners, it does not say anything at all about public consultations or public liaison or any technical studies that would also be required. We all fully support economic development activities. We all support jobs. We all support new industries coming to town. But only after proper planning and implementation. And for that reason, in the handout that I provided to council, I've suggested that this policy for collaboration should only apply to lands that are designated for employment purposes. This way, if a factory comes to town, if the economic development folks say, hey, who's got 30 acres for a new industry? If you've got land that's designated, collaborate. Let's go get those jobs. Let's bring them here to Wilmot. But if the land is not designated, I think you should address those situations by requiring a comprehensive planning and land use exercise, do the studies, do the consultations, bring in the experts to deal with water, servicing, transportation, all of those other components, and then deal with the collaboration for non-designated sites. Let's go get the designated ones, but not the non-designated ones. I also provided a recommendation so that the collaboration that your current plan version requires you to do, again, should only apply to lands that are designated. To address the 770-acre new project, which is not designated, I've suggested you add a new policy to your official plan, which basically says any proposal by senior levels of government, the region or local partners to establish strategic sites on lands not designated can only be considered after a comprehensive planning exercise. Do the studies, do the homework, do the consultations. Such a policy does not prohibit the consideration of new sites, but it does establish an open and transparent process on dealing with them. The second policy that's in your official plan is 6.1A, again, dealing with economic development, and it also requires you to work and identify those sites. Again, I think that policy should be applied only to lands that are designated. I see I've only got a minute left, so I'm going to go right to my conclusion. Why not rely on OP reviews and the amendment process to deal with the 770 acres? And in my opinion, and I think most of the gallery, this matter is simply too important to put off until future reviews or future applications. The current policies effectively handcuff this council into collaboration, whether you want to or not. If an MZO was proposed by the province, you're required to collaborate. That would completely undermine the whole strategic planning process dealing with these uses. The current policies do not provide any real policy direction. We're in a policy vacuum dealing with the 770 acres. And when you look at your current or the draft official plan, this approach differs from how you're dealing with gravel pits. Even though a gravel pit is subject to zoning bylaws and site plans and ministry licenses, your new official plan has 6 pages of policies designed to guide future applications, what studies are required, and what is the review process. And if we agree that a new gravel pit, regardless of the size, will have an impact on this municipality, that we have to set policies to guide them, how come a 770-acre mega industrial site doesn't get any policies. I think it's a complete policy vacuum in dealing with those similar objectives. My final thought is you would not support a policy requiring mandatory collaboration with an aggregate producers. Why would you accept a policy requiring mandatory collaboration with an upper level of government if the impact is so major upon this municipality? I would encourage you to please send the plan back to staff and your consulting team to look at establishing a policy regime to guide the 770 acres. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Were there any questions of clarification? Okay. Seeing none, we have our next delegate, Stephanie Gertz. Thank you, Stephanie, for coming, and you will also have 7 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. I am going to talk just briefly. Over the last, say, several months, I've had the opportunity to talk with over 600 homeowners in Wilmot Township. When I've talked to them about the official plans, because I have, most of them, if not all of them, have never heard about our official plan, and none of them have actually felt that they were engaged in any way. So when I look at the numbers of the people that were engaged, 28 people came to public workshops, 35 one-on-one conversations, 783 website visits. I personally have talked to people, and majority of them want to be involved in the official plan in any conversations. So there's people out there that want to be involved. They're missing from this conversation. So what I want to say is Section 224 of the Ontario Municipal Act states that council's role includes representing the public, considering well-being and interests of the municipality, and maintaining accountability and transparency. Tonight, I'm asking council to apply these responsibilities and the standards they've set publicly for themselves. This official plan is about planning for growth, right? This official plan will guide development in Wilmot Township until 2051. It will influence where people live, where businesses locate, what farmland remains, what infrastructure taxpayers pay for, whether water and wastewater systems can support the growth. These decisions deserve the highest standard of planning, transparency, and public confidence. So when I've been reviewing I've been reviewing councillors and your messages to your citizens. And what I've heard is, Councillor Cressman, you promised to listen to Wilmot residents, represent their concerns, practice prudent financial management, and take collaborative approach. Councillor Wilkinson, you've said residents deserve clear decisions and real value for their tax dollars. You've also said that you'll listen before you decide and that you will explain major decisions clearly. You also say that residents deserve meaningful opportunities to participate. Councillor Sadhu, during the budget process, you said that public information should be available from the start, not privately, and not only for people who know the right questions to ask. You also said transparency should never be something council has to fight for. I would argue that transparency should not be something that community has to fight for. Councillor Martin, you've said that you're interested in learning and listening, and that you're interested in sustainable living. Mayor Solonen, you have said decisions must be thoughtful, coordinated, and grounded in long-term sustainability. You've also said that growth must protect our community's character, quality of life, and the things that make sure Wilmot feels like home. What I want to ask is, this official plan, does this official current plan meet the standards that you as councillors stand behind? Transparency is not something put on documents or put on paper, put on a website. Information must be accessible, consolidated, and understandable. Residents should not have to search through years of zoning amendments, development applications, secondary planning, you name it. I went on the website trying to find data and information. It is fairly scattered through amendments in 2023, 2024, 2025. Council and public should be given one clear accounting showing of everything. So development already approved or underway, additional development enabled by recent rezoning decisions, new growth proposed through this official plan, the total population and employment expected from all this. What happens is that there was a housing needs assessment background done with 1, 2, and 3 different versions, going from 25,000 to 40,000 by 2051. That's a huge scale. When we look at our developments, I have actually looked through all of the units so we have many units or developments approved, Cache, Wilmot Woods, as well as Activa. I went block by block and calculated the minimum and a maximum for each of those units. Then I put a standard ratio of about 3 people per household, not including the retirement homes or the long-term care, which would be 1 unit per person. I'm getting around 6,700 people. We know people in Baden, families in Baden will probably have maybe 1 or 2 or 3 children, not the standard 3 people per household. So they're probably going to have more. So when you look at the current developments that are currently planned or in progress, that's an additional 7,000 people that are going to be built or developed in the next, say, 1 to 5 or 6 years. I want to briefly talk about the water wastewater report, the Township's November 2025 Water and Wastewater Servicing Background Report. The report describes itself as a discussion paper intended to create a foundation for future planning. It explicitly states it will not make recommendations on servicing locations or sizes. Instead, as it says, the Township service plans must be updated to make the firm decisions. This same report is what we're using to base our official plan on. It specifically says it should not be the plan that we base our decisions on. In other words, this report was prepared to identify the questions that need to be answered. It was not prepared to give council the final engineering, financial, or timing information needed to decide confidently where additional growth should go. Yet council is using this to base their land use designations. My concern is not that work has not been done. My concern that the township's own reports acknowledge that the work needed to make a firm servicing and phasing decision is still outstanding. Before council approves permanent growth areas, residents deserve to know where will the infrastructure go, how much capacity is actually available, what upgrades will be required, and what will the cost be. We cannot evaluate growth simply by deciding where new homes and lands should go. Every new development creates new responsibilities for the township. Growth requires more than water and pipes. It means bike trails, recreation facilities, libraries, emergency services, snow clearing, road maintenance. We already know our community needs additional recreation facilities. We know there's ongoing delays for the new fire halls. As Wilmot grows by thousands of residents through developments, they have to be approved or that are currently approved or underway. Council should understand when those additional facilities and services will need to be needed, not after. So what I'm saying is that we're planning for developments, but have we actually taken the time to plan what recreational facilities we'll need in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years? What fire halls will we need? So my argument is planning before growth means understanding not only where people will live, but when the township must build infrastructure and municipal services that support those communities. Before final approval, I'm asking council to require a clear, consolidated growth and development accounting, a transparent explanation, reconciling population, housing, and servicing gaps, a financial assessment connecting growth to Wilmot's capital and operations requirements, and I'm directing staff to take additional community consultations. I've talked to hundreds of people that want to be involved, and their voice has not been heard, and they want to be acknowledged. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Are there any questions of clarification? Councillor Cressman?
Through you, Mayor, I assume you were involved with this whole process?
No.
And why was that?
Why was that? Because truthfully, when it happened a year ago, I wasn't even aware it was happening. I was in my life. I'm a mom with 2 young children. I'm involved in running community events, and I didn't seek out the official plan information. I did not seek out, I didn't go on the website and try to become engaged. And that's where I'm saying that community engagement needs to be. It shouldn't just be that only residents that seek out the opportunities to be engaged in these processes should be heard.
Any other follow-up questions? Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. This is not for you. This is actually for Director Martin. How did we engage?
Dear Mayor Solomon, well, we went above and beyond the requirements of the Planning Act in terms of engagement. That is the minimum requirements. We never really do anything by the minimums, but ultimately we used every mechanism of engagement and getting the information out there, short of going to every door and door knocking like in a campaign. But we certainly had the information available on our website, through social media. We have an engagement platform specific to the Township of Wilmot that includes all of the information about ongoing and upcoming development applications. That's where we point people to regularly. So the information is readily available. We use the opportunities we have available to make that information public and engage those that are wanting to engage. I don't know that we could be more robust than we were, short of going door to door.
Thank you for joining us, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is John Jordan, and I believe that you have accompanying presentation that's coming up.
Is that you doing that, Caleb? So that can play first, and then I'll continue when it's done.
That the two top priorities are protecting the farmland, but also protecting the small feel and character of Wilmot.
And people want to move to a rural township like ours because they want to have a little bit of space.
That in terms of water and wastewater, because I hear that as a significant concern from residents who have met with me.
It's my belief that if we want to protect farmland, we have to go up, not out.
Maintain the countryside line and settlement boundaries in order to protect farmland and make sure that we continue to grow as planned in between Baden and New Hamburg.
I certainly see the importance of protecting farmland, and I came on this council with that perspective. As a farmer, I see the importance of it as a significant natural heritage that we have.
I certainly have heard from a lot of people who have moved here from larger cities because they wanted the rural feel, they wanted the small town.
So there is an environmental impact, and how we minimize that impact and how we protect wetlands and significant features is important.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, and everyone here. I'm John Jordan. I'm here from Wilmot Civic Action Network. From this clip of last November's special council meeting, it was obvious what mattered most to the community and to this council. We want to protect farmland, the countryside line, our environment, and we want to keep our community with its small town rural atmosphere. There is no disputing this, but this official plan does none of what you want to see happen. It only makes suggestions. I've learned over my 34 years in the financial services industry, excuse me, and the numerous lawyers I've worked with and their clients, is that a contract is king. Meaning that if it's not spelled out in the contract for it to occur, then it's worthless. As for this draft official plan, it's not what's said in the contract, and yes, this will become a contract for over the next 2 decades. It is not what's in the contract, or not what's said in the contract. Let me provide some specific examples from the draft plan, and I'm only providing examples up to page 4, or on point 4 on page 18 of 205 pages, which the first 7 are table of contents. On page 13, it says, through visioning, workshops, and conversations with community members, the township identified what matters most in managing growth and change to protect what is the most valued in our community. Well, what matters most? Is it getting your street plowed? Is it getting potholes filled? Is it having enough parking in downtown New Hamburg? It's not spelled out. Therefore, it's not going to stand up if it's challenged. Next, also from page 13, Wilmot Township will plan to guide growth in a balanced way that strengthens our evolving and welcoming countryside community while protecting farmland. The township will plan. This doesn't say it has to be done, nor does it provide what will be done. And at the end of the sentence, it states, while protecting farmland. This doesn't state how much farmland it will protect, with, where it could be 1,000 acres being wanted for development, and maybe you'll only protect 1 acre. It's not what's in the contract. It's what's not in the contract. On page 17, it says the following: growth is also intended to occur, and I think you referenced this, Councillor Dunstall, in a manner that supports this plan's vision for a complete community that maximizes the benefits of this change while protecting what matters most. First off, intended is a really bad word in a contract. It doesn't confirm anything, nor does it have to be done. and again, what matters most. If it's to protect the countryside line farmland and keep the small rural way of life in this community, as this council all agree what needs to happen from our clip, then say it. This is leaving it wide open. Lastly, on page 18, it states, the countryside line represents the long-term boundary between the existing Baden and New Hamburg urban areas and the countryside. Great. But this does or says nothing to protect the countryside line from being changed or made to disappear altogether. And I haven't brought up the 770, but Mr. Ahrens has said all I think there needs to say on that. I do believe that council wants to do what's best for our community. But by putting this plan through now, the way it stands is a recipe for disaster and for the unforeseeable future for generations long beyond us. We have over 2 years to submit this plan and get it right. So what's the rush? If I recall correctly, 4 years ago when this council was campaigning for election, one of the biggest messages from that campaign is that this council all said the people's voices of Wilmot need to be heard. Well, here we are. There are a lot of people here and throughout the community that are saying, what's the rush? I've heard it from the voices of Wilmot, and I'm sure you have too. Let's get this right, because if we don't get it right and it comes out half-baked, this community will not be recognizable in the very near future, and we will not be in a good place. We will have this council to thank for that, and if this plan passes now, is that what you want your legacy to be? Please do the right thing for the people of Wilmot, as this plan is for them. Not the province, not the feds, not Doug Ford, not for anyone else, but for the people of Wilmot. And let's put this plan back on the drawing board so that it can be what the people of this township wish to see for their future till 2051. It can't be changed. You, council, have the full authority to have this plan go back to the public and made right. We have over 26 months until October 1st, 2028 to do this and get it right for the people. Do the right thing, as I believe there's this thing called an election in 3 months less a day. And this issue will be a big one if put through in its present form. In fact, if I could be so bold to say, an elected office ending decision for those seeking re-election. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John, for joining us. Were there any clarifying questions? No. Okay, not seeing any. On to Mark Reeser. Thank you for joining us, Mark, and you will also have 7 minutes.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Reeser. I'm a farmer. I farm on Huron Road in Wilmot Township. I'm vice president of the Waterloo Federation of Agriculture, and I'm representing them tonight when I speak. I want to just say a word of thanks to KLG for referencing the 100-mile diet, and just inform council that my family follows the 100-meter diet. That is the distance from my back door to my garden. Thank you. So the Federation of Agriculture appreciates the opportunity to share with you some of our concerns about the draft official plan. And I'm going to speak in generalities here. I'm not going to be too specific. I think generalities are okay for what I want to put forward, what we want to put forward. The official plan does not prohibit the incineration of municipal waste on prime farmland. The Premier has just suggested that renewable energy, energy from waste is renewable energy, and our official plan allows that. It's a vacuum. It does not prohibit the establishment of wind turbines on farmland. If you look at a map of unwilling hosts on a map of Ontario, we are conspicuous by our right in the middle, like a bullseye, for not being an unwilling host. We need to be. It does not prohibit the establishment of industrial ground mount solar on farmland. It does not prohibit the establishment of an industrial megasite on farmland. The draft makes no mention of the issue of dumping of excess soil on farmland. And if you've been anywhere near Baden Hill, you know what kind of a problem that can be. That can be addressed in an official plan. There's no mention of protecting the moraine and little of protecting the countryside. Minimal mention of a comprehensive plan to protect source water, and only a single reference to the concept of a countryside line that states that the plan intends to permanently protect farmland rather than permanently protect it. A few words about official plans from my members. The best plan is not the one that is completed first. It's not a race. The best plan is not the one that endeavors to meet an artificial deadline, other than the official deadline of 2028. The best plan is not the one that conforms to some arbitrary request of an administration at Queen's Park that has no knowledge or appreciation for agriculture or the culture of rural Ontario. The best plan is not the OP that is the shortest or minimalist in design and form. The best official plan is that one that comes from open, honest, transparent collaboration. It's an OP that respects our agricultural culture, our entrepreneurial rural nature, our desire to significantly maintain our distance from big cities, our desire to not be an unconnected suburb, and our desire to assertively and fearlessly push back against an administration that wants to impose upon us something that we do not want and will change us into something that we do not want to be. An administration that seeks to force on us massive residential growth will result in an accompanying tax burden that will be borne not only by us, but by our children and our grandchildren. Development charges and residential tax assessment don't pay the long-term costs for municipalities. Residential growth is a long-term liability everywhere. According to the Ontario Rural Institute, the majority of rural municipalities in Ontario had more births than deaths last year. Instead of planning for future growth, perhaps we should be visionary and begin to plan for a future where our children and grandchildren, amidst a static or declining population, are not left or burdened with a debt and an inability to even maintain or replace the infrastructure that we've already built. The farmers and the people of Wilmot want the most visionary, the most appropriate, and the most resilient economic official plan in Ontario, not a template from Queen's Park. You and we together have the power to achieve that goal. So we ask you, take a stand, push back, be leaders, not followers. Support a motion to delay the vote on the draft of such until such time as we can have the opportunity to get it right. Let's end up with an official plan that you and we can together hold up and emphatically state, this is the template for rural municipalities in Ontario. An official plan is now very difficult to amend, and this plan may very well extend beyond our lifetimes. We need the time to get it right. And I will say this in closing. This is not a horrible plan. This is not a bad plan. This draft is a good plan, but it could be better. It needs to be visionary. We in Waterloo are leaders. We're not followers. Let's do it right. Let's show everyone else how to do it. And as has been said before, this probably is the most enduring document that you will ever deal with as a counselor. So thank you very much for your time, and good night.
Thank you very much, Mark. Were there any follow-up questions, Council? Okay, seeing none. Our next speaker is joining us virtually, and that's Rory Farnan. Hello, Rory. Thank you for joining us. You will have 7 minutes.
I have 7 minutes. Okay. I know the drill. Thank you, Mayor Salonen. Appreciate it. And good evening, members of council and staff. My name is Rory Farnan. I am a resident of Wilmot and speaking on behalf of Citizens for Safe Groundwaters. Great safe groundwater. I should know that by now. A bit late at night, but apologize I couldn't be with you in person. The draft official plan speaks about strong protection for water, but it fails to provide strong protection for the Waterloo Moraine itself. The moraine is one of the most important groundwater recharge systems in our region, yet it is not identified, mapped, or protected as a distinct landscape scale feature. Instead, the plan relies on an approach that allows development to proceed if studies suggest that impacts can be managed. But studies do not protect groundwater. Clear land use protections do. We are concerned that incremental approvals for development-related activities could gradually undermine the integrity of the moraine over time. Once groundwater systems are damaged, they cannot simply be restored. We are asking Council to strengthen the official plan by formally mapping the Waterloo Moraine, creating a Waterloo Moraine protection area, prohibiting incompatible development in undeveloped moraine lands, and adopting a precautionary approach where scientific uncertainty exists. The question is simple. Should the Waterloo Moraine be treated as land available for development subject to studies, or as an irreplaceable groundwater system that must be protected first? We believe the answer should be clear. Wilmot shall, not may, protect the Waterloo Moraine first. So we ask that Council either vote against the current draft plan or defer to a later date. Wilmot has waited more than 5 decades for this moment, which, if I may say, is one of the few things I can genuinely claim was before my time. Let's seize this opportunity and use our authority to make planning decisions that reflect local knowledge, local priorities, and our community's vision for the future. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Rory. Were there any questions of clarification? Okay, seeing none, thank you again for joining us virtually. Stuart Snyder is our next delegate this evening. Thank you for joining us, Stuart, and you will also have 7 minutes.
Mayor Salonen, council members, staff, and residents of Wilmot Township. As a property owner since 1976 and a resident and business owner since 1978, I have been proud to be in Wilmot Township. Historically, things went very smoothly. For the last number of years, things have become more trying in more ways than one. This OP is just adding fuel to the fire. First, it is not due until October of 28. Why the rush for such an important document, which is supposed to lead us into the prosperity of the future? An old saying is, haste makes waste. There are numerous wordings, as we've heard before, that can be twisted one way or another, just like the 770 acres was in the last OP. I do have to correct two of the earlier speakers. We're not dealing with 770 acres. We're dealing with 670 acres currently. Overall, I give you as councillors a passing grade on my past discussions with you, and I respected the majority of your replies. You have been elected by the residents of the township to follow our wishes. It's a tough situation you're in with so much outside interference from higher levels. I strongly suggest that the OP be delayed to the next council. They will be the ones that have to implement and work with it. I don't want to hear from them that it was a past council's decisions. And of course, you do not deserve that. We should not be dictated or pushed by the region or the province. We are Wilmot Township. As mentioned before, you were elected by the residents, not appointed by the region or the province. If there is a reason or benefit that you have to follow the higher powers, it should be brought to light and not kept under the table. I can personally relate to this OP process as being a farmer. When we make a long-term plan, we are forced to think things through in great detail. What does it cost? What are the net results? How long do we have to pay for it? If it was a bad decision, what are the ramifications? We need to cover every angle or we pay dearly in the future. We have to live with our decisions. As a farmer, it's our personal resources involved, not a community pot. The one thing in common with an OP is that we do have to listen to some others, especially our spouses and the banks. We're forced to live with our decisions. We do not have the opportunity to walk away in 4 years. This council should be in control of the township's well-being. Here is a good example for you all to shine. I respectfully ask again that you said no to this official plan until the details are detailed even further to a finer degree. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Were there any clarification questions? Okay. Thank you for joining us. Steve Bottoms is our next delegate. Thank you, Steve, for joining us this evening. And you will also have 7 minutes.
Hi, I'm Steve Bottoms. I live just south of Hayesville. I lived there for 50 years. And tonight I'm going to talk about the New Hamburg wastewater treatment plant as an example of one of the details that is missing. And next slide, please. Proposed growth of 12,000 people. That's our target. The region uses 2.7 persons per household to estimate the amount of number of people in a dwelling unit. And the type of industries are unknown, so we're going to ignore those. Next slide, please. The region is responsible for wastewater treatment, and they issue a report every year called the Water and Wastewater Monitoring Report. The last one was published in May 26, and it contains data for 2024. Next slide, please. Wilmot is responsible for delivering the wastewater, and they use this CLI ECA, which references a Regional Waterloo Wastewater Treatment Master Plan, and the only one we could find on the internet uses data from 2014, which is a bit of a problem. Next slide, please. So what we did was we took the Region of Waterloo 2025 Water and Wastewater Monitoring Report, which has the commitments up to date as of December 31st, 2024. Commitments include draft approvals, and all building permits that have been issued, but the buildings are not yet connected to the system. We use population data, which is what the wastewater report uses based on the 2021 census. And as I said, that data is out of date already. We also use the Baden, New Hamburg active, pending, and upcoming development map, updated May 2025, and the Wilmot development application listings from 2026. Next slide, please. So this is what the wastewater monitoring report looks like. I don't know whether you can see. There's a number there, 868 cubic meters per person per day. That is what was approved in 2024. That was added as a commitment to the capacity of the plant, or subtracted from the capacity of the plant. What's interesting is that up until this year, up until 2024, the commitment had never exceeded 100 people. Now it adds 3,500 people in 1 year. Now, that number subtracts from the current usage and the capacity, and the Region of Waterloo predict that there's room on that sewage treatment plant for 9,100 people. That's it. Now, of interest, there's a number there, 0.2491 cubic meters per capita per day. That's how much waste each of us produces. What that is 250 liters of sewage a day per person. And we're going to add 12,000 people to the sewage system. That is 3 million liters of sewage a day. That's the size of this problem. Okay. Next slide, please. So what we did was we took this map. This is the, I can't read the writing on there, but it's development listing from 2025. We took the Waterloo Street, which was, we were told, was approved in 2025, and it's 926 people to 1,200 people, so roughly 1,000 people. You subtract that from the 9,100 people that's the capacity of the region stated, so that gives us a capacity of 7,800 more people to 8,200. We have ignored the industrial land. Okay, this is just residential. Next slide, please. And then if you take what was approved in 2026, that's number 8, which is Nafzinger, number 13, which is Myers, and we ignored the industrial land. That gives us a net capacity of 5,000 to 5,300 people on the sewage treatment plant. Next slide, please. And the development application listing, this is what's been in the works for the first 2 quarters of 2026. It's about 300 more people. So that reduces the capacity to 4,600 and 5,200. Next slide, please. And then we went back to this map. And if you look at number 11, number 12, and number 17, those are lands that are designated as residential use lands. It totals 900 hectares. And at 45 people per hectare, that slide's wrong, it says acres, it should say hectare. That means that we've allocated residential space for another 4,000 people. Next slide, please. If you subtract the 4,000 from what we had before, there's capacity on the sewage treatment plant for 1,000 more people. That's it. And that's based on what we currently know about development. What is not clear is whether that 4,000 people is part of the 12,000 that's being added in the official plan or not, so we don't really know. Next slide, please. Is our data correct? We don't know. We're not engineers, we're not hydrologists, we're not sewer experts, although I have our own septic system, but that's beside the point. We do not know what the region included in the 2024 commitments of 3,500 people. I spoke to the Director of Engineering Services. He told me that there is nobody at the region that had worked on the wastewater reports, and he had only been in his job for 2 months. So it's very unclear what is included there. We can only guess at what the commitments are for 2025. We know what the approvals are. We don't know what the commitments are. And we can again guess for 2026. We have not seen any data from the township to support sewage capacity for 12,000 people or an additional 5,000 jobs. Next slide, please. How are we going to service 12,000 more people? Now, remember, we've ignored all the industrial commitments because we don't know what the process sort of outflow is from these plants. We don't know how many people live in Wilmot, how many will come in from out of town, so we've ignored them. So how are we going to service 12,000 people when we think, around 1,000 more people? Then if the river is out of capacity, it's polluted, one of the most polluted rivers in Ontario, and it is functionally exhausted. Next slide, please.
You have now run over time, so if you just want to make your final statement, Steve.
Next slide, please. How will the sewage be treated? What's it going to cost? Who's going to pay for it? And how long will it take to put this infrastructure in place? Where's the business plan to do this? Please vote to not approve this. And let's wait until we know more. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Were there any questions of clarification? Seeing none, I think our director might have wanted to just chime in on a technical element.
Sure, through you, Mayor Solomon, just for clarification on the sewage capacity, the official plan is on the basis of the 2024 wastewater monitoring report, which was 11,842 people of capacity. In conversations with regional staff that were involved in that, back when we started the official plan process, we clarified what the basis of the 2025 monitoring report was. There's assumptions there based on future development and draft approvals. We backed it to an actuals. So the actuals in the 2024 plan, and the population is built out from there. So when we talk about 12,000 people of capacity, that's in line with the 11,842, recognizing that over the course of development, there's opportunities. The township continues to be invested in inflow and infiltration improvements. So and that number fluctuates based on the treatment of clean water through infiltration. So there's multiple opportunities there to deal with additional capacity. And then the wastewater monitoring report, as it relates to employment uses or non-residential, is built in as a factor of residential. So that those pieces are addressed. We did look at those numbers, and what we've presented is factual based on content from regional monitoring.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a comment, please?
It's not actually for a matter of debate. That was just a technical note, Steve. Okay, our next presentation is Bart Van Andel. Bart, thank you very much for joining us.
This is quite a meeting. Yes, I'm Bart Van Andel, representing Nith Valley Eco Boosters. Good evening, Mayor and councillors and staff. My understanding is that the main objective of an official plan is to guide the future community growth, manage the land use, ensure coordinated development, and to balance local social, economic, and environmental needs while reflecting long-term vision for the community. So, next. So back in 2019, Wilmot, along with all Waterloo Region municipalities, declared a climate emergency. And in 2021, Wilmot and all Waterloo Region municipalities signed on to 50 by 30 and 80 by 50, so reductions of greenhouse gases. So this climate emergency has not diminished. In fact, it's been regularly reinforced by scientists, United Nations, International Energy Agency, and numerous other credible organizations. We need to get going and to act. Next. Oh, sorry. Stay there. Okay, so what's happening in Wilmot? Here's a chart to give a sense of where we're currently at in our 80 by 50 journey. So you've seen the 50 by 30 chart before. Black is actual data. This is natural gas, which is about 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions. The other major one being gasoline and diesel from transportation. Both of them added together are up around 90%. So anyway, the red line is the projection. I've only taken, I used 12,000 residents and took it all the way out to 2050. There's nothing in there for industrial or commercial. I think our current emissions are about 52% for residential and 48% for industrial commercial. And the green lines are, I guess, taking us to the target in 2050 with different starting dates. It does look like we're going, if you look at the actual, it does look like we're going down. 2024 is the last date. 2025, we do have the data. I think it's in the hands of our new sustainability manager. I would expect it will be going up, and that's only because of it was a colder year in 2025, the calendar year. So as much as I'd like to, because it does follow that green line going down, I don't think we'll find that. So as you can see, we have work to do to turn things around. It's a long journey. And the official plan is a long-term document. Next. So it's essential that our new official plan provides guidance for planning decisions to align with our commitment for an 80% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2050. Future councils, along with staff, require energy transition objectives and guidance. Objectives to guide them in planning and development. The current Wilmot draft official plan is quite sparse in this regard. Next. The draft Woolwich Township official plan has significant content regarding measures to address climate change, both mitigation and adaptation. The new Kitchener official plan, I think it's been mentioned before, recently adopted by their council, has a section 5 titled The Energy Transition. They have a, well, I think they have like 37 or 39 people in planning in Kitchener, a few more than Wilmot. But anyway, they have specific policy people. And they've had significant dialogue. I understand they've had significant dialogue with provincial staff who have not indicated issues with their wording and so on, and council has passed it. Yeah, so Kitchener planning staff and council felt it was important to include the energy transition section in the official plan. So the climate crisis needs to be addressed locally. Energy planning is an important part of the transition. If the official plan does not have energy transition inclusions, they will likely not be a consideration for future development. So this section 5, also in the Kitchener plan, also does speak to existing buildings and infrastructure. So it's not just new builds. And the last one. So let's not rush into adoption tonight. Our official plan provides important long-term guidance for a township, or it should provide important. It does. It's a decent plan, but it needs to be. There needs to be more put in regarding the energy transition. Kitchener's Section 5 offers an excellent framework for the energy transition to be included in our official plan. My understanding is that the official plan can be adopted in 1, 2, 3 a year and be within provincial requirements. So I ask, please defer any official plan approval until we can ensure that we have the needed plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bart. Were there any clarifying questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you again for joining us. And our last delegate on this topic is Krista Strauss. Thank you again for joining us, Krista, and you will have 7 minutes.
Hello, I'll keep this quick since I'm the last person. You guys fought hard in 2023 so that we could be in charge of an official plan and not have the region dictating how we want to grow. We want to be in charge. We want to create our own path. And this includes the community here and those at home as well. And I think we're trying to say that we're not quite there yet. I know a lot of work, there's a lot of good things in here, but we still need a little bit more time to get this right, because it's going to be lasting for 25 years. I think my son will be almost 40 by then. So, and he says he still wants to live here. So obviously we're doing something right. And he loves the small town, rural character. Like both my kids still want to live here. And I hope that we can get it right so that they will live here. If they want to go somewhere else, that's fine. You know, I understand bigger cities and stuff, but right now they love this area. So it's what brought me back here to this area as well. It's why my parents still live here. Probably why my grandparents lived here until they died. So obviously we're doing something right in the past. I just don't want us to screw it up. We need to take the time to get this right. So please don't rush this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krista. And any follow-up questions? Okay. Seeing none, I do just want to note that there were some additional email correspondences that have been received since the publication of the agenda, and those will be added to the minutes, but they have already been circulated to council. So we have a recommendation to be moved and seconded for discussion. So I would look for a mover and a seconder at this point, and then council is able to discuss and deliberate. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. Comments or questions from council? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Director Martin, this plan was initiated when?
Through Mayor Solomon, the process started in May of 2025 with acceptance of the request for proposal submission by Nethery Planning. Public consultation then began in early August. Would have been the first online survey, and followed by visioning exercises. So it's, yeah, in and around August of 2025.
So it's been over a year, roughly. Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments, council? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, I guess I have a comment. I mean, I thought long and hard about this, and I'll just basically read my thoughts and where I'm headed. So first and foremost, I do want to thank staff, the consultants, agencies, and many other residents who did participate in developing the official plan. This has clearly been a significant undertaking, and I do believe the document overall provides a thoughtful framework that attempts to balance growth, agricultural needs, environmental protection, and economic development. My decision today is not based on opposition to the official plan as a whole. In fact, I believe many aspects of this plan move Wilmot in the right direction. However, I cannot support adopting the document that will shape our community for the next 25 years, just weeks before the election. This is not a routine bylaw or a housekeeping amendment. This is the single most important planning document the township will adopt, and it will influence where growth occurs, how neighborhoods are built, how farmland is protected, set infrastructure priorities, housing, employment lands, transportation, environmental protection, and countless other future planning decisions through 2051. So given that significance, I do believe the prudent course is to wait until after the election. There's no demonstrated emergency requiring us to adopt this today. We already have planning policies in place, and the new official plan will still require approval from the ministry before it comes into force. So delaying by a few months or half a year would provide several important benefits. First, it would allow the public additional time to review a very large and complex document. Despite a comprehensive consultation process, many residents are now only beginning to understand how these policies may affect their properties and their communities. The What We Heard report does demonstrate that significant concerns remain regarding growth, infrastructure capacity, groundwater protection, agricultural, and transportation. And I think across the political spectrum, there is shared concern regardless of where you stand on these issues. Second, it would allow the next council, whatever its composition, to begin its mandate with the township's important planning document. It strengthens the public confidence that this plan has support of council that will actually be responsible for implementing it. And third, several neighboring municipalities are completing official plans of their own. So I don't think there's a downside to learning from their work. I'm a big fan if they develop stronger policies, clearer wording, or better implementation tools. I'm happy to steal that stuff from them and put it in our own. So I think we should take advantage of that rather than rushing to be first. So finally, I believe that there are still several policy areas that deserve another careful review. They're not reasons to abandon the plan, but they're just reasons that we can look to improve it. We only get the one opportunity to do this official plan, and once adopted, it does become difficult to change. So waiting a few months to produce a stronger document that I think better reflects the community as a whole, and not just everyone who's here tonight, but there are some other voices as well, I think that's time well spent. So it's not about stopping growth. It's just about making sure we get the framework right before we commit Wilmot to it for the next quarter century. So I will be voting to defeat or defer this evening.
So just to clarify, Councillor, are you bringing forward a motion to defer then? Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments from council? Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I know this is an election year, and so that may influence council. I'm not running again. It's been a year since this document has been published. I have reviewed everything that everyone has sent. I have not seen any new requests. I've seen the same verbiage that I saw 3 months ago, 5 months ago, 6 months ago, and longer. We have engaged the community. I'm surprised that some people haven't been engaged because I know that they take everything very seriously. I read this document. I see that we have made changes to the water, wastewater and water. I understand that there is a want for the verbiage to be countryside line and to be permanent. I believe that the language in here now supports to be permanently protected these valuable areas from the urban development. I believe that the concessions, not concessions, bad word. I believe that the changes and the enhancements that were made to the water and wastewater strengthened that position. And so we'll see where this goes. Those are my comments.
Councillor Stu?
Yeah, so the timing isn't ideal. We all know there's an election upcoming, and this official plan is, like some of our fellow councillors and delegates have said, it's one of the most important decisions as a council we can make. It's going to help guide our community for years to come, and it's important that we get it right. From my perspective, this isn't a question of whether we should have an updated official plan. It's the question of whether tonight is the right time to adopt it. Given that we're not facing an immediate legislative deadline, I don't see a compelling reason to rush this through so urgently. We have been working on it for a year. We still have over a year before the deadline to even submit it. So time is on our side. We have a long runway. I'm a firm believer of if you have time, take it. Get it right. It's not something that you can just simply undo. So I have more of a wait and see approach. See what other municipalities are doing. And if there is innovative ideas or something that we can pick and choose from, why not use the time when you have it? So I'm also going to be in favor of deferring or defeating tonight, but that's just where I stand at this moment.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Cressman.
Through you, Mayor. I usually jump in fairly early in the discussion, and this has kept me awake at nights, I must admit. It is a difficult decision. It's something that I take very seriously. I have always viewed farmland as a sacred trust, something that I value. And I realized, Kay, that you described my neighbor up the lane, the Gamak Gardens. And I see them working out in the vegetable gardens, and glad I have air-conditioned cabs when I drive past them. But I think again, and I had the opportunity to talk to Chair Wilmer, our CFO Wilmer, this morning, to try to look at the urgency of this and whether we have to move forward in a definitive time span. The one piece that I'm always, and I'm not encouraged isn't the right word, but I concede the amount of work that staff has put into this, and I'm sure they say we want to put this thing to bed ASAP. But I think at the end of the day, we are doing a disservice to our community if we don't hear, and I read through the material that Steve, you prepared, and after sitting down with Mark and yourself, and I thought, boy, it would be a lot easier if they brought 5 of their highest priorities forward as compared to every page having a yellow paragraph or 2 involved in it, because it would have been simpler to say, here are the things that we can zero in on and prioritize. I liked the presentation this evening by the planner. I think, John, you spoke clearly about what was missing, and I understand the angst by the community about the 770 acres minus a certain farm. But I realize as well that we are a product of what the provincial government holds us to. Does that mean we can't push back? Maybe it's worth to be a mountain to die on, and I guess that's always a discussion around into the board tables I've been at, is figure out where you can bend your principles, where you can find consensus, and where it's worth a mountain to die on. And I don't think that I like to hear what Mark Reeser said, that this is a good plan, but it could be better. And given that we have time to make some changes, I'm not committing to all the changes that you suggested, Steve, but I am saying if we can tweak a few things. I've also heard that don't let best be an enemy of good, and so how do you balance this? So I'm interested in from comments from Steve, your comments. I'm interested. No, you as Councillor Martin, sorry. And before I make my final decision, but maybe I'll vote with 2 hands. This is the two-handed politician tonight, but I can see both sides to this issue. But I think if we have time, I'm going to defer to using that time and trying to make improvements. That's where I stand now. So if you convince me otherwise.
I will just remind you, Councillor, this is not a vote early, vote often scenario, but Councillor Martin, did you want to chime in?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Salonen. I must admit, I'm not really sure what to say. I have met with a number of people who delegated tonight, meeting over coffee, and so I've tried to listen. I want to be open-minded. From what you're saying, Councillor Dunstall, we've spent over a year, and I've asked you, Director Martin, a number of questions, talked to you, CAO Wilmer. I guess I'm leaning towards thinking that I would be ready to approve it. I think about a number of different pages. Page 79 that talks about sensitive landscapes, page 49 that talks about agriculture, page 71 that talks about water and wastewater, page 85 that talks about the endangered species, page 91, the source water protection, page 96, salt management, page 114, energy conservation, as only a few. And so it is an extensive document. We've spent over a year on it. Yes, it's true, we could wait, and I could be convinced of that as well. And so, I can see both sides. In a way, it does feel like we would be abdicating some responsibility if we say we're not going to approve it tonight, because we have committed to a process, we've been involved, and then to say, okay, we'll push it on to the next council, feels like we're letting it go when we've had responsibility to work on it. So I kind of see both sides. I am thinking about this as we're talking, and I realize I could be convinced either way. But I think my leaning is still in the direction of I think I would be ready to approve it. I realize for some of you here, you're saying I won't get elected again, and that may be true. I don't know. So I guess that's more of where I'm leaning.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I don't disagree with anything that anyone has said. I really do not. The question to me is, I've heard all of these things before, so unless this council, or whatever council, I guess, is going to make all the changes that have been recommended, if that's what you're doing, then wait. But everything that has been brought up tonight has been brought up when that plan was being created. We have made adjustments to this plan to incorporate as much as we could. That's my opinion. And so I understand, and I understand this is a very serious document. I get all of that. I do not believe that this document will be changed. It's been a year. We've talked about it. We've gone to the public about it. We've talked about it again. It's been in the media. It's been everywhere. So it's not as if people didn't know. Can't pick up a paper or listen without finding out the official plans are being done everywhere. So I understand that you would prefer if we defer. That rhymes. But I still have some serious concerns. I don't see this plan changing. I think we've done as much as we possibly can. We've had people say it's a good plan, it's a decent plan. That's where I sit.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, I realize that some of you want to make comments. I have respectfully listened to you, so I would ask that you now really respectfully listen to us talk with each other. I came here being open-minded. I didn't say to anybody I'm going to definitely vote in favor, nor have I said I'm definitely voting against. I take the meeting seriously, and I would ask that you take our discussion seriously too.
And you,
when you're making snide comments or comments about whatever it is you're discussing, then it's really hard to concentrate.
which, Councillor Martin, you did beat me to it. I would just remind everyone in the gallery, if you feel the need to talk, please do leave the chambers. As this is, as Councillor Martin noted, time for council to discuss. Are there any other comments or questions at this juncture? Councillor Cressman?
Am I raising the opposite hand now? The question I have, and I think it was raised in our discussion this morning, is how much of this suggestions that have been made for changes could be included in a strategic plan? So you'd have the official plan, and then the strategic plan that would be developed by the next council could roll out policies, and so I see us kind of muddying the waters a little bit with things that aren't land related, and with all do deference, I think some of the energy conversion things could be strategic objectives in a strategic plan. And so I'm just thinking through that we're trying to roll too much in an official plan as compared to what would be there, and a strategic plan by the next council could address many of the issues that are being raised. So that was some great insight I received from staff this morning.
Just to get clarity, was that a question for staff to reiterate
I'm looking at Director Martin because I'm wondering if he sees that as a potential in terms of some of these comments that we've received.
Through Mayor Sullivan, certainly that is a conversation I've had previously on the topic, is some of the goals and expectations of where we may head in terms of climate change objectives really are driven by decisions that are made corporately, strategically by council, and where investments are, how things are budgeted. So certainly there is an opportunity there. With respect to what we've included in the plan, we've engaged the approval authority to find out what reasonably there is an expectation for support. So although the document may be more lean than what others desire, the core policies that exist in that plan reflect those objectives. There's always an opportunity to add more language. There's always an opportunity to add more policies. What we've done, and our consulting team, if there's an opportunity, I'm sure Mr. Nethery would like to speak to the hard work that the consulting team has done as well, but ultimately, the plan before us, we feel, has a reasonable expectation of provincial approval. The more we add to a plan outside of that consultation process, there's more opportunity that what comes back is not what council has endorsed or been engaged with over the last year. So ultimately, there are opportunities through other mechanisms like strategic plans to deal with other mechanisms. There's also ongoing reviews and further reviews of this official plan. It doesn't stay the same until for the entire planning horizon. So it's not a closed window as may be suggested by some. There is still an opportunity to review it ongoing. I'm going to leave my comments at that. If there's an opportunity for Mr. Nethery to speak further, that would be appreciated.
Mr. Nethery.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mayor Salonen. Yes, reversing the role that Director Martin sometimes follows with me. A great opportunity to upsell services I do, which includes special policy studies. So this document can be updated. There's expectations that it will be reviewed and updated. There are provincial expectations and they're tiered. Long story short, an official plan update will need to be done under the Planning Act in 10 years. Number two is that nothing stops this council or this corporation, much like how any landowner can file an official plan amendment application, nothing stops you as a council from directing further studies or investigations. I have the town of Caledon as a client. Their new official plan was March of 2024. OPA 1 was my study, and that was October of 2024. I think it is I'm going to give you my professional opinion here, which is that it is a completely healthy, normal, practical, and expectable thing for municipalities to go back and take critical analysis as an ongoing implementation item when it comes to land use policy. And if that happens, here I am hoping to do my business and blah, 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 that kind of stuff, which all requires public process, public engagement, further research and detail. This document will not be set in concrete. The Planning Act completely expects you to be looking at it and updating it going forward.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Salonen, and thank you, Mr. Nethery, for your comments, because that was one of the things I was curious about. One of the things that had been said tonight was that this plan could last through to next generations, but in fact, we can make changes along the way. Next term of council could make some changes if there were some things that were seen to be lacking or missing in this plan. I do have a question, and I'm not sure who this would be for. Maybe Director Martin, I could start with you. Some people have said to me that if we are not careful with our official plan, it could be evidence used at the OLT, so that if we turn down a development and the developer takes it to the OLT, because it's not clear enough in our official plan, we're going to lose at the OLT. Is there a way of commenting on that in terms of how the official plan guides the OLT in their decision-making?
Through Mayor Sullivan, certainly, the overarching policy framework is the provincial planning statement that takes the highest priority when looking at conformity. Our plan is required to be consistent and conform with that plan. So ultimately, the provincial framework governs it. Municipality has associated policies. When it comes to narrative aspects of the plan, I would say those aren't something that priority as a focus for OLT decision making. The policies themselves are, but again, the governing overarching policy framework that would be of the highest level test would be the provincial planning statement.
Councillor Cressman?
Yes, again, maybe going down a rabbit hole, but through you, Mayor, to Director Martin, Netherly crew, let's assume we put forward past the official plan at some point. It goes to the province and they reject certain portions of it. What is what they reject and what's left becomes the official plan, or does it come back to us to do some homework on it or fine tuning on it, or what's the process once we submit?
Through Mayor Sullivan, so the process would be the province would make amendments to the plan. In general, they would consult. On the most part, the expectation is it's been a two-way conversation with provincial staff to date, which has led to the document that we're at right now. Reasonably, the outcome we anticipate is that it addresses region, GRCA, provincial comments on the process, but ultimately it would come back with modifications to the plan as they feel fit. So removals, additions, whatever the case might be, the province ultimately is the approval authority. So it's not, they wouldn't provide direction to the municipality to go back and relook at things. They would, is my expectation. Having had experience with other plans, maybe Mr. Nethery has different opinions on that, but ultimately the document that would come back is as the province wishes it to be.
So just to clarify, they make the additions or they make the subtractions. I assume they don't make any additions, and that then becomes the final version. Is that correct?
They certainly could make additions or subtractions. So if we were missing a policy that with conformity with the PPS, they would add that in. I mean, that was something we've done already through this process, is they identified things that were missing and we've added them in. But presumably there would be that opportunity to do that.
Just before we continue with this conversation, we're coming up to 5 minutes on our deadline where we need to extend the meeting because we're coming up on 11 o'clock. We don't need to procedurally remove the motion on the floor because this is a separate procedural item. I just need a mover and a seconder if council decides to extend until midnight. At the point of midnight, if we are still going, then council would need to decide if we are waiving notice of our procedural bylaw as a whole to be able to extend the meeting past midnight. That is a juncture we can get to if we so cross it. Right now, though, I would be looking for a mover and a seconder to be able to extend on until midnight. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Now we can go back to the conversation at hand. Was there additional follow-up to that, Councillor Cressman? No. Okay. Councillor Wilkinson?
Thank you, through the chair. Some of the questions I was wondering about were just answered, but I think ultimately, looking at the plan, and I get we've spent a year, and I get there's been feedback, and I get there's a document that's been produced, and I think it's good. But I've never been a fan of just submitting what's good enough. So the case I'm trying to make here is that if there are things that we can lift or take from other official plans that are coming down the pipeline from our peers, comparable municipalities, I think it's worth the time to take a look at that. Personally, I mean, in terms of the way I'd love to go through this, I would love to sit down as a group in open council and go through page by page. Otherwise, we'd be here all night suggesting amendments, voting each other down, voting things in, it would be impossible to do. So I think changes could be made. I think changes would be made if we were given the time. So I'm just sort of stating one more time, it's like we should go to the province with what we consider a robust and solid plan, not just good enough because we've invested time and money into it. And honestly, there are things in there that I would love to see changed. I mean, just as a quick one, renewable energy projects, excuse me. Large-scale renewable energy projects such as wind turbines and solar farms and other renewable or alternative energy facilities may be permitted within prime agricultural designation. I know there's a lot of farmers I would talk to that would have a major issue with that, and would prefer to see those projects take place elsewhere. There may be people that are renting land right now that would probably be willing to adopt one of these, and then all of a sudden you lose that land for growing purposes. So I think something like that requires a little bit more debate, requires a little bit more insight from our township and our residents. I'm of the opinion we should enhance this, send it off, and to quote Wayne Gretzky, you miss 100% of the shots that we don't take. So we're better to take the shot, see what we come back with.
Councilor Martin.
To Mayor Son, just for clarification on that point, that policy is directly from the PPS. So those are, like, I think what we're getting at, what we've tried to say is we have listened, we have taken examples from other municipalities. We haven't incorporated everything based on our conversations with provincial staff and what we reasonably anticipate under the new provincial framework to be adopted, or to be approved rather. So it isn't that we haven't had that conversation. It isn't that we haven't looked at other municipalities. We have done that. And what I feel as a professional planner is the document before you addresses the items that we have a reasonable expectation of following through to an approval. It aligns with the provincial framework. It doesn't offend any of the issues that we're hearing within the scope and mandate that we have. Everyone has different feelings for ways documents are written. But I hear what the conversation is, and I want to be abundantly clear that we have done that exercise already. So reasonably, I don't anticipate that from a staff level, anything further would change because we do feel the document does the things that are being asked. We did allow opportunity for engagement. We have listened to those comments over the last number of months. I don't know if I'm making that clear or not, but ultimately I just want to clarify that what you're asking for has been done through this process.
Councilor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, on that particular point, and in reference to Councillor Wilkinson, your comment about wind turbines, I happen to be a fan of wind turbines. I'm not saying that we should put them on prime farmland, but maybe on a gravel pit. Like there may be places where we could put them that would not take away farmland, but would in fact be a renewable, sustainable source of energy. And so then, isn't that more of a zoning debate or a process that comes when we look at, is this a place where we want to provide zoning for it? And so we have our official plan, we have a document that gives kind of the high level, and then the specifics, I think, get ironed out when it comes to specific projects. Have I misunderstood something, or is that a way of understanding the official plan?
Going to turn it over to our consultants. I think Michelle might have an answer.
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor, yes. The way that we have structured the plan for renewable energy projects that are large scale is that applications would require a zoning bylaw amendment to determine whether or not that use is appropriate for whatever location it may be proposed at.
Councillor Cressman.
So, through you, Mayor. One of the hang-ups that I have, and what we've heard repeatedly, is that farmland isn't protected in this document. And so I'm going to direct that question to you to explain to me and possibly the audience why you believe there is adequate or there is protection for farmland. And I as well would expect Andrew to respond, Director Martin, sorry, to respond to that as well, because I don't want to be the...
Yep. So through the mayor to the councillor, we have in this plan done our absolute best to provide policies that protect for farmland. There have been provincial legislation changes that do not allow municipalities to permanently protect. And so that has been one of the challenges that Wilmot is up against. And so the important thing, and some of the comments we heard from delegates earlier today, was, do we not have policies to address these types of things? No, we want in the official plan to have policies to determine where land uses are appropriate, which designations are rural and agricultural, and which designations are urban. And so those policies and that policy framework is very important to have in the official plan to best as we possibly can within the confines of anyone can file an application at any time to do anything on any parcel of land. We have the protections in place to protect farmland in Wilmot.
My only supplement that through you, Mayor Salonen, provincial policy is pretty clear with respect to what uses are permitted on prime agricultural lands. The overwhelming majority of countryside lands in the Township of Wilmot today and in the draft official plan are prime agricultural lands, unless it's the home of an environmental feature.
Yep.
Just a quick one. I notice I farm all rural lands rather than prime agriculture lands. My friend in the back row gets prime agriculture land and I just get rural land. I looked for the definition and I couldn't find it. So what is, it's just lower quality? Is that what, I always heard class 1, class 2, class 3, and class 4. That's how I was taught in agriculture college. But
yes, and through you, Mayor, I don't know where the echo's coming up, through you, Mayor Salonen, to the councillor, the land classifications, the CLI, are a big part of that. The source of data truth in this regard is a provincial land evaluation area review, a LEAR study, which identifies the vast majority of Wilmot Township as prime agricultural lands. As a part of this dialogue with the province, some questions were asked with respect to what lands might be more appropriate as a rural designation. And that is what you are, the results of that conversation are what you are left with on the proposed maps of the official plan.
Any other comments or questions at this time, Council? Director Martin, sorry.
Through Mayor Salonen, I mean, I would echo the comments that we've heard from the consultants. We've introduced as many policies with the verbiage that we are able to based on provincial framework and PPS language. So ultimately, I think one other thing to take away is when you look at an official plan, you don't read a policy independent of the others. So I mean, comments we're receiving are pinpointing specific policies without looking at the context in the overall plan. So when we look at the cumulative commenting with respect to areas of protection, source water protection, environmental features, agricultural lands, cumulatively those policies send the message. If you take a policy independent of the others, someone could suggest that maybe that language could be stronger. Our comment is we've included language to the strength we're able to, but you also need to read the plan in its entirety when you look at implementation. So cumulatively, those policies provide the direction that we're hearing from council and the community. And for that reason, I think we have a document that's robust and achieves what we're hearing from.
Any other questions or comments at this point in time? I guess I will chime in. Got a lot of thoughts going on. One, I want to thank both our consultants and staff for all of the work that you've done. And I did, when I read the updated report and the tracking sheet, I personally really felt that you did incorporate the feedback. And incorporating feedback does not mean that everything makes it into a draft, but I did personally feel in reading through it that there was genuine reflection given and valid reasons that I certainly spoke with staff when I didn't understand why something wasn't brought through. That made sense as to why it wasn't. A lot of that has been rehashed again here tonight. I mean, I even think of some of the things that are compelling, and one of the individuals brought it up this evening on soil dumping, for example. Council already passed for staff to bring back a bylaw to tighten our soil dumping, and that's really the more appropriate avenue than in a master land use planning document. I completely hear the regional and provincial 770 acres argument for having that in there. I understand that and why people want to see that. At the same time, it's not something that Wilmot is saying that we need. That is something that is a far bigger scale and scope, and it's not a Wilmot specific, we need these employment lands. That is a province of Ontario and region of Waterloo strategy. To me, to speak to that would in fact be saying that anyone else interested in those lands should consider then purchasing them for employment lands, which I don't think is appropriate. So I don't think that living in this document is appropriate. I don't think that that's the role that council has on playing this. And I know many in this room disagree with that. We're all allowed to agree to disagree and have different opinions on that, but I do want it to be noted that it is something that I've considered many a night on this matter. Same as Waterloo Marine and water protections. I think there is pretty strong language in here. I appreciate it might not be to the extent that some want, but again, recognizing who's responsible for what. I mean, we're all navigating the download of planning, but at the same time, water is a Crown provincial resource, and it is one that currently sits with the region in terms of providing water drinking systems. Not to say that it's not important how that works, because as I know, I'm actively working with many of you on getting a far better well interference policy to ensure that we don't lose water for our residents while we're pumping water into other parts of the region. I guess where I stand very similar to some of the comments of my colleagues is if we push this off, I mean, one, I agree that I think this would be us not doing our duty and our responsibility to make a decision on a process that both we started, but also was initiated by the province in terms of download of planning. I think back to when we first started on council and some of the issues that we got planted on us because of indecision from prior councils. Sure, we dealt with them, but I don't think that's personally how I would want to leave another council. I do believe that there are genuine avenues for change to this if a new council is brought up. And to be fair, it's not just next council who is implementing this. Again, we're talking on a 25-year horizon here. I think there's lots of opportunities for future councils as new information presents itself to be able to make reasonable changes pending that the province allows it, because at the end of the day, we are a creature of the province of Ontario. Whether you like it or not, that is, we only exist because of the Municipal Act, which is a genuine limitation that we have. I guess my thing is if we were to look at anything like a deferral, I would not be willing to see this be deferred to another council for the reasons I just went over. But if people have genuine items on this council that they want to see rewritten and give very clear direction, I would be open to hearing that conversation. Otherwise, I agree with Councillor Dunstall that it's going to get pushed off to a point to not see change. We agreed back in June at the public meeting to extend this decision point to give the public and council longer with the final document. We did that. Frankly, I am frustrated that I didn't start getting a lot of meaningful feedback until Thursday late evening, when again this was out by the end of June. Not to say that you were not busy. absolutely, I understand that. But I do also find it hard when I've had almost equal, if not more meaningful engagement from people who are supportive of the plan. So that's also hard to reconcile. And I still get, at the end of the day, that's the mass majority of the public being silent on the issue. And I guess my other issue too is I get wanting perfection and I get wanting to be the most amazing, but also I do really resonate with you can't let perfection get in the way of progress. And I don't think I have heard a compelling enough reason that can't be addressed through other avenues or more appropriate avenues, in my opinion, that at this exact moment in time, I would be willing to defer again, unless somebody has particular items laid out that they want to see specifically changed or staff to specifically address. Because I would also say some of the issues that council have had the opportunity to ask, I know I've asked many a question to staff. I know some of my colleagues have as well. But if you didn't feel it was addressed, I again feel we've had multiple weeks at this point. I don't really know how we'd be leaving the next council in a better position for decision-making, because it's going to be the same pressures. They may have different opinions than us, and that's totally valid, but it still is going to remain the same pressures of the provincial policy statement. The province is the final approving authority. Staff have made it pretty clear that this is where they're comfortable, and not to paraphrase, but I'm just trying to take what I've surmised, same as our consultants. And we also have finite resources within this township, and I don't know how much longer we can keep on focusing staff time on a project that has now been a year to date, and was not a surprise it was coming up. I guess that's a lot to throw out, but this is where I'm at, and I'm trying to reconcile all of that. So at this point, we do have a motion that has been moved and seconded. Are there any other comments or amendments that folks want to make at this point in time? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I see no harm in waiting, so I would table an amendment to, or a deferral to defer this to 8 months' time from today.
Okay, is there a seconder for the deferral? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. So time and place are the only thing up for discussion at this point. Any comments on time or place? Councillor Sadhu.
Yeah, so I second it just to, before we either vote in favor or defeat, I want to give the councillors an opportunity as an option to defer. Just throwing it out there.
Time or place is what can be discussed at this point, now that it's
Good.
been moved and seconded.
I already made my point, we're good.
So there's a motion to defer 8 months from today's date. Just asking the clerk, where does that actually put us on the calendar? That would be the end of March of 2027, just so that everyone's clear. Any other comment or question on time or place? Okay, all those in favor? Those opposed? That's defeated. We're back to the motion as moved and seconded. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I will call for a recorded vote, please.
Very well, just giving the clerk a moment here.
Okay, so Councillor Wilkinson is called for a recorded vote. When I call your name, please indicate either in favor or against the motion on the floor. Councillor Cressman.
Against.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Against.
Councillor Sadhu.
Against.
Councillor Dunstall.
In favor.
Councillor Martin.
In favor.
Mayor Salonen.
In favor, so it's defeated.
Motion's defeated.
Councillor Cressman.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about the deferral motion.
Oh, no, we already voted on the deferral.
Oh,
This was on the main motion. Did you need to amend your vote, knowing what we're voting on?
I don't want to make it into the paper as one of those.
It's important to get it right, though, Counselor.
Can we read the motion?
I will read the motion that is before. Sorry that I did not make that clear. So what was moved and seconded is that report DS-2026-14, new Township of Wilmot official plan for adoption be received for information, and that council adopts the official plan included as attachment A, and that council directs staff to forward the adoption of the official plan to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for approval, and that council, upon final approval of the township official plan by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, revoke the current township official plan and related modifications and amendments, and that council, upon final approval of the township official plan by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, revoke the current Region of Waterloo official plan as it applies to lands within the Township of Wilmot, along with related modifications and amendments. I'm looking to address the one item that we currently have outstanding.
Point of procedure. What is our procedural bylaw call for in this instance?
The clerk is going to have to pull it up because this is one we have not had to deal with in recent times.
My only excuse is too many hours in the combining wheat, but I know that doesn't hold the municipal.
Through the mayor to council, I would just refer council to the option of disputing a vote. But that remains my only, the only avenue in the procedural bylaw for proceeding. So disputing a vote is if a member disagrees with the result as called, may declare the result of the mayor or chair, object the declaration and require a revote to be taken by the same means as the original vote.
Okay, so to clarify, if somebody wanted, and I'm not trying to predetermine outcomes, but if somebody wanted to change their vote, they would dispute it, and then we just take a revote. Am I understanding that correctly in the procedural bylaw?
Yes, through the mayor to council, the procedural bylaw doesn't provide any more procedural guidance beyond that comment, so.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, could I call for a brief recess to review it myself?
I would look for a mover and a seconder. I would err on the side of caution / would rather do it in open session based off of experience at the region. And for the benefit of people watching online, but I'm fine allowing you to have quiet time to review the procedural bylaw. I'm just sharing my preference from experience at the region when this happened. But I have no issue with council all pulling it up to be able to read it.
I apologize for my mistake. I was thinking we were still voting on the deferral.
It's okay. Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, if somebody has misunderstood the vote, I don't see why we couldn't just re-vote. It's a recorded vote, and so obviously people are going to be aware of what everybody's voting for, but if it was a misunderstanding, I don't see why we wouldn't make sure that everybody's on the same page.
And I believe that that's what the bylaw allows us. I'm just giving council the opportunity if they want to find the bylaw. And if I believe the clerk might be sending it over to council's emails so that you don't need to search. It may just take a few minutes there, but I have no issue with council having time to see it in writing if they want. Councillor Dunstall, did you have your hand up for a question, or was that your question?
Yeah, this we've already established is a very important document, and so the vote should be what the councillors want it to be. So some people agree, some people don't. That's why we're voting. But to misvote, if that's what occurred here, that's not right either. So.
And this is why we don't normally extend our meetings past 11, especially when they start at 4:30. But I believe those should be in your inboxes in a moment. Yes, Councillor Stu.
I am of the same line of thinking as Councillor Martin and Dunstall. I mean, this is an important vote. By no means do we want it to be a technicality. I know if it was myself, I'd want the opportunity to clear it, but that's fine. That would be my line of thinking.
Do I have unanimous consent then to allow for a revote?
I'll abstain from
voting on the revote.
No, just vote.
Okay.
Humble pie comes in many shapes and forms.
The clerk is saying we can go with a revote based off of that because I'm not seeing any actual objections, just abstaining from one councillor. Okay. So I will turn it back over to the clerk to be very, very clear. We are voting on item 14.4, and it is that report DS-2026-14 new Township of Wilmot official plan for adoption be received for information, and that council adopts the official plan included as attachment A, and that council directs staff to forward the adoption of the official plan to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for approval, and that council, upon final approval of the new township official plan by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, revoke the current township official plan and related modifications and amendments, and that council, upon final approval of the new township official plan by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I just reread that last part for fun because it's past 11 o'clock. So everybody clear on what we are now voting on? Yeah. Okay. And I will turn it back to the clerk.
Through the mayor to council, when I call your name, please indicate either in favor or against the motion. Councillor Cressman.
In favor.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Against.
Councillor Sadhu.
Against.
Councillor Dunstall.
In favor.
Councillor Martin.
In favor.
Mayor Salonen.
In favor.
And the motion is carried.
Thank you. Just noting the time is 11:24. I do want to get through our next item as we have residents who have been sitting here for quite some time. So 14.5 is the Committee of Adjustment decision variance to fence bylaw, and this is an appeal. I will turn it over to Mr. Miller to present this report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Salonen. This application deals with an appeal to a Committee of Adjustment decision. So the Township's fence bylaw establishes a maximum fence height of 6'6" outside of front yards and visibility triangles. The fence bylaw provides the Township's Committee of Adjustment the ability to consider requests for increases in the maximum allowable fence height. Since 2009, which was when the fence bylaw was first passed, the Township Committee of Adjustment has processed 13 applications. And in the opinion of staff, one of the main tests when considering a bylaw, a variance to the fence bylaw is what the immediate neighbors feel about that fence. And so in May of this year, the applicant submitted a minor variance application A10/26, which proposed to increase the maximum allowable fence height around the perimeter of the property from, again, 6'6" to 8 feet. At their meeting on July the 8th, the Committee of Adjustment refused this application to increase the maximum allowable fence height at 226 Shade Street in New Hamburg in response to the neighbors' concerns about the height and potential impacts on their property. The subject property abuts a total of 5 properties directly, 3 of whom objected to the increase in fence height. 1 did not participate in the process, and 1 spoke in favor of the increase. We did provide a map which illustrates positions of surrounding properties to the staff report. Unlike minor variances or consents, the applicant can appeal these decisions made on the fence bylaw directly to council. The applicant provided a written appeal package on July 13th, which has been included for council consideration. As there's been several concerns raised by neighbors, staff would either recommend that the committee's decision be upheld, or alternatively, that council consider allowing particular areas of the property to be permitted to have an increased fence height of 8 feet, which equates to 2.44 meters, based on the support or lack of opposition received through this process. Those properties are specifically listed as 215 and 223 Perth Street, and again, were provided on the attached map. And I'll leave my comments at that.
Thank you very much. Any technical questions of Cameron before we hear from the appellants? Okay, I will turn it over, and thank you very much for sticking through probably our longest meeting of this term of council. But I will turn it over to yourselves, Dr. and Mrs. Singh.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and staff. It's nice to meet you all. This is exciting. My name is Kamari Singh. I'm a family physician, and I'm moving back to Canada from the Chicago area. I'm here with my husband, Aman Mahajan, and we're here regarding our application for a minor variance regarding fence height at 226 Shade Street. We've prepared a brief presentation to explain the unique characteristics of our property and why we believe the requested 43 centimeters fence height increase is reasonable, and it's a site-specific adjustment. We hope the photographs will help illustrate the condition that led us to this request. We have hired Ms. Jamalai, an architect, to oversee the construction, and I will now hand over her the presentation to her to discuss discuss it in greater detail.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tegiola, and I'm an architect and also a home builder in Ontario. And I'm here on behalf of the applicant to present our planning analysis regarding the appeal for the minor variance of the 226 Shade Street. Our objective today is to demonstrate that this application satisfied the Planning Act for test for a minor variance, and the requested relief is appropriate given the unique characteristics of the property. This is not simply a request for a taller fence. It is a site-specific solution to address a significant change in grade while maintaining the intent of the township fence bylaw, protecting privacy and creating no significant impact on public safety and neighboring property. I will talk, that's great that this is displayed. I will walk briefly the council through the site condition and the planning rationale. And I've split my presentation. I want to make it as short as possible so everyone can focus because it's quite late. The first main concern that was brought to us was, why does the fence need to have an additional height? Given the site specific, and we have displayed for you a property cross section, and again, the image itself, it's not to scale, but we made it small enough for you to understand what's happening. We are requesting a 17-inch increase to the original bylaw, and that is about 43 centimeters. Because of the existing grade difference, this bylaw, the current bylaw, does not achieve the intended outcome that a bylaw needs to do. And the 1.9 meter fence on this lot does not provide the same privacy as a 1.9 meter fence on a level lot. And given that our house is 28 inches above the level where the fence is going to be built, we believe that the 17 inches, it's quite normal for a house that is located at 28 inches above the baseline. That requested 17 inches compensates for the existing grade, and it does not create an unusually high fence. The second concern that was brought by the neighbors is, will it create visibility or safety concerns of the fence in the front yard? The required front yard setback is about 25 feet. We have built our fence 30 feet from the road, which means that we have a 5 foot behind the required setback. Therefore, this proposed fence does not create any visibility or safety concerns because it is well located beyond the required front yard setback. This will allow, again, this is another concern that was brought by our neighbors. It will allow snow storage during the winter. It will allow the municipal snow clearing and maintenance, and will not impact the driveway sight lines, given that also mature trees are present in the most front yards. If you could go to slide 16, that would be greatly appreciated, where we can show you that the driver's sight line is not impacted this. It will not impact the pedestrians, and we will not impact on vehicles entering or leaving the driveway. So this is a view of the fence from the neighbor. And as you can see at the bottom of, at the end of the street, you have mature trees that other neighbors could potentially argue that they are impairing the sightline. There's the third main concern is what are the planning impacts? So us as a committee, you guys as a committee, and us as members of this neighborhood, from our perspective and from the analysis that I did and the survey that we did, the variance, it will not create any drainage issues. It will not create any traffic concerns. It will not create any safety concerns, no servicing concerns, no impacts on the sightlines, does not interfere with municipal operations. Instead, this minor variance is a minor change in the planning impact. It simply restores the level of privacy that a compliant fence would naturally provide on a level lot. And given that this is not a level lot, that's why we're asking for that 18 inches different. And the township planning staff reviewed previously the application and concluded the increase was appropriate based on the site characteristics and recommended approval. Thank you. I will pass to the homeowners now for the closing remarks.
Okay. I did also want to add that I think that the bylaw says that the fence has to start from 25 feet from the road. Ours is 30 feet from the road, so it does give an extra cushion if anybody needs to put snow in a certain area, just to, be able to shovel their lawn without having, or, their driveway without having any impeding obstruction in view. And then actually, should we go to the beginning?
It's okay. Sorry, it's late, I know.
It's late. All right. But before we finish, I'd just like to share something personal. I was born and raised in the Waterloo region, and returning here feels like coming home. It took a while to convince Amen. And we had 3 kids in the process of me trying to convince him that Canada is the best place to live in the world. But I'm glad he relented, because we chose Wilmot because we want to build our lives here and not just buy a house. We want to become a part of this community. It's been so special listening to everyone be so passionate tonight and all of the concerns. And I love that we're so, green gas, greenhouse gas, we're all against that. And it's just nice to see that we support the farmers, and it's just what you value. So we're here for the long term, is I guess what I'm trying to say. I chose family medicine because I believe in caring for people. It means building relationships over many years. My hope is to care for the families in this community, help improve their health, watch children grow into adults, and be there for them through every stage of life. And that's why I wanted to become a family physician. As parents, we just want our young daughters to grow up in a safe, welcoming neighborhood where they know their neighbors, play with their friends, and feel a true sense of belonging. We hope to get to know our neighbors by name and be a part of the community events and contribute positively to Wilmot for many years to come. Our request today is not about closing ourselves off from the community. It's simply just a request, a minor variance, like 1.5 feet, a site-specific adjustment that reflects the unique topography of our property. The edges of our property have a swale, and so even when you put that fence up, it just really cuts off at eye level at certain areas. You can see the tires of the neighbors' cars. And my kids are so young, and tell them to keep their clothes on. It's just so hard. They're running around naked, and I don't want to make them feel like they can't just be themselves. So if you're my neighbor, you may have heard me yelling at them, but it seems to be a common occurrence these days as it's so hot outside. In any case, we do want our kids to safely swim and enjoy their yard. And we want them to do that while growing up, and to become active members of this community, this wonderful community. We respectfully ask for your support, and we thank you for your time, your consideration, and your services to the town of Wilmot. Everyone who's lasted as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, and thank you very much. I'm not certain if I picked it up right, but Mr. Majing?
Amen.
Amen. I'm sorry.
Mahajan. We have different last names.
Amen. Okay. Thank you both very much.
Yeah, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, if anyone has questions too.
And that is my next part. Does anybody have questions on council? Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I'll again blame winter wheat harvest for not driving out Shade Street. So the reduction in elevation, is that behind the house?
So there's two variances. One, the house is on a hill, so the fence kind of just you can easily overlook it in various areas. The other thing, that because of the water drainage, the entire plot of land is on an elevation. So it seems like, if we can pull up actually some of the photos, I can go through it a little bit quicker. The houses surrounding almost feel like a stadium view, kind of looking into our backyard where the pool is, where the privacy is probably the most important to us, given that, they're young girls. And so there's a swale along the edges. The house is on a hill, but the surrounding houses are also on an elevation. So that's kind of hinting at the swale. I know it's not professional, but I took the photos with
So if I can add something, the cross-section that we presented, that's a horizontal cross-section of the site. It's not the vertical one. The vertical one is the measurements are a little bit different, but one characteristic of a lot of those homes is that they seem to be built a little bit higher than the rest of the ground. And this is, as Dr. Singh mentioned, for water drainage. But the problem sometimes is that the fences, they're a lot lower. Therefore, that height requirement, it's not really a requirement anymore. It's a minimum requirement, right? Because you can still see through all the buildings.
If you go back a few photos, actually, I think where the string was.
So the entrance.
This one, we were trying to put a level string from where you're standing to the fence. So I guess on a level lot, that's where that string starts. And then it goes to the fence. And if you see, there's a lot of that fence that's kind of dipped into the ground there because of the swale. So it really doesn't,
it doesn't provide the same level. Yeah.
Hence why the 28 inches delta between the lowest point of the fence and the lowest point of the house.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, have I misunderstood things? But I think you're asking for the height to be changed throughout the whole fence. Is that correct? All the way out to the road?
Because it does become an issue, but to be honest, the most important part for us is the backyard.
Well, that's what I was picking up on. Is that a compromise? I have spoken to a few neighbors. I hear there is some concern in the neighborhood. Would it be a compromise to have a higher fence around the pool, recognizing that it gives you more privacy and your house is built on a hill? Is that a compromise? And I don't know, to the planning department, is that even an option, or is that not a problem at all if it was?
Maybe go to planning staff and then Dr. Singh, if you wanted to come.
Through you, Mayor Salonen. Yeah, certainly in the staff recommendation, we did recommend looking at particular areas of the fence, of the property to allow for an increase in fence height. That was originally based on, again, lack of opposition or support. So similarly, that could be extended to particular areas of property.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Dr. Singh or Ahmed, if either.
Yeah, we're happy and we want to make sure our neighbors are okay with whatever changes we are making. The privacy around our pool is definitely of the utmost concern. And if we can have privacy around that, we are quite happy. If we need to decrease the fence height from the front, if our neighbors don't agree, we are okay with that.
In this photo itself, like the contractors did originally put that fence at 8 feet, not realizing that we have not gotten the approval for the variance. So this is actually the fence height at 8 feet. Obviously, it needs to be, it's not complete, you know.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. That is helpful to understand, because I did see that it was put up, and I wondered why you were putting it up without permission.
Yeah.
So that helps me to understand.
Yeah.
I think it's hard because we're like in Chicago, so it's like the back and forth.
Yeah.
You just do not get to integrate and talk to your neighbors as like nicely.
Yeah,
as,
and
like,
I think there was some miscommunication with contractors as well, so we ended up.
So we said we'll
Whatever the decision is made, we'll of course make the amendments.
So right now everything's been halted.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you for waiting such a long time for you. And it was a big discussion. I did actually go and watch the Committee of Adjustments meeting. I've also driven by your property. My understanding is for this fence to have a variance, the neighbors have to agree. What I saw when I watched the committee, I saw one person, and I think she was at the back, that she had no issue with it.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was another one that had not commented, or she had commented, but there was nothing written or that she didn't attend.
She agreed, but in a text message.
Okay, so, and then, but all the others did have an issue with it. And there was, I don't remember how many people.
I'd maybe look to Cameron, just from planning staff.
Was it 3 people?
Through Mayor Salonen, there's 3 directly abutting the fence that objected, 7 delegated at the meeting, not including the applicants. And 1 spoke directly in support of the fence. There was one who was not close to the property that also was indifferent to the increase in height, and the remaining spoke in opposition. So just to back up, about 5 opposed the fence, and then 2 either were in favor or basically did not raise any issues with it. That's in addition to the person who's directly abutting who did not engage directly through this process, but had provided a text message, which we weren't able to include that as they didn't engage with official public record. But again, so.
Follow up. I did note that, and you mentioned it here, that for the people who had approved, that it could go to 8 feet if that was an option you had given. When I looked at it, was the person who had given permission, because it backed on, I think it was behind you.
The person on the this is the west side. The 2 people on the west side approved, and both of them actually view into the backyard.
Okay.
One of them has children, and she's like, "I love it." And so that was 2 people on the backside. The one person that did not approve was kind of at the front of the house. He had the issue with the snow, but with the photos you can it illustrates that.
Yeah, so one of our neighbors who didn't approve, this is actually view from
his house. And the car was his car in the photo before, I believe.
But Cameron, the one that had said no issue, am I correct in that the fence where she said there was no issue also kind of butted up against a house where there was an issue?
Yes, I think there's a photo. If you could go back a few.
So part of the fence hit the one who said okay, but then the rest of the fence was landing on someone who did not want it.
Yes. I just want to get back to some semblance of, no, it's okay. It's getting late. I appreciate all of the comments and the passion as well. But I think planning staff are currently pulling up a photo, if I understood that correctly.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, there is a map. This was included as part of the report, which we are working on hopefully getting that on the television. And the intent of creating that map was it can get easy to get lost when there's 5 abutting properties, several surrounding neighbors, to kind of identify everyone's opinion on it. So the map was intended to clearly identify that. So hopefully that can get up on the screen. It was listed as attachment B to the report. And again, I'm happy to answer any
Well,
clarifying questions.
staff are getting that up. Were there any other questions of the appealants? Because I do still, this is like a public meeting. Technically, we follow Committee of Adjustment rules for an appeal of Committee of Adjustment. So I still need to ask if there's anybody else present that wants to speak about this. So I'm just wondering if we can move to that while staff are pulling up the map.
No issue.
Okay. So you are both able to sit down at the moment. Thank you very much. And thank you as well to your planner who came forward too. Is there anybody currently present who would like to speak either in favor or opposed to this appeal? Is there anyone online? Okay. Well, that didn't take as much time as I was expecting to eat up, but hopefully that map can be up in just a moment. Were there any other questions council had? No. Okay. We will just wait a moment for the map. I suppose the other thing we can do is we are going to need to suspend our rules because I don't think that we're dealing with this and bylaws in 5 minutes, and that's not even accrediting for all of the other technical items on the agenda. Yes, Councillor Dunsall.
Thank you. Cameron, Mr. Miller, is there an issue with, if the issue is the privacy for their children, and I had daughters, so I totally understand, because they're going to be in the pool, is there a limit to how high you can put a fence around the pool? Can you put a fence like that in your property, not on the line?
Through Mayor Salmon, the fence height provisions would still apply in that instance. The only distinction technically as an exemption would be if it were built on top of like a deck or something that is above grade, such as like an above story deck, because then the height is sort of redundant because again, it's on a deck. But in this case, the height still applies.
Any luck on the map? There we are. I think the map is up. I will turn it over to Mr. Miller. Perhaps you want to describe what's going on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Salonen. So there are also properties that were across from and directly engaged at the meeting. So these are properties, again, that engaged directly at the Committee of Adjustment meeting. So the green indicates a property that was supportive. If a color has not been highlighted or assigned a color, a property has not been assigned a color, they did not participate in the process. And then obviously, and then it leads us to the red color, and those are properties that opposed an increase in fence height. There were some other properties kind of further up the street that didn't fit within this map, but again, staff feel that context in terms of location would matter in this instance, as ultimately the people surrounding the property are the ones sharing the fence.
Councillor Stu.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and my first thought is I'm glad I'm not on Committee of Adjustments because this is a unique property just because it's not in a subdivision where you're 100 feet deep. This is a very substantial property, long property. So if any fence you put in there is going to look dramatic and large. I understand the need for privacy. So I think a compromise can be that if they want to go to 8 feet behind their house around the pool and keep what they have on the east side or even lower it a little bit, because looking at this neighborhood here, it looks like no one has fences. You can kick a soccer ball from one property to another. That'd be a pretty far kick. But I understand the need for privacy. I just think if there is a compromise, it can be having that extra privacy in and around the pool, the front of the house, maybe even lowering the fence just for sight lines and visibility. But that would be my suggestion. I'm just curious to see what the other councillors think.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will actually be supporting the Committee of Adjustments decision on this and dismissing the appeal. In my view, the committee did reach the right decision. I mean, the township does have an established fence bylaw that does set the maximum height, and that bylaw exists for a variety of reasons. I think when you're looking at 3 abutting properties immediately who don't want to see an 8-foot fence running along their property, I think we have to respect those wishes as well. So, you know, there are unique characteristics of this property, but I don't think it justifies enclosing the property with an 8-foot high fencing on this scale. From some of the photos, I mean, you'd have to be pretty hyper-focused to really be purposely looking over the fence to see the property. So I place some weight on the concerns raised by the immediate neighboring property owners, and also putting that key test is the fence bylaw really requires the neighbors to buy in as well. In this case, they just haven't. So I appreciate the applicant's desire for additional privacy. However, I think this can be, your desire for privacy can be achieved through landscaping, trees, hedges, vegetation, rather than constructing the fence. And that can provide, I think, the screening that you desire. So for those reasons, I'll uphold and respect the decision that the Committee of Adjustment had made already.
So, Council, I think we've heard from all those who were looking to speak tonight, as well as Council did receive the report, and I believe additional emails as well. So I guess I'd look for a mover and a seconder on some form. Right now, written down, we have the either or option. So either dismiss the appeal, which I know Councillor Wilkinson just spoke of. There's also staff's suggestion of approve the increase along the 2 properties that, the one that was okay with it and the one that chose to remain silent. And then I believe there was a follow-up text if they were fine with it. Or there could be what was also proposed, of just allowing for the backyard, but I need someone to make a move on what is being put on the floor. Councillor Dunstall?
I just want one more question to Mr. Miller. The fence at the back where the people said yes also abuts with somebody who said no.
Through Mayor Sullivan, that's correct. Yes, west, to the west of this property, there's the green property, and then to the north of the green property is a red property. However, they necessarily wouldn't share the property line in question that they're concerned with, but some of those concerns would carry over from an increase in fence height.
So I'm in Council's hands. Anybody want to move? Councillor Wilkinson?
I will move to dismiss the appeal.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Any questions or comments on that? And if you want a different option, then I would suggest voting this one down. Otherwise, I think it's clear on what we're voting on now. I just want to make sure everybody knows. Okay.
You're looking at me.
Yes. Not pointing out anyone in particular. I'm recognizing it's 5 minutes to midnight. So right now it's been moved and seconded to dismiss the appeal and uphold the decision made by adjustment of committee, which would be to allow for the regular fence height as per the bylaw. So all those in favor and opposed. Okay, and that is carried. Again, thank you very much for sticking with us throughout a very, very long agenda. On to 14.6, or sorry, before that, we are 5 minutes to midnight. We still have 14.6, 14.7, as well as all of consent and bylaws. I'm moving my notice of motion because it doesn't need to be dealt with today. We're not getting that done in 5 minutes, so I guess I'm looking to council on what we would like to do. We can suspend our procedural bylaw. We can choose a finite time, so if we spend that to 12:30, we can decide if there's items we feel that can be moved. I would also note we do have one delegate who does want to speak on a bylaw still, so I would certainly like to get them at least dealt with this evening. But again, in council's hands, because it does require I believe it's unanimous consent. Yes, it requires unanimous consent. Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, do staff have any direction in terms of timing? I'd be interested in their point of view, and I don't know if there's any items that have to be dealt with tonight or if there are some that could be moved to the next meeting.
Through the mayor to Councillor Martin, I would suggest that yes, there are a number of items that need to be addressed tonight, and I would also suggest they can be done quickly.
I would maybe put out, we look at a 30-minute extension and then reassess at that point, but we go with, I would suggest, but open to changes. We let the delegate who's still left to speak on the bylaw item, and then we can maybe address probably the replacement of the stake truck, the receive for information on the quarterly reporting. I mean, we can always bring that back to August if people have explicit questions, and then it's consent that we have left to deal with. That would be. And the culvert, yes, thank you. That's a part of consent. That's how I would suggest we tackle it. But again, I'm in council's hands, so I would say go to 12:30.
I'll come back in August if you postpone the bylaws.
Well, we still need to address bylaws, so, and you've sat here the whole time. Councillor Dunstall?
I'm going to be the one to say it. I think we should just end. Honestly, I think, no, and they're looking at me going, no, you can't do that. You cannot do that. You cannot. That's what they're looking at me saying. And they're pointing their fingers. You cannot do that. So I take it back. If procedurally I cannot do it, then I withdraw.
Okay, will somebody move that we extend until 12:30? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Okay, that is carried. I would suggest, I know that you offered to come back, but we will deal with 15.8, which is bylaw 2022-55 to appoint a treasurer. Noting, if you are following along on the line, it was updated this afternoon to appoint Harold O'Krafka, not Jeff Wilmer, as first published in the agenda, but I will turn it over to CAO Wilmer to speak to that, and then we'll go to our delegate.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. For the moment, we are without a treasurer. We need to have a treasurer. This bylaw would appoint a treasurer.
Questions or comments on that, councillors? Okay, Mr. Wolf, thank you for waiting through again. I think probably this council's longest meeting, and you will have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you all. I agree. You need a treasurer. You need a qualified, competent, professionally trained treasurer. Without them, you've had some past experiences here. What has happened when you've had an absence in the position of a professionally trained, competent treasurer? There's a difference between professionally trained and professionally trained and competent. I think this is being broadcast, but we've had problems with competence with professionally trained. But I would suggest you can't have competent if not professionally trained to start with. One of the incidents that happened during that lack was the January 9th budget as it was proposed. The numbers were generated by KPMG. The numbers were then passed over for internal deliberation by an acting, untrained treasurer and a CAO, and the proposed financial package was submitted to the mayor for review and approval, and it was proposed. The problem was it was a deficit budget as it was proposed. The total expenditures were in deficit by $5.5 million. The capital budget was in a deficit by 2.3. The water was out by $1. That's just a rounding. That's silly. But if you add the capital off and the total operating, it was a $7.7 million deficit budget, which is not legal in Ontario. So during the discussion at council, one of the questions was, how come you got 3 dump trucks going in the capital budget and a dump truck with a snowplow going in operations? And the answer by the acting treasurer, looking over to KPMG, who with stony faces did not help, the answer from the acting treasurer was because we've always done it that way. These happen when you don't have a professionally trained CPA as your treasurer. You need a treasurer, but you need a competent, qualified treasurer that complies with the things in the OMA. We face real risk right now. We're 7 months into 2026. We don't have a 10-year capital plan. We don't have an infrastructure renewal plan. We don't have an asset management plan. It's time to get started on 2027, and we don't have a professionally qualified, competent treasurer. We need one. I would suggest that you look at the bylaw as it's proposed, and I would invite you to pull it up. Look at the piece of paper as the bylaws proposed. And it says in the whereas that the OMA section used as the whereas which is the purpose, the rationale, the legislative validity for the bylaw is section 3911. If you pulled it up, 3911, anybody check what it says? 3911 says it is about fees. It gives the municipality the right to impose fees on users. You kidding me? The quote that says that this is about the responsibilities of a treasurer, that's not what 391 does. This bylaw is the same as the previous bylaw for the previous treasurer who was disbanded. And it also had 391.1. Why? This is the way we've always done it. It's a cut, paste. Nobody checked. You have to have proper supervision. The actual section in the OMA is 286, not 391. It's titled treasurer. And it says a municipality shall appoint a treasurer who is responsible for handling all the financial affairs of the municipality on the behalf of, and in the manner directed by the council of the municipality, comma, not period, as it is in there. And it says including. Here's the skills and tasks that a treasurer has to be competent to do. Collecting money, depositing all money, paying all debts, maintaining accurate records and accounts of the financial affairs of the municipality, which requires trained skills in accounting practices evident in a CPA. We do not have, whether it was Mr. Wilmer or whether it's Mr. Okrafka, we do not have in those names a skilled treasurer to do the job. And this bylaw would give that person all of those powers, all of those duties, and they have no training in doing that. It also says one of the duties in that list is to be able to implement section 418 in the OMA. Either the two. You tell me what 418 deals with. I was told that the name was changed because they just recently discovered that you have to have two separate people to sign documents. A treasurer would have known that. So what I'm suggesting is, if you're going to have somebody who has got the duty of Section 418, which is investments, you've got to have somebody who's trained and skilled and competent, able to do that. My suggestion is, number one, a council needs to pull it.
Note your time is up, so if you can just
Come on, I
conclude
put
on your
6 hours into
suggestions.
this, and you spent 20 minutes on a fence. I invite you to give me the courtesy. I've got
I've
3
just asked
minutes.
you if you can
Yes,
wrap
I
up
will.
what your conclusions are, but I
Here's-
did stick to everybody else's time. I believe 26 minutes was, or seconds was the furthest I went over. On the 7 minutes, yes.
A councillor needs to pull this proposed bylaw from its place in the group on the agenda. Two councillors, one needs to move and the second needs to second it, a non-debatable motion to take from the table the motion relating to Agenda 15.8, a bylaw to appoint a treasurer, and I suggest it be a recorded vote. Why? Because council needs to go back and review and make the bylaw accurate. It isn't. It's legislatively non-compliant. It's got the wrong reference. And what I'm suggesting is, in its place, you appoint an acting or a deputy treasurer, and that person be someone you already have on staff, already being paid. You have a CPA-trained person in the finance department, a manager or something or other. Appoint that person as your interim or your acting treasurer, and then go hire one who's professionally qualified and trained. Mr. O'Craft is a busy fella. He could go back to the department he's a director of and do that.
Point of order.
You need a trade.
Yes, Counselor.
Naming staff is not acceptable.
I would, is there a final sentence to summarize? Because you're near 2 minutes over.
I'm saying, pull it. It's not legally compliant. And you just appoint an acting treasurer who is on staff and presently qualified.
Thank you very much, Barry. Were there clarifying questions from council? Sorry, okay. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, just as a point of order, are we currently debating this particular bylaw right now?
No, at the moment, I wanted to
Just the
allow
delegation.
this. We haven't actually moved or
Very good.
seconded anything at this point in time.
And through the chair, I would point out those references to the municipal act are correct.
Right. Thank you very much, Barry, for joining us. Did we want to address that particular item and then move on to going back to reports, or how would council prefer to do this? It's up to you. I just wanted to allow the delegate their chance to speak. Okay, I'm not hearing any suggestions, so we will go back into reports. 14.6 is where we left off, and that is the 2026 second quarter operating and capital reserves. I will turn it over to CAO Wilmer to introduce.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. This report provides budget year-to-date results for the end of June and also a capital report update. It's primarily about the operating report because the capital projects, for the most part, have not started for the year. And so just very briefly, the first bullet point under highlights, I think, is the main one I want to emphasize. To date, there's a favorable variance of $680,000. Please consider that in context that the approved budget commits to a $1.5 million contribution to reserves. So in the simple math, and I realize this is not a simple matter, but we would expect to have a $750,000 positive variance at this point. So we're very close to being on target in the total.
Questions or comments on this? It is just a report for information at this point. Okay, seeing none, I'd look for a mover and a seconder to receive for information. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to 14.7, and this is replacement utilities medium duty stake truck with dump body, which was an addendum to this agenda, and I will turn it over to Director Vanderwall to present this report.
Thank you. Through the mayor. In May, council awarded the utilities medium dump truck to All Truck International as per report IS 2026-17. All Truck International has since advised that there are no more build spots left with International, and they are discontinuing production of these trucks at the end of 2026. As such, All Truck has indicated they are unable to fulfill this order. Subsequent to staff being informed of All Truck's inability to fulfill the order, staff reached out to Premier Truck Group. Premier Truck Group sell Freightliner and are a dealer we have used in the past for our dump trucks and are also on the approved canoe supplier list. Premier Truck Group can supply a truck that is the same class as All Truck International, have indicated that they still have build spots available. The cost of the unit from Premier Truck Group is approximately $42,000 higher than the All Truck quotation. The approved budget is $195,000 for this unit. However, the revised unit is quoted at $197,287 plus HST. Due to emission changes in 2027, the dealers are expecting an increase of up to $25,000 from the prices in 2026. Additional costs for this then would be from the water and wastewater reserves. I'm available to take questions.
Questions? Okay, sorry, Councillor Wilkinson, was that? Okay. I'd look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. That's all for reports. We will now go back to consent agenda items. And if you would like to pull any of the items, if you could please make note of what item. Councillor Cressman?
Yeah, is it 15.5? Sorry.
13 is consent agenda.
13.5.
But yes, the culvert replacement, and you can speak to that.
Just as I was talking earlier with Director Vanderwall, and it's important we approve this. I talked to the elevator owner that this is adjacent to, and he said he had conversation with whoever was measuring it up to do an estimate, and it's about a 2-week job, and they would really like it done after wheat harvest, which is concluding within the next couple of days, and before soybean harvest begins somewhere around the middle to third week in September. He said they've got trucks and wagons that bring crop in from the south up Puttycombe. So that would be very much appreciated from their perspective.
Okay. Did you want to comment on that, Director Vanderwall, or it's noted?
Through the mayor, we will note that. We will pass it on to the contractor to make sure that if it's going to extend past, there's at least one lane available for getting the soybeans in.
Okay. Any other consent agenda items that people wanted to pull? I did want to really quickly pull 13.1 just to make note, because I know so many people in the community want more police services. So really excited, and thank you. I know Director Catania was joining online tonight, but thank you to his staff. This is really great news for the community, getting a drop-in point again for our police. The other one I wanted to pull quickly was 13.3. It was actually just to propose an amendment to add on with the delegated authority that we're looking at, that when staff utilize this delegated authority, they bring back a report on consent to council so that council and the public are aware when the authority's been exercised for these types of agreements. So I can either flip it over to Councillor Sadoo to chair and I can bring that forward, or if somebody wants to move and second it. Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Comments or questions on it? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment? That's carried unanimously. And then all of those in favor, or sorry, no, that motion is as amended. There are no other consent agenda items that people want to pull, so if I can move and second all of the motions on consent, moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall, noting 13.3 is as amended. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Now, jumping ahead to our bylaws, we do have multiple. Did anybody want to pull any items? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, just quickly reviewing the bylaw 15.8 that is proposed. I realize that the updated agenda, the link says to appoint a treasurer, Harold Okrafka. The bylaw itself, if we click into it, unfortunately, still says Jeff Wilmer, and does quote the incorrect section of the Municipal Act. So, yeah. So I can't vote on this because it's not an accurate representation of what we're trying to achieve.
That's totally fine. Did you want to, I mean, the way we could deal with this is bring forward a motion for bylaw 2026-55 to appoint a treasurer as Harold Okrafka and request that staff change to the appropriate references in the Municipal Act and report back to council what that looks like. We can do it that way. We can also call a special council meeting, but at the end of the day, we do need a treasurer for signing ability. So I'm fine with however council wants to approach. Councillor Dunstall.
I would put that amendment in, or direction, whatever you want to call it, motion, whatever you want to call it, I'll put it in, okay?
So you're saying that we appoint Harold Okrafka.
We make the changes
the
in the
temporary
documents.
treasurer, and then make sure that the according bylaw aligns with the actual Municipal Act.
Yes, Mayor, that's what I'm.
References, and then circulate to council and the public.
Yes, second.
Seconded by Councillor Cressman. Comments or questions on that? We will deal with this one separate of the other bylaws. Okay? All those in favor? All those opposed? That is carried. Now we have remaining bylaws 15.1 through to 15.7. Anybody need to pull any of those items? Okay, I'd look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Sadoo. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that is carried. For meeting of time, my motion doesn't need to be tabled tonight. It's not time sensitive, so we can deal with that in August. I'm past announcements unless anybody else has any that they'd like to bring up. Business arising from closed is that staff are to proceed as directed. I would need a mover for that. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Our confirmatory bylaw moved by Councillor Sadoo, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? And opposed? And that's carried. And adjournment moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening.